cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676, Can't You Say Hi Before You Attack? Boom. The huge skeleton body of the over 100 zang tall Supreme fell to the ground. At this moment, Shen Feng and others in the formation were dumbfounded. They never expected that it would end like this. Compared with the over 100 zang tall Supreme skeleton, Su Fan seemed extremely small, just like an ant trying to shake a tree. Who would have thought that after just one encounter, the over 100 zang tall Supreme skeleton would lie down? Shen Feng and others didn't even see how Su Fan made the move. Fuck. My eyes are not blurry. Did you see how he made the move? This is too fierce. Who is this guy? That's the equivalent of a supreme skeleton in the spiritualization realm, and he just fell down like that. Everyone in the formation was shocked. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, if someone else told them about this, these people would definitely think it was bragging. Shen Jing's eyes were also wide open. She opened her mouth wide, and didn't say a word for a long time. After a long while, she finally reacted, and quickly waved her hand to untie Shen Feng's restriction. Brother, I'm here. Shen Feng just regained the ability to speak, and he shouted loudly. After he shouted, he realized that he was still in the formation, and no matter how he shouted, Su Fan would not see him. Open the formation quickly, I want to go out. After hearing Shen Feng's words, Shen Jing waved her hand and opened a passage in the formation. Brother, I'm here. As soon as the formation was opened, Shen Feng shouted and rushed out. Hearing someone shouting loudly, Su Fan turned his head and saw Shen Feng, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the relationship between the two can be regarded as compatible at most, and they haven't reached the stage of being close to each other, he doesn't want to see this guy die here. Brother, I thought I would never see you again. Shen Feng is the eldest son of a cultivation family after all, and he has never seen any dangerous scenes. So he was very excited when he saw Su Fan. If Su Fan hadn't let him into the door of sword cultivation, even with Shen Jing protecting him, he would definitely not be alive now. So as Shen Feng spoke, his eyes turned red and his voice was choked. Su Fan looked at him with disgust and teased, You are also half a sword cultivator, why are you like a woman? Being squeezed by Su Fan, Shen Feng wiped his eyes embarrassedly. I'm happy to see Big Brother. After he finished speaking, he suddenly frowned and said, Big brother, how can I be half a sword cultivator? Do you know how many ghosts I have killed in the demon ruins? Come on, you think you are great for killing some low-level demon souls and skeleton evil demons. Wait until you kill a skeleton supreme one day, then brag to me. After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Feng immediately stopped talking. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you? You are just a Yuanying realm cultivator, but you killed the skeleton supreme with one move. Who would believe this if you tell it to others? Let alone other people. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even he wouldn't believe it. Just this record, even the elite disciples of the 10 super immortal sects in Chuxishan couldn't do it, let alone him. Brother, how can I compare with you? You are not a human being. I mean you are too powerful. You are not a human being. Su Fan rolled his eyes at him and pushed him aside with disgust. At this time, Shen Jing, Wei Tao and others had already walked out of the formation. They came to Su Fan and bowed in front of him. Seeing dozens of people bowing to him, Su Fan was stunned. Do you really need to do this? This is the etiquette of paying homage to high-level cultivators or elders in the family. It is a very grand ceremony. But no one thinks there is anything wrong with doing this, even the arrogant Shen Jing. Not to mention that Su Fan saved them. Just the fact that he just killed the skeleton supreme with one move is enough to make everyone willing to pay homage to him. In the world of cultivation, strength is respected, and respecting the strong is the consensus of all cultivators. No matter who you are, you must have a minimum of offer strength. Old Wei, what are you doing? Are you trying to shorten my life? Wei Tao laughed and said, If it weren't for the rescue of fellow Taoists, we would not be able to escape this disaster. This is also the due responsibility. Su Fan waved his hand and looked around the valley. This is a good place. You can rearrange the formation. I'll go around. Su Fan didn't want to stay here any longer. The way these people looked at him made him very uncomfortable. Brother, I'll go with you. Su Fan glared and said, Get out. You stay here honestly." After he said that, he raised his head and looked at the huge halo in the sky, and then glanced at everyone. "If no one comes to rescue before that big demon comes, we are afraid that there will be no way to survive." Su Fan turned around and left after speaking. He didn't want to stay any longer. After hearing his words, Xin Fang, Wei Tao and others' excitement of surviving the catastrophe suddenly disappeared, and they became disappointed. "Don't just stand there, hurry back to set up the formation." With Shen Jing's loud shout, everyone started to get busy. After leaving the valley, Su Fan began to clear the area around him, constantly killing the demons and ghosts. He collected more than 100 skeletons of the Supreme Skeleton alone. With the valley as the center, the demons and ghosts in the surrounding area of hundreds of miles have been cleared out by him. Because Su Fan made a lot of noise, there were constantly skeleton supremas gathering to him from all directions. Of course, he would not be polite and kept collecting the skeletons of the Supreme Skeleton. These are all good things. If he has the opportunity to get some inheritance of the demon sex Whitebone Dao in the future, he will definitely be able to refine a Whitebone army composed of skeleton supremas. When the time comes, he will wave his hand and stand behind him with a large group of skeleton supremas equivalent to the human race's divine transformation realm cultivators. Just thinking about it is cool. Moreover, Su Fan saved many of the Bekeong Xianzong disciples who had managed to survive. He sent all of them to the valley where Shenjing and the others were. If everyone could survive this disaster, these surviving disciples would be the future seeds of the Bekeong Xianzong. Boom! A skeleton supreme being over 100 feet tall fell to the ground with a bang. Su Fan put away the demon slayer sword, and then collected the bones scattered all over the ground into a stored ring. Because the skeleton supreme being was very large, even if the skeleton was scattered, it would still take up a lot of space. His 1,000 square storage ring could not hold it anymore. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a sudden earth-shaking sound in the sky, and the whole world was shaking violently. Su Fan raised his head, and the huge halo in the sky at this time was boiling like a pot. He couldn't help but sigh, and a trace of sadness rose in his heart. This high-level demon from an unknown realm was about to descend. If the old monsters of the human race outside cannot break the space barrier, all the cultivators in the area overlapping with the demon ruins will die. I have just broken through the 6th level of the heavenly demon Saint Body Art and swallowed the blood of the foreign combined demon. My strength has also changed dramatically. Damn God, are you kidding me? At this moment, the wind was howling, and the sky and the earth changed color, as if it was the precursor of the coming storm. An unprecedented terrifying momentum suddenly broke out, bursting out with a powerful momentum like a mountain and sea, and crushed down layer by layer. Su Fan felt that the whole sky seemed to be about to collapse, as if an unparalleled terror was about to descend on the world. That kind of overwhelming momentum, like a tsunami sweeping over the world, could swallow him up at any time. At this time, he had no fear at all, but was very calm in his heart. Su Fan had no idea of hiding at all, but stood there quietly. At this time, there was no point in running. No matter where he hides, the high-level demon from the unknown realm can shatter him to pieces even if he just sneezes. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Since he traveled to this world of cultivation, he couldn't remember how many crises he had experienced. Fortunately, every time he turned danger into safety, allowing him to crawl out of the pile of dead bodies. But this time, he was afraid that he couldn't make it. Fortunately, he lived a relatively happy life in this life and never violated his original intention. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. Let him die. Anyway, he has lived for hundreds of years, and he should be content. At Su Fan's current age, he would be considered an old monster in his previous life, enough for others to live for several lifetimes. Boom boom, just when Su Fan had accepted his fate, with a violent roar that shocked thousands of miles, the unfamiliar vast starry sky in the sky was instantly annihilated. Then an illusory figure walked out of the void in one step, as if crossing the boundary. As he waved his sleeves, the vast and terrifying force that was like mountains and rivers turning upside down overturned the world and blasted towards the huge halo in the sky. Fuck. This is the great power of Liang Su. Su Fan finally saw what it was like to collapse the sky and split the earth. Boom, with a devastating roar, the collision was like Mars hitting the earth, and the terrifying impact caused the world to vibrate. The vast and terrifying impact force hit the halo fiercely, and an extremely gorgeous explosion occurred in an instant. The powerful shock wave generated by the explosion caused the whole world to stir up a shocking sea storm, and the terrifying water flow swept across the sky. Su Fan, who was still facing life and death calmly just now, was now blown up by a huge force. What the hell? Brother, can't you say hello before taking action? I can find a place to hide. Then, the sky rippled like a lake, and the space was torn apart like a piece of paper. A huge hand that covered the sky and the sun burst out with an extremely majestic momentum, and a violent storm swept the whole world. The sky seemed to be upside down and twisted, and invisible ripples oscillated wildly in all directions. The huge hand that covered the sky and the sun smashed hard into the halo. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the earth, the huge hand that covered the sky collided with a halo. In an instant, it seemed that an extremely terrifying space annihilation occurred, and the huge halo was torn into a huge crack. Fuck. You guys are still coming, you won't stop until you shake me to death, right? At this time, Su Fan was almost crazy. A group of immortal bosses fought, and he, a little devil, suffered. The two blows just now, the space collapsed and all the laws were shattered. He was almost torn to pieces. If it were someone else, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Unfortunately, the terrifying power at this time made him feel like he fell into an ice cellar. His whole body was cold and stiff, and he couldn't even move a finger. He felt his head buzzing, his consciousness was in chaos, and his soul was about to be pulled out. Buzz, buzz, at this time, with a dull buzzing sound, the void world trembled again. An extremely gorgeous light shot up into the sky, as dazzling as the sun, and the whole world was illuminated with golden light. The magnificent and dazzling light swept across the halo, and the huge halo that was already torn apart exploded. The huge halo disappeared from the sky in an instant, as if it had never appeared. At this moment, the sky that originally belonged to this place finally appeared again. Su Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Although the three refining masters attacked one after another, the huge halo seemed very low, but it was actually in the sky tens of thousands of meters away. Even so, the aftermath of the battle between a group of immortal masters almost killed him. After all, he was a refining master. With a wave of his hand, the world turned upside down, and the world changed color. This also made Su Fan yearn for it in his heart. He didn't know when he would be able to exert such a devastating power. Thinking of this, Su Fan laughed at himself. It was good enough to survive this time, what else could he do? Su Fan struggled to get up from the ground, and the severe pain all over his body made him grimace. He had just accepted his fate, and didn't expect that those human leaders would break the space barrier at this moment, so he was not prepared at all. Even if they offered a top-grade protective Taoist weapon to block him, he wouldn't be so miserable. It's a pity that after those leaders made their move, he was already suppressed by the boundless terrifying power and couldn't move at all. Su Fan wanted to do nothing, so he could only rely on his physical strength to resist. Fortunately, he had just broken through the 6th level of the heavenly demon Saint Body Art and swallowed the blood of the foreign combined demon, and his physical strength increased by more than 10 times. If it were the previous physical strength, he might not die, but he would definitely be seriously injured. At this moment, Su Fan felt a chill on his scalp, and he quickly looked up into the sky. Fuck. When he looked up into the sky, he couldn't help but swear. At this moment, hundreds of human race bosses gathered densely in the sky, and the lowest level was also a god-transforming old monster. Several of them had extremely powerful auras, which made him feel a little difficult to breathe. Fortunately, these human race bosses deliberately restrained their auras, otherwise the terrifying power that erupted from these bosses gathered together would have crushed him to pieces. It was the first time that Su Fan saw a human race old monster in the fusion realm, and this time he saw several in one breath. Chapter 677. Just keep your eyes shut. Seeing the human race monsters everywhere, Su Fan dared not speak. At this time, he should just stay still and look for a chance to leave this hellhole. These trivial matters of Baekhyun Xianzong have nothing to do with him, so why should he worry about it here? Su Fan collapsed to the ground and simply laid down and pretended to be dead. As for the culprit of the Baekhyun Xianzong's disaster, those monks who entered the evil way, although with the help of high-level demons from foreign lands, successfully broke through the realm of refining emptiness. But after all, they did not take the right path, and their strength was so weak that they dared not stay to resist. As soon as the space barrier was broken, several evil old monsters fled in all directions, But how could they escape the encirclement of hundreds of high-level human race bosses? Before several evil old monsters could rush out, they were caught by the human race bosses in the fusion realm who were guarding outside. It was unknown how long it took, and the many human race monsters gathered in the air left here one after another. Su Fan was relieved. He pretended to be miserable after surviving a disaster and secretly left Black Pine Ridge. Some of the gods who stayed nearby just glanced at him and ignored him. Su Fan used the void escape technique and returned to the West Mountain Market in the blink of an eye. Now the market is still completely closed. The streets are deserted and there is not even a shadow. Only a few children of the Shen family are responsible for guarding this empty market. Su Fan did not say hello to them and went straight back to the cave. The female cultivators in the cave who were responsible for his daily life were not there, so he went straight into the portable secret realm. Seeing him back, Sister Zhen floated over excitedly. "Master, you are back. What have you been doing these days?" "Nothing, help me get something to eat." After hearing what Su Fan said, Sister Zhen quickly floated to the kitchen outside to get busy. He has been eating a lot these days. He has been relying on the fasting pills to fill his stomach. Others can last a day with one pill, but he needs at least one bottle. Su Fan entered the thatched cottage, sat cross-legged on the futon, then took off the communication array from his waist and sent a message to Wei Tao. "Old Wei, I'm injured. I'll go back to Zishanfang to heal my wounds." Actually, he was fine, but he just didn't want to get involved in those things. "Are you okay? How did you get injured? Don't mention it. When the gods fight, the little ghosts suffer." Hearing Su Fan say this, Wei Tao didn't know what to say. He was stunned for a long time before replying a message. "You. Okay, go back and heal your wounds first, and come back as soon as your injuries stabilize." Now the Biqiang Xianzong is in need of people. Su Fan also understood why Wei Tao reacted like this. After all, he not only saved the two direct descendants of the Shen family, but also saved so many disciples of the Biqiang Xianzong. Now that the disaster has passed, it is time for him to show his face. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The gate of Biqiang Xianzong was destroyed, and so many disciples were lost. The sect must need to recruit a large number of cultivators to strengthen the sect. This is a great temptation for casual cultivators like them. With Su Fan's performance, he will definitely attract the attention of the high-level officials of Biqiang Xianzong, and the chance of joining the sect is still very high. Although he knew Wei Tao's good intentions, he was not interested at all. Su Fan had joined the Xianzong before, and he knew too much about the dirty things in the sect. He didn't want to use his hot face to stick to other people's cold buttocks. "I'm injured a bit, it will take at least a few months. Brother, it's okay to delay the healing for a few days. As long as you can still move, it's better to rush back immediately. Isn't it better if you are injured?" After this experience, Wei Tao and he can be regarded as friends in need, so the way he addresses him has changed. And what the other party said to him is also from the heart. "Old Wei, I understand what you said, but my injury has damaged the foundation of cultivation." Hearing Su Fan say this, Wei Tao had no way to stop him now. After all, the future path of a cultivator cannot be delayed. "Okay, then you should take good care of your wounds, and don't hurt your foundation." Su Fan finally rejected Wei Tao's kindness, and then he cut off the communication array. In fact, Old Wei was also doing this for his own good. With the current situation of Biqiang Xianzong, it would definitely recruit disciples to enrich the sect. As for the criteria for selecting disciples of Biqiang Xianzong, it would first select the children of nearby cultivation families, and then select the best from the independent cultivators. Old Wei, needless to say, as an old man who has worked hard for decades in the Shen family, joining Biqiang Xianzong is definitely a foregone conclusion. This time, Su Fan not only saved Shenjing and Shenfang, but also saved dozens of Biqiang Xianzong disciples. There is still a great chance for him to join Biqiang Xianzong. Although the spiritual vein of the Biqiang Xianzong mountain gate was destroyed, if other sects suffered such a disaster, they would definitely be unable to recover, or even die. But don't forget that Biqiang Xianzong is an immortal sect that specializes in formations, and even in the entire Chixishan, it is definitely the sect with the deepest foundation of formation inheritance. Even the 10 super sects in Chixishan don't want Biqiang Xianzong to disband. If such a thing happens in the demon sect plane, Biqiang Xianzong will definitely be divided up. But the immortal sect is different from the demon sect after all. It emphasizes overall strength. If Biqiang Xianzong declines, It will directly affect the overall level of Chixishan's formation. In addition, the top combat power of Baekhyun Xianzong has not been lost much, and the cultivators of the refining realm and the old monsters of the fusion realm in the sect are still there. Moreover, what Chixishan lacks the most is spiritual vein resources. It can easily find a place with rich spiritual vein resources to settle Baekhyun Xianzong. So it won't take hundreds of years for Baekhyun Xianzong to recover its vitality and return to the peak state of the sect. But despite this, Su Fan has no interest in joining Baekhyun Xianzong. In the future, the bottom structure of Baekhyun Xianzong will be based on the children of the surrounding cultivation families. After all, these cultivation families have always had inextricable ties with Baekhyun Xianzong. Su Fan, an outsider without roots and no wings, can never become the core of the sect. Of course, if he was willing to be a slave to the Shen family, or a son-in-law of a family, and stay in the sect for hundreds of years, if he was lucky, he might be able to make a name for himself in the Baekhyun Immortal sect. But Su Fan's family was in the Kingkwang Star region, and he would have to go back sooner or later. How could he endure hundreds of years in the Baekhyun Immortal sect? Besides, my fate is in my own hands. How could Su Fan be a slave to the Shen family, let alone marry into the Shen family? How cheap would he be? For the next 10 days, Su Fan turned a deaf ear to the outside world and stayed comfortably in the secret realm every day. Except for Shen Feng, who sent him a message every now and then, Wei Tao, Shen Jing and others did not contact him. He originally wanted to get some news from Shen Feng, but who would have thought that this guy had been confined by his father, and stayed in the family to practice every day, and knew nothing about what was happening outside. Although this crisis was very dangerous, the gains were still great. Not only did he break through the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body Art, but he also devoured some of the ki and blood of the foreign combined demons, which made his strength have a qualitative leap. However, apart from the bones of the skeleton supremas that were filled in several storage rings, there were no other useful spoils. These days, he has been practicing the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body Art. Once the practice is completed, he can achieve the netherworld Dharma body, and the strength of the physical body can be greatly increased. Moreover, after the 6th level of practice is completed, 2 magical powers can be obtained. Although the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body Art is a set of magic sect physical practice, the magical powers that come with the practice are very amazing. Su Fan has already seen the power of the netherworld Yin Fire, so he is very much looking forward to these 2 magical powers. When he is free from practice, he spends most of his time studying the inheritance of the Shen family's formation and various formation classics. In addition, Su Fan also took out the physical inheritance that he traded from the Demon House platform and took some time to read it these days. There is nothing to learn from the practice, because the perverted Heavenly Demon Saint body already practiced is not the same as other practices. However, several secret techniques of the body in this body inheritance have aroused Su Fan's interest. This set of practice is called Vajra Deliverance Dharma Body Buddha. It is said that the practice originated from the Buddhist tradition. Later, after being improved by the Taoist sect, it became the inheritance of the body sect. Of course, there is Buddhism in this world, but the Buddhism in this world is completely different from the previous life. The Buddhism in this world does not have any universal salvation and compassion. Anyway, it feels like the Buddhism in the previous life has been blackened. The monks of Buddhism are much more brutal than those of Taoism. There is no bodhisattva lowering his eyebrows in a water of angry Vajra. The several secret techniques of this set of body practice are Extinction and No Life Seal, Turning the World Upside Down Seal, Deadwood Blood Seal, Great Ming King Annihilation Seal and Vajra Demon Extermination Seal. Just from the names of these body secret techniques, you can know how fierce the Buddhist monks are. The Seal of Extinction and Lifelessness is just as its name implies. With one palm strike, it can quickly rob the opponent of his life force. The seal of overturning the world is to slap the ground with one palm strike, and use violent vibrations to attack enemies in the surrounding area. If practiced to the extreme, it is enough to destroy the world. The seal of Wither Tree transformed into blood is very sinister. With one palm strike, it can drain the opponent's blood and turn the enemy into a dead tree-like corpse. The seal of Annihilation of the Great Ming King is extremely powerful. If this secret technique is practiced to perfection, everything in front of the secret technique will be annihilated. The seal of Vajra Demon Extermination is even more perverted. It can be transformed into a giant palm that covers the sky and the earth. If this secret technique is practiced to the extreme, it can cover dozens of miles. After Su Fan read the general outline of these secret techniques, he immediately became energetic. It must be said that these physical secret techniques originated from Buddhism look quite ferocious. The power of his physical secret techniques in close combat is not enough to keep up with his strength, especially when facing a powerful opponent. He is obviously a little powerless. These powerful body cultivation secrets just made up for his shortcomings and enriched his fighting methods. But when Su Fan began to practice several body cultivation secrets, he found that these secrets were not that simple. Maybe it was because the skills were derived from Buddhism. To practice these body cultivation secrets, one must visualize a Buddha statue all year round. Okay, just visualize it. This kind of practice is not uncommon in the world of cultivation. At the beginning, Zhang required him to visualize the forms of various ancient monsters. But it is difficult to get started with any secret technique that requires visualization. Moreover, the process of getting started with this kind of practice is more casual. If you are fast, you can get started in one day. And if you are slow, you can't reach the threshold of the secret technique for decades. Fortunately, Su Fan is not in a hurry, just take it slowly, and his close combat body cultivation secrets can still cope with it for the time being. At noon that day, Su Fan had just finished the 6th level of Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art and was leisurely sipping spiritual tea. This perverted practice becomes more and more difficult as you practice it. According to his current practice progress, it will take at least a few years to complete the 6th level. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan picked up the communication array disc and took a look, and found that it was a message from Wei Tao. Brother, how is your injury? It's okay at the moment, but it will take at least a few months. Can you come over once someday? Shenjing and I have recommended you to the Biqiang Xianzong. You must come to pay a visit to the sect's top leaders. These two people are quite enthusiastic, but he has no interest. But they also have good intentions, and they may have done some favors for him. Su Fan can't be shameless. Old Wei, thank you, but I am at the critical moment of healing now. I really can't leave, brother. I have a 6-yang melting snow dao pill. I will send it to you tomorrow to see if it can suppress the injury. What the hell? People have already said so much, it would be inappropriate for Su Fan to pretend to be stupid. So he decided to tell Wei Tao the truth. Old Wei, let me be frank. I don't want to join a sect for the time being. What? Brother, let me tell you, if we want to make further progress as independent cultivators, it's best to join an immortal sect, or at least rely on a cultivation family. What Old Wei said was right, but even if he wanted to join a sect, he would join a demon sect, and with this bug in the game panel, breaking through the spirit transformation is not a big deal at all. Old Wei, I understand what you said, but I have my own difficulties. After listening to Su Fan's words, Wei Tao didn't reply for a long time. Okay, I get it. Su Fan could tell that Old Wei was quite disappointed. After all, he had seen Su Fan's strength, and of course hoped that the two of them would join the Biqiang Immortal sect together so that they could take care of each other in the future. By the way, I have been healing in the secret realm with me. How is the situation outside now? The spiritual vein of the mountain gate of Biqiang Xianzong is destroyed, and they are preparing to migrate. Will the Shen family follow? Not only the Shen family, most of the cultivation families near Biqiang Xianzong will follow and migrate to the northern part of the central region. It seems that Su Fan's judgment is correct. In the future, there will probably be only a few independent cultivators left in this area. When will they migrate? The various preparations for the migration of the sect are quite cumbersome. It will take at least a year. Su Fan didn't care about the affairs of Biqiang Xianzong. But he still had a few years of contract with the Shen family. If the Shen family followed the migration, he would have to follow them. Now Su Fan's purpose in Biqiang Xianzong has basically been achieved. The next step is to go to the core area of Chixishan Central Region. Old Wei, I beg you for a favor, you say, can you talk to Shenjing and cancel my contract with the Shen family in advance? No problem, you saved Shenjing's sister and brother, and several elders of the Shen family have always wanted to thank you in person. This little thing should be no problem, Old Wei, then thank you, it's okay. You are leaving now, well. I will leave here after my injury is healed. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and Su Fan cut off the communication array. It seems that there is no problem with his early termination of the contract with the Shen family, which also made him feel relieved. If there is no change in the Biqiang Xianzong, It is actually nothing to be at ease in the Shen family for a few more years. But in the next few years, both the Baekhyang and the Shen family will be troubled times, and he doesn't want to be tossed with them. Su Fan has already made up his mind that once the contract with the Shen family is terminated, he will leave here. Find a quiet place to stay for a few years, study and ponder the Shen family's array inheritance, until the array attainment reaches a certain level, and then look for the inheritance of other sects. Su Fan patiently waited for Wei Tao's news. In the evening, Shen Fang sent him a message. Brother. You are in Zishan Market, right? Yeah, why are you looking for me? If you have something to say, come on, brother, my sister wants to see you. Why does she want to see me? Let's talk about it when we meet. We are almost at Zishan Market, what the hell? This woman came to see him, there must be nothing good. Doesn't the Shen family want to terminate the contract with him? This is a bit unkind. If it weren't for me, Shen Fang and Shenjing, brother and sister, would have turned into two pieces of shit. But she has already come, and he wants to see what this woman means. Chapter 678 Who gave you such a big face? Su Fan was also a little surprised by Shenjing's arrival. Even if the Shen family was unwilling to terminate the contract with him, there was no need for her to come here in person. Thinking of this, Su Fan came out of the portable secret realm, sat cross-legged in the hall of the cave, and then brewed a pot of spiritual tea, patiently waiting for their arrival. After a while, Shen Fang's voice came from outside the house. Brother, are you there? I'm here, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Fang rushed into the house from outside and sat down on the ground. Shen Fang took the tea handed over by Su Fan and took a sip. My father has confined me for more than half a month, and he only let me out today. At this time, Shenjing walked in from outside and bowed to Su Fan. I'm sorry for coming here today, you know it's presumptuous, but you still come. What are you talking about? Please sit down. Su Fan finished speaking, picked up the teapot and poured a cup of spiritual tea for Shenjing. I don't know why you came here today. Shenjing took a sip of spiritual tea and smiled. Wei Tao told me about you, she sighed and said, if you didn't save me this time, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to come back. I didn't come to thank you until today. I hope you don't mind. Shenjing took out a ring from her arms and placed it in front of Su Fan. This is a little gift from our Shen family. I hope you will accept it. Su Fan was stunned when he saw Shenjing looking at him solemnly. Why are you looking at me like this? Are you afraid that I won't accept it? How can I say this? Did I have a face that regards money as dirt? If you don't want it, who would want it? Besides, I saved you and your brother, so I feel at ease to accept this ring. Although Su Fan thought so in his heart, he still had to be polite. Devours, this is not necessary, please accept it. Shen Fang beside him laughed and said, Big brother, just accept it. Seeing the two people saying this again and again, Su Fan could only accept the ring reluctantly. Seeing Su Fan accept the ring, Shenjing took out another talisman paper. This is the contract between Devours and our Shen family. Now the contract has been terminated in advance. Please take a look. Su Fan took the talisman paper and took a look. He found that the contract between him and the Shen family had indeed been terminated in advance, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. However, this also made him a little confused about Shenjing's arrival. Su Fan's contract with the Shen family had been terminated, so why did she come here specially? Thank you, Devours, for such a small matter. I troubled Devours to come here specially. Shenjing smiled and said, I should have come here a long time ago, but there were too many things in the sect these days, so I kept delaying it until today. After she finished speaking, she thought for a while and said, this time I came here, in addition to thanking Devours, there is another thing, haha. I knew it was not that simple. Devours, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Shenjing organized her words and then told the purpose of her trip. To be honest, Devours, our Baekhyang has just suffered a disaster, and the disciples in the sect have suffered heavy losses. Now the sect is recruiting cultivators to join. I wonder if you are interested in joining our Baekhyang. After hearing Shenjing's words, Su Fan was confused. This plot seems to be a bit wrong. Baekhyang is a super sect after all. Although it has suffered a disaster now, if it wants to recruit disciples, let alone a casual cultivator like him, even the disciples of those small sects and the children of many cultivation families will be scrambling for it. How can an immortal sect take the initiative to find a casual cultivator to join? Baekhyang Xianzong is not an ordinary immortal sect even in the entire Chixishan. It is considered the sect with the longest inheritance of the Dao of formation. Let alone casual cultivators, even the children of cultivation families may not be qualified to join. And he has already told Wei Tao that he has no intention of joining Baekhyang Xianzong at all. Thinking of this, Su Fan picked up the teapot and poured a cup of spiritual tea for Shen Jing. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me, Shen Jing interrupted Su Fan before he finished speaking. Fellow Taoist, don't rush to refuse, why not listen to the conditions of our sect? Hearing Shen Jing say this, Su Fan was even more confused. Something is wrong, too wrong. Although he is quite good at fighting, Baekhyang Xianzong does not need someone like him at all. Even in Chixishan, where cultivation resources are abundant, formation cultivators are very precious and are definitely the objects of care of major super sects. From the fact that the sect was robbed this time, it can be seen that hundreds of refining and fusion masters came from all over the place, and the importance of Baekhyang Xianzong can be seen. It is said that even if the disciples of Baekhyang Xianzong go to the Starfield battlefield, they will not easily go to the front line, and they are all key protection objects. Such a sect does not need a thug like him at all. But from Shen Jing's attitude, it doesn't seem to be false. Baekhyang Xianzong should really want to recruit him. Su Fan seemed to smell something. There must be something going on here. His intuition told him that he should be able to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. So he didn't rush to refuse, and he had already started sharpening his knife in his heart, ready to make a lot of money from Baekhyang Xianzong. Anyway, he had no interest in joining Baekhyang Xianzong. At worst, he could just leave and he wouldn't lose anything. Seeing that Su Fan didn't rush to refuse, Shen Jing was relieved. In fact, Shen Jing was very grateful to Su Fan for saving his life at the beginning. It was just right to take this opportunity to summon Su Fan into Baekhyang Xianzong as a worshipper of the Shen family. The sect suffered this disaster and urgently needed to replenish new blood. Of course, the children of the Shen family were the first choice for the sect. I thought Su Fan would also seize this opportunity and quickly move closer to the Shen family, and in the future he would become a loyal dog of the Shen family like Wei Tao. Who would have thought that since the end of this matter, this guy has disappeared? I thought Su Fan was proud of saving me and wanted to take advantage of the Shen family, so Shen Jing's impression of Su Fan took a sharp turn for the worse. But now half a month has passed, and this guy has not shown up at all, which also made Shen Jing very upset, so she didn't want to recruit Su Fan. Although Su Fan saved her and Shen Fang, as a tribute to the Shen family, it was his duty to protect the children of the master family. You are a rootless and floating casual cultivator. Since you don't want to be a slave of the Shen family, there's nothing to say. I thought that after a while, I would just reward Su Fan with something. Who knew that several uncles from the sect came to him to inquire about Su Fan's situation yesterday, and asked him to make sure she summoned this guy into the sect later. I learned that the place where the Baekhyang Xianzong migrated was located in the Lorne Mountain Range in the north of the central region of Chixishan. Although the Lorne Mountain Range is rich in spiritual veins, except for some cultivation families, the rest are all casual cultivators and evil cultivators. Even in the whole Chixishan, it is an extremely chaotic place. Almost all the high-ranking independent cultivators in the entire Chixishan gathered there. Now the Lorne Mountain Range has become a paradise for independent cultivators, which has long caused dissatisfaction among many super-immortal sects. The 10 super-immortal sects in Chixishan placed the Baekhyang Immortal sect in the Lorne Mountain Range because they actually had no good intentions. In addition to wanting to drive a nail into the Lorne Mountain Range, they also wanted to take this opportunity to make the Baekhyang Immortal sect completely their vassal. Baekhyang Immortal sect was certainly unwilling to accept the arrangement of the 10 super-immortal sects. But the sect had just suffered a disaster, and if it wanted to revive the sect, it needed the support of the 10 super-immortal sects, so it could only swallow its anger. In the past, Baekhyang Immortal sect had great independence and established the largest distribution center for array materials in the entire Chixishan. Even the 10 super sects had to give them 3 faces. Now it is different. In the future, they must endure and rely on others. So at this time, the top priority is to strengthen the sect's combat effectiveness. We can't let the disciples of the top 10 super-immortal sects stay in the Lorne Mountains. What will happen to the Baekhyang Immortal sect? To be honest, after learning about these situations, Shen Jing was very upset. But of course she didn't dare to disobey the order of the sect's top leaders, she just thought that this guy was lucky. Shenjing didn't take Su Fan's recruitment to join the sect too seriously. Baekyeong Immortal Sect is a super sect after all. If a casual cultivator is recruited, the other party will definitely come to him. Who knew that Wei Tao found her today and told her about Su Fan's idea, which made her very upset. Shenjing never thought that she, a disciple of the Immortal Sect, would have to take the initiative to come to the door and beg a casual cultivator to join the sect, but no matter how upset she was, she had to come. Not to mention the decree issued by the sect's top leaders. As an elite disciple of Baekyeong Immortal Sect, she also had to think about the future of the sect. Baekyeong Immortal Sect is about to move to the Loyan Mountains, which is an extremely chaotic area. Shenjing had seen Su Fan's fighting ability. This guy killed the Skeleton Supreme alone as if it was a joke. Not to mention the Baekyeong Xianzong, even the elite disciples of the 10 super immortal sects had never heard of anyone so fierce. If such a fierce man could be summoned into the sect. When they arrived at the Loyan Mountains in the future, if the Baekyeong Xianzong encountered trouble, they would at least not beg for help because they had such a strong disciple who could fight and kill. So Shenjing's attitude was particularly low today, and she had already reported the situation to the high-level officials in the sect. The big guys in the Baekyeong Xianzong had already given her a death order to recruit this kid at all costs. So Shenjing's attitude was particularly low today, and she was mentally prepared. Even if the other party opened her mouth, she had to bite her teeth and endure it. Thinking of this, Shenjing smiled and said, "Devours, as long as you join our Baekyeong Xianzong, you can directly become an inner disciple of the sect." She set a lot of conditions in a variety of ways, which was definitely very generous for a casual cultivator. After hearing what Shenjing said, Su Fan sneered secretly. He thought that the other party could offer some conditions that would tempt him, but this woman didn't take him seriously at all. "I really have my own difficulties. I can only apologize for your kindness," Shenjing sighed secretly. Su Fan didn't rush to reject her recruitment, which meant that this guy must be ready to ask for a lot. So she just tried it out just now, and of course she wouldn't reveal her cards right away. "Devours, if you are not satisfied with anything, just raise it. I will report it to the sect and try my best to meet your requirements." Su Fan pretended to be embarrassed and thought about it for a long time. "Forget it, eh?" Before Su Fan finished speaking, Shenjing waved her hand to interrupt him. She also saw that it seemed that he would definitely not be able to not bleed today. This guy was too cunning. So Shenjing also admitted it and simply didn't plan to continue to argue with him. "Devours, let's put it this way. If you have any conditions, just put them forward." Su Fan hesitated for a moment and said, "This is not good." Shenjing couldn't help but roll her eyes. "I've already said this, why are you still pretending?" "It's okay, Devours, just say it." Su Fan hesitated for a while, then said, "It's not impossible for me to join Baekyeong Xianzong, but..." Shenjing secretly curled her lips and said, "Devours, no matter what the conditions are, the sect will definitely consider it as appropriate." After hearing Shenjing's words, Su Fan also felt that it was about right. "I will join Baekyeong Xianzong, directly become an elite disciple, and accept the sect's secret hall inheritance." After hearing Su Fan's conditions, Shenjing almost spit out a mouthful of blood. If she hadn't been unable to beat Su Fan, she would have killed this guy with a sword. "Who do you think you are? I joined the sect when I was a teenager, and I made countless efforts. I don't know how much resources the family has consumed. I have also gone through layers of selection, and I became an elite disciple in the sect a few years ago. But even if I become an elite disciple in the sect, I am still not qualified to accept the sect's secret hall inheritance. You are just a casual cultivator. Who gave you such a big face? You became an elite disciple as soon as you entered the sect. What do you think other disciples in the sect think?" Shenjing refused without thinking. But she finally suppressed her anger and thought that she should report this matter to the sect and let several uncles make the decision. However, she thought that the sect would never accept the conditions proposed by Su Fan. Shenjing took a deep breath, then looked up at Su Fan. "Devours, please wait a moment. I will report to the sect and ask several uncles in the sect to make the decision." After she finished speaking, she stood up from the ground and turned to leave the house. Shenjing came to the yard outside, then patted her chest and tried to calm herself down as much as possible. She almost couldn't suppress her anger when she was in the house just now. This guy is so hateful that he shamelessly proposed such a shameless condition. Shenjing took off the communication array from her waist, and then sent a message to the master, reporting the conditions proposed by Su Fan truthfully. After a while, the master replied to her message. Tell him that he can become an elite disciple directly after entering the sect, but in order to receive the inheritance of the secret hall within the sect, he must meet two conditions. One is to stay in the sect for 50 years, and the other is to obtain 100,000 good deeds. Chapter 679, Baekhyang Immortal Sect is also miserable enough. Seeing the reply from the master, Shen Jing was dumbfounded. She never thought that the sect would agree to the conditions of that guy. Although he could not accept the inheritance of the secret hall immediately, at least he was qualified, which was absolutely unprecedented in the sect. Shen Jing was a little angry and sent another message. Master, why did you agree to his conditions? Don't worry about it, go and talk to him immediately. After receiving the message from the master, Shen Jing let out a long breath and felt very upset. But she dared not disobey the decision of the sect's top leaders, so she could only turn around and go back to the house. She sat cross-legged in front of Su Fan and told him the conditions of the sect's top leaders. After hearing the conditions of the Baekhyang Xianzong, Su Fan was also very surprised. In fact, he just asked for a high price. If he could become an elite disciple, it would be enough. The treatment of ordinary disciples of the Xianzong is completely different from that of elite disciples. There is no comparison at all. If he can be an elite disciple in the Baekhyang Xianzong, it seems not bad. As for the inheritance of the secret hall, he also thinks it is unlikely. But what he didn't expect was that although Baekhyang Xianzong didn't fully agree, it gave him the opportunity to accept the inheritance of the secret hall. This is already very awesome, and it has exceeded his psychological expectations. In this case, I will mix with Baekhyang Xianzong in the future. Thinking of this, Su Fan glanced at Shen Jing, then smiled and nodded. Devours, then we are fellow disciples. I hope you can help me a lot on the future. Shen Jing took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. You are a casual cultivator who has just entered the sect, but you actually call me junior sister. Who gave you such a big face? Devours, then let's go back to the sect now. Shen Fang next to him didn't dare to speak all the time. He knew his sister too well. She was obviously on the verge of anger, so he could only pretend to be a dog next to her. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Su Fan entered the sect. Shen Fang, who was drinking tea, almost spit out the spiritual tea in his mouth when he heard the conditions proposed by Su Fan just now. A casual cultivator actually dared to propose such an excessive condition to the immortal sect. This imagination is not ordinary rich. What surprised him the most was that the high level of Baekhyang immortal sect was not angry, but actually agreed to the condition. Shen Fang couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration in his heart. Big brother, you are so awesome. Big brother, that's great. From now on, we will be fellow disciples. Su Fan rolled his eyes at him and said, you are disrespectful. Call me uncle when you see me in the future. After he finished speaking, he smiled at Shen Jing and said, junior sister, let's go. Shen Jing took a deep breath, ignored Su Fan and Shen Fang, stood up from the ground and walked out. Su Fan and Shen Fang smiled at each other, got up from the ground and left the house. The two came outside, and before Shen Fang could react, he was picked up by his sister, and then used the space transfer spell to disappear on the spot. Su Fan smiled. Of course, he could see that Shen Jing was unhappy. Probably because she was irritated by him. This woman's face has been drooping since Su Fan agreed to join Baekhyang Xianzong. Swish! A crack appeared in the air, and Su Fan appeared outside the mountain gate of Baekhyang Xianzong. Shen Jing and Shen Fang were already waiting here. At this moment, Shen Jing had a blank expression on his face, and was no longer as polite as when he first met him. Shen Fang was quite excited. Seeing that his sister looked unhappy, he secretly gave Su Fan a thumbs up. Let's go in, Shen Jing said, driving the magic weapon and flew into the mountain gate. Su Fan followed the siblings into the mountain gate of Baekhyang Xianzong. He thought that the mountain gate would be damaged after a disaster. But along the way, Su Fan did not see any dilapidated places. Of course, the concentration of spiritual energy in the mountain gate was obviously not good, and it was not even as rich as the spiritual energy in Zishan market. Moreover, the entire sect seemed extremely deserted, especially there were few low-level cultivators. It seemed that the Baekhyang immortal sect had not yet recruited disciples. Su Fan followed Shen Jing to the outside of a valley deep in the mountain gate. She asked the two to wait outside. After a while, Shen Jing came out of the valley. Master is waiting for you inside, you go in, Shen Jing said and took Shen Fang away, leaving him alone here. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Su Fan smiled and walked straight into the valley. As soon as he entered the valley, he saw a vast fog. He walked up and bowed respectfully. Junior Fan Su pays homage to the immortal master, come in. As a gentle voice came, the fog in front of him slowly dissipated, and a passage appeared. Su Fan walked into the passage and saw a dense bamboo forest inside. There were several bamboos with lush branches and leaves, and small pale yellow flowers. A gentle breeze and a strong aroma cast a shadow over an ancient pavilion with 4 corners and flying eaves, which was supported by 8 red-painted pillars. On the pavilion, there was a stone table and several stone benches. 2 old men were sitting opposite each other in the pavilion, chatting and laughing. Seeing that the 2 were both incarnation monks, Su Fan hurried over and bowed respectfully. Junior Fan Su, I pay my respects to the 2 immortals. One of the old men nodded at him and said, come and sit down. Su Fan hurried over and stood respectfully outside the pavilion. It was not until this moment that he could see the appearance of the 2 immortals. The old man on the left side of the pavilion was slender, with white hair and a childlike face. He wore a wide dark green Taoist robe and looked like an immortal. The other one was plump and had a thin face. His 5 long beards fluttered slightly, and his long white hair was tied up with a Taoist crown and spread out behind his head. Su Fan felt 2 pairs of eyes sweeping over him, as if they had seen him thoroughly. Your soul is solid and your body is not bad. You must be a physical cultivator, eh? There is a trace of the breath of the demon sect. You are full of murderous aura. After hearing what the 2 old guys said, Su Fan felt a chill on the back of his head. But he had expected such a situation and didn't want to hide it at all. Anyway, in front of the immortal master Hua Shen, his little background could not escape the eyes of these old guys. You are not from Cultivation, the skinny old man on the left asked with a smile. Reporting to the 2 immortal masters. I am from the King Star region. I accidentally entered the crack of the virtual world and ended up in Cultivation. Su Fan didn't want to hide anything, so he simply told his origins. The skinny old man smiled after listening, and then looked at the immortal master next to him. King Star region. Brother Xiaohua, have you heard of that place? Xiaohua Immortal Venerable shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Fan with a half smile and asked in confusion. You are obviously a demon cultivator. Why are you practicing the fundamental law of the immortal sect? Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, Your Excellency, this is a long story. I was born as a casual cultivator. Xiaohua Immortal Venerable laughed and didn't dwell on it. He waved his hand at Su Fan and said, Go ahead and complete the entry procedures first. Xiaohua Immortal Venerable glanced at Su Fan's departing back, then frowned. Brother Xianjin, do you think this kid is okay? After hearing what Xiaohua Immortal Venerable said, Xianjin Immortal Venerable laughed. This kid is cultivating the fundamental law of the immortal sect. How come it doesn't work? Xiaohua Immortal Venerable nodded and said, Okay, you have the final say, Brother Xiaohua. This kid is quite powerful. At least in our Cultivation, there are probably few people of the same level who can be stronger than him. With the current situation of the sect, where can we find such a disciple for a while? Of course I know, but I always feel that this kid is too murderous. What if he can't stop and pokes the sky again in the future? It's better to be more murderous. When the sect goes to a place like the Loin Mountains, can the disciples in the sect be relied on? If we can't suppress those casual cultivators, do we have to ask those guys for help? Su Fan came out of the valley and frowned immediately. He was not familiar with the Beqiang Immortal sect at all. He didn't know where to go to handle the entry procedures. The mountain gate of the Beqiang Immortal sect was cold and deserted, and he couldn't find anyone to ask. Just when Su Fan was at a loss, he saw a ray of light whistling from a distance. A middle-aged Yuanying realm cultivator came to him and bowed his hand. Is this junior brother Fan Su? I am He Fei from the sect's main hall. I just received the decree from Uncle Xianjin. I am sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Su Fan hurriedly bowed his hand and said with a smile, Sorry to bother you, senior brother, junior brother, let's go. After He Fei finished speaking, he took Su Fan all the way to the main peak of the mountain gate. Only here did he see some signs of dilapidation. The top of a majestic mountain was empty, as if a large area had been artificially flattened. There were only a few newly built palace buildings, which looked very abrupt. The dense jungle on the mountain was full of towering ancient trees that were dozens or hundreds of feet high, but the bark of many trees was already mottled. Some trees even had branches and leaves that were all dry and drooped down and entangled with each other, like dark clouds floating in the air. Baekjeongsanjeong was not so bad. After all, the area inside the mountain gate was vast and the personnel were scattered everywhere. Except for the loss of a large number of low-level disciples. Most of the Yuanying disciples and the old monsters in the sect survived. It is said that Baekjeongsanjeong was miserable. The whole city was completely destroyed. Except for a few people, the millions of cultivators in the city were almost turned into ashes and became the sacrifices of several evil old monsters. Su Fan followed Yifei into hall. It was empty and extremely simple. There were several Yuanying cultivators sitting in front of the counter at the end of the hall. The aura of one of the old men was as deep as the sea, which surprised him. It turned out to be an old monster. Baekjeongsanjeong experienced this disaster, and the low-level disciples in the sect were almost lost. Now not only the Yuanying disciples, but even the immortal masters of the sect have been requisitioned, and they are actually on duty in this temporary sect hall. Baekjeongsanjeong is miserable enough. Yifei led Su Fan and walked over to pay a great tribute to that person. Disciple greets Uncle Rufan. Immortal Rufang frowned when he saw Su Fan, then glanced at Yifei. Who is this kid? Why did you bring him here? He saw through Su Fan's background at a glance, and his eyes became sharp. This is junior brother Fan Su, who was just recruited by the sect. I brought him here to handle the admission procedures. After hearing what Yifei said, Immortal Rufang's face turned cold, and Su Fan felt a huge breath pressing down on him. Uncle, junior brother Fan Su was personally summoned into the sect by Uncle Xianjun. After hearing what Yifei said, Immortal Rufang restrained his momentum and looked at Su Fan coldly. Nonsense. After he said that, he glared at Yifei fiercely, then stood up and left. Su Fan didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the old guy walked out of the sect hall. At such a close distance, bearing the momentum released by the old monster of the transformation of the spirit, the pressure was not ordinary. Su Fan regretted a little, and felt that joining the Baekjeong Immortal sect was a bit too hasty. Don't worry, junior brother. Senior Uncle Rufang is a bit upright, but he takes good care of the disciples in the sect. Su Fan smiled and said nothing. What else could he say? Next, Yifei helped Su Fan to complete the entry procedures. Baekjeongsanjeong had just suffered a disaster, and many ritual things were not available. Anyway, everything was kept simple. First, he went through the heart mirror, then left his blood to make a soul lamp, got an identity J talisman, and a 1,000-square ring. However, when several Yuanying disciples in the sect hall heard that Su Fan became an elite disciple after entering, they were all shocked. They all cast their eyes on Su Fan, wanting to see what this guy was. Su Fan didn't think anything of it, but just pretended not to see it. He knew in his heart that the news that he became an elite disciple would probably spread throughout the Baekjeongsanjeong soon. After Su Fan completed the entry procedures, he and Yifei left the sect hall. Yifei took Su Fan to the depths of the mountain gate and then entered a cave. Junior brother, the sect will have to relocate in a few months at the latest. You will stay here for the time being. Su Fan thanked Yifei and sent him out of the cave. This cave is a small valley. It is probably the cave of a sect disciple who died in this disaster. The environment in the cave is good, but the concentration of spiritual energy is not very good. Su Fan didn't care. Anyway, he would only live there for a few months at most, and he usually stayed in the portable secret realm. He didn't have the heart to wander around in the cave now, but went directly into the portable secret realm. Master, you are back. Seeing Su Fan coming back, Sister Zhen floated over excitedly and hugged his arm intimately. The air next to him also fluctuated, and a huge figure appeared from the air, rubbing its big head against Su Fan's shoulder. Well, make a few more dishes today. I want to drink something in the evening, Sister Zhen hurriedly said after hearing this. Master, what day is today? From today on, your master is an elite disciple of the super immortal sect. Chapter 680 No one owes anyone anything. In the following days, Su Fan stayed in his own secret realm every day. Anyway, since he joined the Baekjeongsanjeong, he had never shown his face. What he didn't know was that his name had spread throughout the entire sect. The fact that Su Fan became an elite disciple as soon as he entered the sect caused an uproar in the Baekjeongsanjeong. The Baekjeongsanjeong had never encountered such a thing since it opened its mountain gate, so the disciples in the sect were quite dissatisfied. It is not so easy to become an elite disciple of the Baekjeongsanjeong. Every elite disciple in the sect needs to be selected from countless talented disciples, and the effort is absolutely unimaginable. But why can he, a casual cultivator who has just joined the sect, become an elite disciple directly? Although many disciples in the sect were very dissatisfied, and some even formed a group to appeal to the high-level leaders in the sect high-level leaders never gave a satisfactory explanation to everyone. Some people still wanted to find Su Fan to argue, but fortunately He received a decree from the sect high-level leaders, strictly prohibiting the disciples in the sect from harassing him. So until now, no one knows where Su Fan's cave is, which saves him a lot of trouble. In addition, Baekhyang Xianzong has just suffered a great disaster, and the sect is about to migrate to the Loin Mountains. Now all the disciples in the sect are busy with a migration, and no one can make a fuss at this time. Su Fan has no idea what happened in the sect usually, only Shen Feng and Wei Tao occasionally sent a few messages, but they were afraid that Su Fan would think too much, so they didn't tell him about these things. In fact, Su Fan had expected this situation a long time ago, and he didn't care at all. After learning the information from Shen Feng and Wei Tao, he finally understood the reason why Baekhyang Xianzong recruited him. After all, a place like the Loin Mountains is in chaos, and it is not easy to gain a foothold there. In the immortal sect plane like Chixishan, even if the major immortal sects and cultivation families fight openly and secretly, they will not tear their faces in person. But only in the Loin Mountains, the situation is very complicated. It has become a gathering place for scattered cultivators. Countless high-level bosses among scattered cultivators occupy the mountain and become the kings. It is the most chaotic place in the whole Chixishan. Although the scattered cultivators fight endlessly, once they face the immortal sect, they will naturally unite together and form a scattered cultivator alliance to fight against the immortal sect. After countless years of development, the Loin Mountain range has become a climate now. Even the 10 super immortal sects in Chixishan dare not act rashly. In fact, if the major immortal sects organize their forces, it is not difficult to wipe out the scattered cultivators there. But it is impossible to completely solve all the high-level bosses of the scattered cultivators in the Loin Mountain range. If these high-level monsters among the scattered cultivators escape, Chixishan will never be able to stop in the future. Most of these people have no ties. If they are targeted by them, even the super immortal sects can't bear it. This time, the 10 super immortal sects in Chixishan united and took advantage of the opportunity of the Baekhyang immortal sect suffering a great disaster to forcibly place the Baekhyang immortal sect in the Loin Mountain range, which will definitely cause dissatisfaction among those scattered cultivators. Although Baekhyang Xianzong has no shortage of high-level old monsters such as Huishan and Liangsu, the middle-level Yuanying and Jinden disciples are not enough. Baekhyang Xianzong is an auxiliary force for Chixishan's external conquests because it focuses on formations. Most of the disciples in the sect are nerdy formation practitioners. How can their individual combat capabilities compare with those of the casual cultivators? If Baekhyang Xianzong migrates to the Loin Mountains, the casual cultivator alliance will definitely continue to cause trouble. If there are not many capable fighters in the sect, they will be bullied to death. Although the 10 super sects of Chixishan have made a promise that each sect will send elite disciples to the Loin Mountains to protect Baekhyang Xianzong. But that is not a long-term solution after all. It is impossible to let the disciples of the 10 super sects stay in Baekhyang Xianzong. Even if the 10 super sects agree, Baekhyang Xianzong will not do it. What is the matter with a large number of disciples from other sects stationed in the sphere of influence of their own sect? If this continues, Baekhyang Xianzong will inevitably become a puppet of the 10 super sects. Moreover, there are not only casual cultivators in the Loin Mountains, but also many evil cultivators. On the surface, casual cultivators at least abide by some rules, but evil cultivators are different. Especially the evil cultivators in Chixishan, who are so bold that there is nothing they dare not do. In order to achieve their goals, they even do not hesitate to expose the sky. Through what happened in Baekhyang Xianzong this time, Su Fan has reason to believe that there are many evil cultivators hidden in the casual cultivator alliance and even in various immortal sects. After figuring out these things, Su Fan also understood his position in the sect in the future, which is nothing more than making him a thug. In his opinion, this is not bad, just treat it as a deal. Each takes what he needs, and no one owes anyone anything. In the early morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage to practice the Hunhuiki's henging. After 9 turns of merit, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. At this time, Sister Zhen just floated in from outside, and when she saw that Su Fan had finished practicing, she came over. Master, breakfast is ready. I'll bring it in for you. Or should we eat outside? Let's eat outside. Su Fan got up from the ground after saying that, then walked out of the thatched cottage and sat down at the dining table in the yard outside. At this moment, Sister Zhen had already placed breakfast on the dining table. In the large pile of steamers were her steamed meat buns, custard buns and red bean paste buns. On the dining table were more than a dozen wash-basin-sized scallion pancakes, which were baked crispy and tasted sweet. In addition to the staple food, there were cold okra, spicy chicken shreds and smashed cucumbers on the table, as well as several pickles, kimchi and chopped stewed food. There was also a large pot of pumpkin, mung bean and quick seed porridge on the ground next to it. Don't be surprised. Since breaking through the 6th level of the heavenly demon Saint Body Art and swallowing the blood and ki of the outer domain combined demon, Su Fan's appetite has increased again. Just this breakfast is enough for an ordinary cultivator to eat for a month. Moreover, whether it is the staple food or the side dishes, all the ingredients are expensive and rare spiritual materials. Anyway, this breakfast alone is worth a lot of spiritual stones. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, Su Fan's appetite was suddenly aroused. He just picked up a steaming meat bun, and the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan frowned and put the bun back, then took off the communication array disc from his waist and found that it was a message from Shen Fang. Brother, what are you doing? This guy, he's restless early in the morning. If you have something to say, just say it, if not, get out. Where's your cave? I'll go find you. Su Fan really didn't want this guy to come, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it, and finally told him the location of his cave. He asked Sister Zhen to move the dining table and breakfast to the cave outside, and then sat down and ate by himself. After a while, Shen Fang came over. Not only him, but Wei Tao also came. Have you eaten in the morning? How about we eat together? After hearing Su Fan's words, before Wei Tao could say anything, Shen Fang had already sat down at the dining table, grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Looking at Shen Fang who was eating voraciously, what else could Su Fan say? Old Wei, let's eat together. Wei Tao didn't dare to be as casual as Shen Fang. This time, his attitude became much more respectful and reserved when he saw Su Fan. There are many rules in the immortal sect. If ordinary disciples meet elite disciples, they have to pay homage. Greetings to senior brother Su Fan. Wei Tao was about to salute, but was stopped by Su Fan. Old Wei, we are friends in need. Why are there so many troubles? Su Fan pulled Wei Tao's arm and pressed him to the dining table. Let's eat. After he said that, he picked up the bowl and served a bowl of pumpkin, mung bean and barley porridge for each of them. Brother, who else? Shen Fang asked when he saw so many breakfasts on Su Fan's table. No more, just me. After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Fang and Wei Tao were both confused. So many breakfasts, including steamed buns and pancakes, and a big pot of pumpkin, mung bean and barley porridge, are enough for them to eat for more than half a month. Brother, can you eat so much by yourself? Don't be surprised, I am a physical cultivator, and my appetite has always been so big. Then, Shen Fang and Wei Tao finally saw Su Fan's appetite and watched him eat all the breakfast. After breakfast, Su Fan brewed another pot of spiritual tea, and the three of them sat in the courtyard of the cave, sipping tea leisurely. Su Fan took a sip of the spiritual tea and asked, the sect has been very busy recently, have you heard when the migration will be? After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Fang put down the teacup. Of course it's not busy, Uncle Wei and I just came back from the Loyan Mountains. After hearing this guy's words, Su Fan immediately became energetic. I heard that the Loyan mountain range is quite chaotic. What do you think of it? Shen Fang shook his head and said. How would we know? Now there are many disciples from the top 10 super immortal sects. Wei Tao took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. Now the top leaders of the top 10 super sects have reached a compromise with a loose cultivator alliance. The location of the mountain gate has been determined. Many uncles, masters, and ancestors have rushed over and are setting up the sect's defense formation. After he finished speaking, he took another sip of spiritual tea and said, in 2 months at the latest, the sect will start to migrate. After listening to the two people's words, Su Fan had a rough idea in his mind. Did the sect recruit disciples during this period? It has been recruited a long time ago. In fact, most of them are children from nearby families. The personnel have been determined internally, so it doesn't take much effort at all. After listening to Shen Fang's words, Su Fan frowned immediately. Are all the newly recruited disciples of the sect from the nearby cultivation families? Wei Tao heard this and said quickly, not entirely. I heard that the sect recruited quite a few people from the independent cultivators, all of whom are well-known figures near Biqiang Xianzong. Su Fan was relieved. Biqiang Xianzong couldn't let him rush to the front alone to fight and kill. At least some cannon fodder should be prepared. Brother, you don't know until you go there. Those people from the top 10 super sects are so arrogant that they look down on us. After hearing what Shen Fang said, Wei Tao also smiled bitterly. The disciples of the 10 super sects have always been like this in Chixishan. How can they take us seriously? Su Fan thought for a while and asked, did you go there and see the people from the Loose Cultivator Alliance? Wei Tao shook his head and said, that's not the case. When we went there, the 10 super sects sent a large number of disciples to confront the people from the Loose Cultivator Alliance and didn't let us go at all. Shen Fang snorted coldly and said, brother, when you go there, you must let these guys know how powerful you are. Aren't you a sword cultivator? Then you can fight them. After hearing what Su Fan said, Shen Fang immediately looked bitter. I'm just a giant in realm? How can I beat those Yuanying realms? Su Fan listened and glared at him fiercely. Then you can't be more careful. If someone else was born in your Shen family, he would have broken through the nascent soul realm long ago. I have already cultivated to the great perfection of the golden collar. I have been waiting for the opportunity to break through. Wei Tao next to him sighed and said, the fighting power of our Biqiang Xianzong disciples is indeed not comparable to that of the disciples of the 10 super Xianzongs. At that time, I will have to rely on you, senior brother. Su Fan just smiled and said nothing. It seems that when he goes to the Loyan mountain range in the future, he will not only have to fight with the people of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, but also have to deal with the disciples of the 10 super Xianzongs. Su Fan sighed. If he only fought with the people of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, it would be fine. He was afraid that the people of the 10 super Xianzongs would meddle in it. No matter what, let it be. If these guys dare to show off to him, I don't care who you are, I will beat you to death. This is really not Su Fan bragging. Since Su Fan broke through the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body Art, and swallowed the key and blood of the foreign combined demon, he could not find an opponent below the realm of transformation. Not to mention the nascent soul cultivators, even the old monsters in the early stage of transformation would have to kneel down if they were attacked by him. Shen Fang and Wei Tao stayed until noon before leaving. Su Fan returned to the portable secret realm, sat cross-legged in front of the thatched cottage, and began to practice the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body Art. Now he spends most of his time every day practicing the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body Art. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. Before the Biqiang Xianzong migrates to the Loyan Mountains, he will definitely not be able to practice to perfection. However, with his current strength, it is enough to deal with some nascent soul cultivators. As for those casual cultivators in the Loyan Mountains, Su Fan did not take them seriously at all. Now he is not fighting alone. Behind him stands the Biqiang Xianzong, which has no shortage of cultivators in the realm of transformation, the realm of refining emptiness, and even the great power of combination. Anyway, he has someone to back him up, and those high-ranking masters among the casual cultivators always have to take their status into consideration, and they will definitely not bully the weak. Su Fan practiced the 6th level of Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art all day, and he didn't stop until midnight. He stood up from the ground and returned to the thatched cottage. He took the teacup handed over by Sister Zhen and took a sip. Su Fan thought for a while and took out the communication array of Demon House from the ring. He activated the array with Wang Zheng's blood and found that someone had sent him several messages during this period. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681, Biqiang Xianzong is ready to fight. Brother, are you okay? Luckily I was with my master in the sect at that time. I almost died. If you survived, please reply a message. Seeing the several messages on the communication array, Su Fan couldn't help but smile. This guy is really lucky, he actually survived this disaster. I don't know who this fellow is. Although they both use the trading platform of Demon House, they both know that the other party is not an evil cultivator. Anyway, the two of them are quite predestined. Su Fan thought about it, and then sent a message to the other party. I'm fine. After a while, the other party replied to the message. You're okay, so good. I was outside the city at that time, and I survived by chance. I still want to meet you, but unfortunately the sect is about to move. I guess there is no chance to meet. What are you thinking? How can I meet you? Forget about meeting. Anyway, we can still contact here. By the way, our Bikyong Xianzong is recruiting disciples. Are you interested? I have no interest at all. I am already a disciple of Bikyong Xianzong. Okay. When you see me in the future, you have to call me senior brother. Hasn't your Bikyong Xianzong recruited new disciples? It's okay. If you are interested, I can help you get an opportunity. I am an elite disciple now, and I need you. Forget it. I am used to being idle, so I won't join the fun. That's a pity. I think your fighting ability should be good. The sect is preparing to recruit some fighting disciples this time. As long as you don't have an evil cultivation background, you can directly enter the sect after passing the assessment, and the disciples past will not be counted. Bikyong Xianzong is going all out. As long as you have strong fighting ability and no evil cultivation background, you can directly join the sect. It seems that this time you have been completely hurt. In addition, the mountain gate will soon move to the Loyan mountain range and begin to beckon the strong hands among the casual cultivators. Thank you. If I have information in the future, I will definitely trade with you first. That's great. Don't worry, my price will definitely be fair. The two exchanged a few more words, and then cut off the communication array. Su Fan put away the communication array and couldn't help but smile. Although the two had never met, they didn't know why they had an inexplicable trust in each other. Of course, for Su Fan, this trust was limited to the trading platform in the Demon House. If he met the other party, that would be another matter. Moreover, Su Fan never wanted to meet this guy. He thought it was better for the two to maintain this kind of relationship. A few days later, Su Fan was practicing the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint body art in the portable secret realm. The communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Hefei in the sect hall. Senior brother Fan Su, come to the sect hall immediately to meet up. Su Fan frowned, put away the communication array disc, and then stood up from the ground and left the portable secret realm. He drove the magic weapon to the transmission hall of the sect's main peak, and saw Hefei waiting for him at the door. Senior brother, please let me come. Su Fan followed Hefei into the sect hall, walked straight through the hall, and came to a hall at the back. This is the newly built teleportation hall of the sect. Dozens of Yuanying disciples, wearing Bikyong Xianzong's standard robes, have gathered here. Hefei led Su Fan to a Yuanying late-stage cultivator. This man was over 40 years old, wearing a dark blue robe, with bright eyes and a serious face. He had a short green beard under his chin, which added a sense of maturity and stability to him. Hefei bowed his hand to the other party. Brother Life, this is Brother Fan Su. After listening to Hefei's introduction, Brother Life glanced at Su Fan with a scrutinizing look, and then nodded at him. Okay, everyone is here, let's go. Hefei came to Su Fan's side and carefully gave him some instructions. Brother Life is also an elite disciple in the sect. Now he is in charge of the sect's law enforcement hall. Brother, you are now one of the deacons of the law enforcement hall. Su Fan frowned when he heard it. To be honest, he didn't want to hang out in the sect's law enforcement hall. That place looked glamorous, but there were too many troubles. But since he had already joined the Bikyong Xianzong and became an elite disciple, he couldn't be picky. Okay, it's just a thug, and he's the best at it. These days, I've troubled you, junior brother, Su Fan said, bowed to Hefei, and then stepped into the teleportation array. When he stepped into the teleportation hall, he found that he was surrounded by people, and everyone was looking at him curiously. Maybe they knew Su Fan's identity, and the hearts of these disciples were burning with gossip. Maybe it was because senior brother Li Feng was a serious person. Dozens of Bikyong Xianzong disciples were very reserved, and they didn't even whisper to each other. Buzz! At this time, with a buzzing sound, the teleportation array under Su Fan's feet emitted a dazzling light. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in a hall. Su Fan walked out of the teleportation hall with dozens of fellow disciples and came to a huge square outside. The rich spiritual energy that hid him made him shudder. It must be said that the spiritual vein resources of the mountain gate chosen by Baekhyun Xianzong are definitely not worse than the original place, and even better. This square was built by flattening a piece of mountain and leaning against a mountain, and it was obviously just built. Even the pieces of Kingang stone under your feet are brand new, smooth and transparent, and can reflect people's shadows. Su Fan followed senior brother Lifeng out of the square and walked up the mountain along a newly built winding mountain path. After crossing the mountain, the view suddenly became clear. In the distance, there was a mountain that was thousands of feet high and pierced the sky. It was shaped like a giant sword, piercing the sky. Several steep peaks surrounded the sword-like main peak, forming a trend of many stars surrounding the moon. Looking into the distance, there are hundreds of large and small peaks, green as freshly washed, and the surrounding dark blue as deep in light, all covered with smoke and purple mist, just like a fairyland. Although senior brother Lifeng was very serious, he couldn't help getting excited at this moment. He pointed to the sword-like mountain in the distance and said excitedly, "Look, that's the main peak of the sect, Qinghuan Peak." Dozens of disciples in the sect also had a passionate expression. The sect had just suffered a great disaster. And the disciples in the sect were extremely depressed during this period. Now that everyone has come to the new mountain gate, the haze that has been weighing on their hearts for days has suddenly disappeared. Senior brother Lifeng also chatted with everyone, and the atmosphere became warm. Of course, Su Fan was the only exception. Compared with these disciples who were cultivated by the Baekhyun Xianzong since childhood, he had no sense of belonging to the sect, and he could not empathize with them at all. Su Fan was just a worker, and he had no idea of communicating with these so-called fellow disciples. And senior brother Lifeng obviously didn't like him very much, so he didn't go over to make trouble, but stood aside to appreciate the surrounding scenery. "Let's go." Senior brother Lifeng was obviously in a good mood. He waved his hand excitedly and called everyone to fly to the main peak. Su Fan followed senior brother Lifeng and others, driving the magic weapon to the Qinghuan Peak and landed on the square in front of a palace. He landed on the ground, put away the flying magic weapon, and then began to look at the surrounding environment. At the end of the square is a magnificent palace complex that stretches for several miles, with green tiles and flying eaves, towering pavilions, green pines brushing the eaves, and jade railings around the walls, showing a majestic atmosphere. The infrastructure capabilities of the world of cultivation are very amazing. Whether it is building bridges and roads or building pavilions, even if the amount of work is large, with the help of various auxiliary puppets, it is not a big deal. The construction of the mountain gate of the Baekhyun Immortal Sect is the most difficult system engineering, except for the arrangement of the sect defense formation. Other infrastructure projects have been completed long ago. Su Fan followed everyone into the main hall. A black Taoist plaque hung on the top of the hall door, and the main hall was supported by many green giant pillars. Each pillar was engraved with a circling and lifelike green dragon, which was extremely spectacular. This is the worship hall, in the middle of which is a majestic and dignified statue of the Taoist ancestor. The gilded statue, more than 10 feet high, looks directly down, lifelike, and makes people feel awe and worship. Around it are statues of many Taoist sages of different sizes and shapes, but Su Fan doesn't know any of them. Senior brother Lifeng, with a solemn face, led everyone to worship the Taoist ancestor, then crossed the worship hall and came to the sect affairs hall at the back. At this time, several Yuanying disciples in the sect had already been waiting here. When they saw senior brother Lifeng, they hurriedly came over to greet him respectfully. "Greetings, senior brother Lifeng." Senior brother Lifeng glanced at the few people, then waved his hand slightly. "Okay, lead the way." Several Yuanying disciples did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly led everyone out of the sect affairs hall and came to the law enforcement hall not far away. The law enforcement hall was not big, with only a hall and several courtyards at the back. Su Fan and the others came to the main hall of the law enforcement hall, where more than 100 disciples of the sect's law enforcement hall had gathered. Senior brother Lifeng came to the top of the hall, and the Yuanying disciples who greeted him stood behind him. He glanced at the people in the hall with a solemn face, and then began to lecture. Su Fan stood in an inconspicuous place behind the crowd, closed his eyes and listened to senior brother Lifeng's lecture. Senior brother Lifeng didn't say much, and stopped after less than a moment. Junior brother Fan Su, come to the front. Hearing senior brother Lifeng calling his name, Su Fan couldn't help but be stunned, but still stepped through the crowd and came to the front of everyone. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is junior brother Famsu, who has just joined the sect, and will be one of the deacons of our law enforcement hall in the future. After listening to senior brother Li Feng's introduction, everyone in the hall was stunned. During this period of time, the name Famsu had already spread throughout the entire Bikiang Xianzong, but it was only heard of but not seen. Immediately afterwards, the main hall of the law enforcement hall was buzzing. Fuck. He is Famsu. I finally see him in person. This is the guy who became an elite disciple as soon as he joined the sect. I heard that this guy is so powerful that he killed the skeleton supreme alone like it was a piece of cake. Don't listen to their bragging. The sword cultivators of the super sword sect don't dare to say that. This guy is only in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Why is he an elite disciple just after entering the sect? This is only in the immortal sect, where fellow disciples will not easily tear each other apart. Especially in the immortal sect of Bikiang, which focuses on the art of formation. Most of the disciples in the sect are nerds, and even if there are conflicts between them, they are still reasonable. If this happened in the demon sect, they would have been beaten up long ago. Seeing the people in the law enforcement hall whispering to each other, senior brother Lifen's face suddenly darkened. Shut up. After he said that, he glanced at Su Fan and then smiled. Junior brother Famsu, you just joined the law enforcement hall. Say a few words to everyone. Su Fan sneered to himself and then bowed to the other party. I just joined the sect and am not familiar with the affairs of the sect. I will need senior brother Lifen's help in the future. Senior brother Lifen smiled and waved to the people in the hall. You can go down and rest. Gather in the hall early tomorrow morning. Hearing his words, all the disciples in the hall bowed and left the law enforcement hall one after another. Junior brother Famsu, please stay. Su Fan was about to leave with everyone, but he was stopped by senior brother Lifen. He stopped and turned around to see that the other deacons of the law enforcement hall had not left. Junior brother Famsu, the sect has just recruited a group of independent cultivators. Let's go and meet them together. After hearing what senior brother Lifen said, Su Fan immediately understood what he meant. It seems that these independent cultivators who have just joined the sect will definitely be under his care in the future. In fact, senior brother Lifen is not targeting him specifically. Those deacons from the Bikiang Xianzong can't take care of those independent cultivators. As long as the independent cultivators who can break through to the nascent soul realm are not simple. If the bookworms of Bikiang Xianzong were to deal with these casual cultivators, they would be played around by those old hands. Well, after all, he was an elite disciple, and he was also one of the deacons of the law enforcement hall. Except for him, no one else could tame these casual cultivators. Su Fan nodded, and then followed senior brother Lifen out of the law enforcement hall. As soon as a few people walked out of the hall, senior brother Lifen suddenly stopped and turned to look at Su Fan. Senior brother Famsu, I have something to say hello to you first. Senior brother, please go on. Junior brother, as a deacon of the law enforcement hall, I can't be without people under my command. These newly initiated casual cultivators will be assigned to junior brother in the future. Su Fan laughed and said, I'll listen to you. Seeing that Su Fan agreed so straightforwardly, senior brother Lifen was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally got rid of these hot potatoes. He was still afraid that Su Fan would not agree. The sect was also trying all sorts of methods to recruit capable independent cultivators, and even reached the point of being desperate. Senior brother Lifen certainly knew what kind of people those independent cultivators were, but he knew the sect's current situation and understood the difficulties of the sect's top leaders. Don't worry, if anyone disobeys my management, just come to me. Seeing that Su Fan agreed so readily, senior brother Lifen felt a little reluctant. After all, he could turn a blind eye to those old hands by handing them over to Su Fan, but this junior brother would definitely not have an easy life in the future. So senior brother Lifen also made a promise to Su Fan, meaning that if those disciples who were independent cultivators made trouble in the future, he would support Su Fan. Chapter 682 Who of us is a physical practitioner? After listening to senior brother Lifen's words, Su Fan glanced at him. Although this guy has been ignoring him, he is a good person and not so unkind. In fact, for Su Fan, he would rather manage a group of casual cultivators than lead the group of nerds in Bikiang Xianzong. It must be said that casual cultivators are indeed difficult to manage, especially these casual cultivators in the nascent soul realm, most of whom are rolling meat. They can't be cooked or chewed, and they can't be chopped even if they are put on the chopping board. Of course, it depends on who is in charge. Thinking of this, Su Fan smiled and nodded, saying, "Then thank you, senior brother." Seeing Su Fan's attitude so upright, senior brother Lifeng's impression of him has changed a lot. Who said that casual cultivators are cunning, deceitful, and unruly? Junior brother Fan Su is not bad. Senior brother Lifeng patted Su Fan on the shoulder, and then talked to him earnestly all the way. The power of the law enforcement hall of Biqiang Xianzong is not small. As long as it is within the influence of the sect, it has the power to enforce the law. Not only that, if a sect disciple gets into trouble in other places, the law enforcement hall will also go to the scene of the accident to investigate. In the future, Su Fan will be mainly responsible for managing the area outside the mountain gate in the law enforcement hall, including the newly built Biqiang Immortal City, as well as the surrounding mines, spiritual grass gardens and other resource points of the sect. He had guessed about such an arrangement a long time ago. Biqiang Immortal Sect recruited these casual cultivators, isn't it just to let them be thugs? Su Fan followed senior brother Li Feng and others to leave the main peak and come to a valley outside the mountain gate. The casual cultivators recruited by the sect have been placed here these days. They entered the valley, and more than 100 Yuanying cultivators gathered here came out of their respective caves. Su Fan glanced at these guys and couldn't help but be surprised. They were all late Yuanying cultivators. Senior brother Li Feng came in front of everyone and preached to them. After he finished speaking, he turned around and pointed at Su Fan behind him. "This junior brother Fan Su is the steward of our law enforcement hall. He will be responsible for all matters outside the mountain gate in the future." Senior brother Li Feng finished speaking and said with a smile, "Junior brother, you can also say a few words." Su Fan nodded and walked in front of the crowd. Seeing that he was only in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, the group of casual cultivators below immediately frowned and couldn't help but look down on him. In the world of cultivation, strength is respected. How could they be convinced by letting a middle stage of the nascent soul manage more than 100 late stage nascent soul casual cultivators? So the faces of these casual cultivators were not very good, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Su Fan didn't mind the faces of these people at all. He smiled and glanced at everyone. "I have nothing to say. I have only one request for you. You have to do what I ask you to do. If you feel that you can't do it, leave now." After hearing his words, the group of casual cultivators below immediately refused to do it. Who is this idiot? He is too crazy. Not only those casual cultivators, but even senior brother Lifeng and several deacons of the law enforcement hall were shocked by Su Fan's words. This guy was too stupid. How could he say that right away? Wasn't he afraid of offending the public? These people below were not the immortal sect disciples in the sect. Even if they were dissatisfied, they would not confront you in person. These guys were a group of unruly casual cultivators. Once they started to make trouble, there was no way to end it. Senior brother Lifeng was about to walk over and say a few words to appease these people, but before he could take a step, Su Fan spoke again. "Everyone, talk about it. It's not too late to quit the sect now." As soon as he finished speaking, the casual cultivators below couldn't help it. "You want us to die, so we have to go too. What kind of broken rule is this? When did Biqiang Xianzong become a demon sect? We joined Biqiang Xianzong, not to die. You are a mid-stage nascent soul. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" At first, only a few brave people dared to speak, and then others followed suit, and later everyone shouted excitedly. This group of casual cultivators are very smart. In fact, they had already thought about it. No matter what, they had to make a fuss. Anyway, everyone made a fuss together and the law was not to blame. Then they were waiting for senior brother Lifeng to come out to smooth things over. If we were caught by this kid today, would everyone's life be easy in the future? Senior brother Lifeng couldn't help but sigh. He never thought that this junior brother Famsu looked quite steady, but he turned out to be a fool. "You said this when you first met. Aren't you just provoking anger? It seems that these casual cultivators will have to be managed by themselves in the future. Others may not be able to control them." Thinking of this, senior brother Lifeng was about to go over. Unexpectedly, Su Fan waved his hand to stop senior brother Li Feng, who wanted to speak, and then looked at the people below. Although the people below were making a lot of noise, he was still smiling. However, the casual cultivators below felt a chill from his smile, and many people who were more discerning had shut up. In the end, only a few people were still making noise, But when they saw that the people around them had quieted down, they also quickly shut up. Okay, whoever wants to quit can leave now, the Baekhyun immortal sect must be reasonable. As soon as he finished speaking, a casual cultivator shouted excitedly. This casual cultivator looked to be in his 50s, with a big beard on his face and a wild and fierce temperament. He was 2 meters tall, and his bronze muscle lines were like mountains. The robes on his body were tightly tied, giving people a terrifying sense of oppression. As soon as this casual cultivator saw his physique, he knew that he was a physical cultivator with a strong body. Su Fan glanced at the other party and smiled slightly. It's you. What's your name, fellow Taoist? After hearing Su Fan's words, the other party was obviously stunned for a moment, and then quickly reported his name. I'm Luo Hu. Su Fan nodded, and then looked at the others. How about this? If any fellow Taoist doesn't want to listen to my call, and doesn't want to leave the sect, it's not impossible. After he finished speaking, he frowned and looked at the people below with a cold look. Today, each of you counts as one. As long as you beat me, you can do whatever you want in the future. I will never assign you any tasks. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below boomed. There is actually such a good thing. Their eyes changed when they looked at Su Fan, and they began to be eager to try, and they all wanted to come up and fight. This kid is only a middle-stage nascent soul, and he doesn't look impressive at all. Any one of them can easily take him down. Senior brother Li Feng next to him wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. In fact, he was also quite dissatisfied with Su Fan's previous actions, and thought it would be good to let this guy suffer a little. After he suffers a great loss, I will come forward to appease the emotions of the casual cultivator. It can also be regarded as a lesson for this guy, so that he will be a man of his own in the future. Although some people say that he is very powerful, senior brother Li Feng does not take those rumors to heart. Those rumors are too far-fetched, just listen to them. He easily killed the skeleton supreme alone. Even the sword cultivators dare not brag so much. Although the fighting power of the disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong is not good, the casual cultivators around the sect are different. In order to obtain cultivation resources, almost all the casual cultivators of Chixishan have participated in the Star Domain battlefield, and some have even been there 2 or 3 times. Although they cannot get the inheritance of the system, the casual cultivators have very rich combat experience. Especially these casual cultivators today. They are carefully selected by the sect, and they are also famous near Baekhyun Xianzong. Who will come first? After hearing Su Fan's words, none of the casual cultivators dared to show up. Although they were eager to try, all the casual cultivators would rather see their friends die than let themselves go, so they just wanted to see what happened first. Seeing that no one was talking, Su Fan pointed at Luo Hu. Do you want to try it, fellow Taoist? You are not as cowardly as them, are you? Luo Hu was originally irritable, and being provoked by Su Fan, a surge of blood rushed to his head. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Su Fan's body flashed with lightning, and he disappeared from the spot, and his figure appeared in an open space in the distance. At this time, Luo Hu regretted a little. He shouldn't be the first one to stand out. But the words had been said, so he had to bite the bullet. Luo Hu moved and instantly came to the opposite side of Su Fan. Senior brother Li Feng waved his hand, and several deacons of the law enforcement hall also walked over and stood around the two. He had already made up his mind that no matter what, he would protect junior brother Fam Su today. Although this guy is a bit overconfident, he is an elite disciple appointed by the sect's high-level officials after all. If he loses too badly, it will be a slap in the face of the sect, not to mention the independent cultivators who joined the sect. They were so excited that they surrounded him. There were also many guys who were afraid of chaos in the world, hiding in the crowd and making loud noises. Anyway, they were not afraid of big trouble. La Luo, don't hold back, kill him. Luo Hu, beat him to death. La Luo. Let the disciples of the immortal sect see the strength of our independent cultivators, no matter life or death. Beat him hard. At this moment, Luo Hu also calmed down. He stared at Su Fan opposite him and turned a deaf ear to the noise of the guys around him. He has come to this day with many bumps along the way. He doesn't know how many crises he has encountered. He has been to the Star Domain battlefield twice. Although the guy opposite is only in the middle stage of the nascent soul, Luo Hu did not dare to take it lightly. He didn't rush to survive until today. At this time, Su Fan pointed at Luo Hu and said in a deep voice, "You go first." The many casual cultivators watching the battle were shocked. This guy is too arrogant. Who gave him the courage? Luo Hu is definitely famous in the sphere of influence of Biqiang Xianzong. He once made it to the battle record list in the Star Domain battlefield. Senior brother Lifeng and several deacons of the law enforcement hall were also confused. He was one realm lower than the other party, but he still said such arrogant words and gave him the opportunity to go first. Is this junior brother Famsu a little abnormal in his brain? If it were other disciples of the Xianzong, they would definitely refuse to do it after hearing Su Fam say so. After all, it was related to the face of the cultivators. Even if you won, people would feel that you won unfairly. But Luo Hu didn't care about those things. In the eyes of casual cultivators, there was only winning and losing, and nothing else mattered. Luo Hu bowed to Su Fan and said, Dao I will. Before he finished speaking, he threw out a top-grade attacking Taoist weapon that he had secretly sacrificed and shot it towards Su Fan. Then, Luo Hu roared, and his bronze muscles swelled instantly. His height and body increased by 30%, and he looked like an iron tower. Bang! He kicked the ground fiercely, and he disappeared from the spot, crashing into Su Fan on the opposite side like a cannonball. This guy looked reckless and irritable, but he was actually very cunning and vicious. Not only did he take advantage of his first move to launch a shameless sneak attack, but he also used his most powerful physical Taoist secret technique right away. If it were someone else, he would have been killed long ago after being tricked by Luo Hu. Unfortunately, the opponent he faced was Su Fan. If it was about playing tricks on people, who could compare to this old silver coin? Luo Hu's operations were all left over from his play. Seeing a black shadow whistling and shooting towards his face, Su Fan didn't even move his body. He raised his hand and grabbed Luo Hu's magic weapon in his hand. Fuck, am I blind? Bare hands. Bare hands, that's Lao Luo's top-grade Taoist weapon. Could this guy be a physical cultivator? Stupid, have you ever seen a physical cultivator grab someone else's top-grade Taoist weapon with bare hands? Seeing Su Fan grab Luo Hu's top-grade attacking Taoist weapon with his hand, the casual cultivators watching the battle around were suddenly in an uproar. This guy is simply not a human being. Even those demons in foreign lands who boast of their strong physical bodies dare not grab top-grade Taoist weapons with bare hands. When Luo Hu launched a sneak attack just now, senior brother Lifeng almost threw away the 6th level body protection fairy talisman in his hand. He stared with round eyes and opened his mouth in a daze at the scene in front of him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Luo Hu, who had already activated the secret art of physical cultivation, was even more confused. How can you play like this? Who of us is a physical cultivator? He grabbed my top-grade Taoist weapon with his bare hands, so what the hell is there to fight? But Luo Hu had already rushed in front of Su Fan. Even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't stop. He could only bite the bullet and rush forward. Su Fan threw the Taoist weapon in his hand aside and crashed into the opponent's huge body. Bang! With a loud bang, Luo Hu was knocked into the air and flew dozens of feet away before falling heavily to the ground. Puff! He spit out a mouthful of blood, and many bones all over his body were broken. But before Luo Hu could catch his breath, he felt that he was picked up by a big hand and thrown to the ground like a broken sack. Bang! Bang! Su Fan held Luo Hu's huge body and kept swinging him up and throwing him to the ground like playing whack-a-mole. The surrounding cultivators heard the dull thuds, which were like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts. Luo Hu had been smashed to pieces, but luckily he was a physical cultivator with a strong body. If it were someone else, he would have been smashed to pieces. Chapter 683. This guy might not even be human. Su Fan carried Luo Hu's huge body like a torn sack. He looked at the other's miserable state. This guy was breathing out more than breathing in, and his bones were almost broken. Su Fan threw Luo Hu to the ground, then took out a pill from the ring and stuffed it into his mouth. I wanted to tear you to pieces to show my authority, but I'm in a good mood today. You're lucky. Although Luo Hu had lost half of his life, he nodded hurriedly, with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He knew in his heart that the other party was holding back. In fact, even if he was killed in public, Biqiang Xianzong would not say anything. After all, they have not officially entered the sect. Seeing that the other party's attitude was not bad, Su Fan laughed. Well, you are sensible. This injury is okay. You will be fine after lying down for a month. Follow me in the future. Luo Hu was immediately excited when he heard it. He didn't expect that after being beaten up, he could still have such a good thing. He knew Su Fan's strength too well. His own fighting ability was also good, but compared with this gentleman, he was not even worthy of carrying shoes. Only after fighting with him would he understand how far the gap between him and the other party was. If he could follow such a big man in the future, he might really be able to make a name for himself. Su Fan stood up from the ground after he finished speaking. He didn't care what Luo Hu thought at all. Even if he was resentful, what could he do? If he dared to explode the thorns in the future, he would just kill him. The reason why Su Fan said that to Luo Hu was actually because he saw that this guy was sinister and cruel, and his strength was not bad, and he was practicing the body. If he could be used in the future, he would cultivate him, and if not, he would just let him go. To get along with this group of casual cultivators, you have to be simple and rough. Can you talk about life and ideals with them? In fact, Su Fan wanted to kill someone to establish his authority today, but he had a new goal, so he spared Luo Hu. At this moment, the many casual cultivators watching the battle around were silent. Su Fan walked in front of them again and looked at everyone with a smile. Who else? After hearing his words, all the casual cultivators below lowered their heads. What a joke, this guy might not be a human, fighting him would be courting death. Seeing that no one dared to attack again, Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at a person in the crowd. You, come out. The other person's eyes were obviously a little flustered, but he immediately calmed down and hurriedly walked out of the crowd. This was a casual cultivator in his 40s, with a neutral appearance, introverted eyes, a long beard, and quite a bit of immortal style. What's your name? After hearing Su Fan's words, the other person hurriedly smiled and bowed. I am Wang Tao. Su Fan looked at Wang Tao with a smile, and his eyes suddenly condensed. A majestic and terrifying aura suddenly spread from him, and even the air was rippling with circles of tide-like ripples. Boom! With Su Fan as the center, it was like an endless tsunami, roaring and rolling around. More than 100 casual cultivators in the valley felt dizzy, as if time and space had been reversed, and they felt that the whole world was pressing down, making them feel an incomparable terror. All the casual cultivators around secretly cried out that it was not good, and they all activated the soul secret method, or sacrificed the soul Taoist weapon, trying their best to fight against this soul storm. Even Brother Li Feng's head boomed, and he felt that his eyes were black, and he almost fainted. Wang Tao, who was in the middle of this soul storm, was even more miserable. He had no time to react, and was suppressed by the unspeakable pressure and could not move. Wang Tao couldn't stop shaking all over his body, and a boundless sense of fear rose in his heart. He wanted to escape quickly, but his body was completely bound. Boom! At this time, the world was boiling, and the wind and clouds changed color. An endless ray of light burst out, and the sound of Buddhist chanting was faintly heard. A huge golden Buddha appeared vaguely. Dead wood transformed into blood seal, then a boundless giant palm fell from the sky and smashed into Wang Tao. Ah! Wang Tao screamed miserably, and his body was under this terrifying giant palm, and the flesh and blood on his body seemed to be evaporated instantly. Only a corpse like a rotten wood was left, which turned into ashes piece by piece, and there was no body left. The dead could not die again, and even the nascent soul was annihilated. Su Fan's sudden attack shocked the surrounding casual cultivators. If Luo Hu was beaten so badly that he couldn't take care of himself just now, it would be reasonable. But Wang Tao didn't make a fuss. He stood quietly in the crowd and was killed by this guy, and even his body was not left. Senior Brother Li Feng and several deacons of the law enforcement hall were also dumbfounded. How could Su Fan explain to these newly recruited cultivators that he killed people for no reason? Ouch! Just when everyone was distracted, a shrill howl sounded. A dark smoke suddenly filled the place where Wang Tao had just been, boiling around. A huge demon shadow emerged from the violently rolling smoke. It floated in the air, with a bat-like black wing spread out to the side like a flag. Oh no, it's a foreign demon. Seeing the demon shadow emerging from the smoke, the cultivators around retreated, leaving only Su Fan standing there calmly. This demon had a huge sheep's head and a pair of bat wings covered with spikes on its back. Its body was covered with a layer of blue-black bone layer, and its trapezius muscles bulged tight in a triangular shape, which was extremely strong. On its raised sheep face, the triangular interlaced serrations in its bloody mouth could be vaguely seen, and the two ferocious claws below were as narrow and sharp as awls. The eyes were burning with floating ghost fire, and the pupils filled with black vortexes revealed a trace of terrible evil power. Su Fan stared at this foreign demon quietly, His deep eyes were calm. This kind of evil cultivator was extremely secretive, and the devil's soul was attached to his soul and slept, and even the gods could not detect it. Fortunately, he had killed this kind of evil cultivator with devil's soul before, otherwise he might have let Wang Tao get away with it. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and suddenly golden light shone behind him, and a Buddha dozens of feet tall rose up. Vajra demon-slaying handprint, a huge aura rushed straight into the sky, causing great turbulence in the area of hundreds of miles. The terrifying aura was overwhelming and rolled, making people feel a burst of fear. Boom, a loud sound like shaking the earth appeared out of thin air, and the whole world darkened. As the faint sound of Buddha came, a huge palm that covered the sky and the sun came down with a bang, smashing into the demon soul of the foreign demon in the demon smoke. Awoo, the double-winged demon soul in the demon smoke roared to the sky. The shrill howl resounded through the world, the sharp whistle shocked the sky, and tore the wind and clouds. The thick demon smoke was like a boiling pot, boiling violently, emitting a terrifying aura that made the void tremble. The demon's shadow also began to twist like a living thing, and the huge demon body expanded thousands of times in an instant, almost covering the sky. Boom, above the sky, the huge palm that covered the sky and the sun and the extremely huge demon soul collided fiercely. Suddenly, a terrifying and unparalleled loud noise broke out, and the boundless and terrifying momentum almost suppressed the entire world. The majestic momentum of destroying the world swept in all directions, and the surrounding scattered cultivators were blown away by the boundless and terrifying aura. At this moment, the eyes of those casual cultivators in the valley were full of grim colors. The terrifying momentum just now made everyone present feel an irresistible fear in their hearts, as if they were falling into the abyss. Senior brother Lifen laughed at himself. The strength of junior brother Famsu could no longer be described in words. Just now, he felt like an ant looking up at the sky. What is the origin of this Famsu? No wonder the senior leaders of the sect valued him so much and promoted him to an elite disciple. Just after entering the sect, at this time, the whole world was calm again. After the collision between the sky-covering hand and the huge demon soul, the boundless black demon smoke obviously dispersed a lot, but then condensed into a foreign demon with wings. Senior brother Lifen smiled bitterly. Fortunately, junior brother Famsu pulled out this evil cultivator. The Bikyong immortal sect will have a lot of fun. And the several uncles who selected this batch of casual cultivators to enter the sect must also bear some responsibility. If this evil cultivator is allowed to take root in the sect, and the foreign demon in his soul grows up completely, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause in the Bikyong immortal sect in the future. Anyway, no matter what, this demon soul must not be allowed to escape from here. If it finds a carrier to hide, it will not be so easy to find it again. Unfortunately, the strength of this demon soul is almost at the level of the God transformation realm, and all the people in the valley combined may not be able to keep it. Now we can only hope that junior brother Famsu can keep this demon soul. But senior brother Lifen also knows that there is little hope. Although junior brother Famsu is extremely powerful, it is good enough to be able to stop it. Thinking of this, he took out a firework for help from his ring and ignited it. Bang! With a bang, a brilliant firework suddenly exploded in the distant sky. Clang! Just when senior brother Lifen was anxious, a sword chant that penetrated the sky and the earth resounded through the void, shaking the space so much that it was visible to the naked eye. Swish! Then, a faint sword light passed through the world, but it was like the long flow of time, washing away all the dross. Boom boom, with a violent roar that shocked thousands of miles, the huge demon soul was instantly annihilated wherever the sword light passed. The boundless demon smoke that almost covered the sky also disappeared with the sword, as if it had never appeared. Fuck. That's the power of the law. I heard that none of the disciples of Bikyong Xianzong can fight. Where did this guy come from? My eyes were not blurry just now. Is that the power of the law? When did Bikyong Xianzong produce such a heaven-defying disciple? Luo Hu, who was still lying on the ground in the distance, was stunned to see the demon soul equivalent to the state of transformation disappear in the sky. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in his heart. I thought this guy was very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. When he hit him just now, he might have only used a little strength. Thinking of this, he secretly warned himself that he would do whatever this guy asked him to do in the future. Even if he was asked to die, he had to bite the bullet and go. If he fell into his hands, he would probably die more uglier. Senior brother Lifen and several deacons of the law enforcement hall were also shocked at this time. If the elite disciples of the 10 super immortal sects could perform a big move containing the power of the law, it would be understandable. But this guy actually comprehended the power of the law, which was a bit against this guy. Anyway, among the Yuanning disciples of the entire Baekhyang immortal sect, no one should have comprehended the power of the law. Not only them, but countless cultivators within a radius of tens of thousands of miles felt the sword light like a star extinguished at this moment. Su Fan's sword light containing the power of the law was very powerful. Especially since he had broken through the 6th level of the heavenly demon Saint body art, and had swallowed a lot of blood and ki from the combined demons outside the domain. Now, when he used the power of the law again, not only did the power increase several times out of thin air, but the damage to his body was already negligible. At this time, Su Fan turned his head suddenly and looked into the sky in the distance. He saw more than 10 extremely powerful auras whistling towards here from all directions. Su Fan walked to the side of senior brother Li Feng and said, "The support from the sect is coming, let's go and greet them." Senior brother Li Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he sensed the aura coming from the surroundings. He then reacted, and then waved to several deacons of the law enforcement hall around him. "The support from the sect is coming, let's go and greet them." After senior brother Li Feng finished speaking, he smiled at Su Fan and said, "Junior brother, come with me to meet the uncles and ancestors in the sect." Su Fan shook his head and said, "You go, I'll watch these guys here." Senior brother Li Feng nodded, and then took off into the air with several deacons of the law enforcement hall and disappeared into the valley. After looking at the backs of several fellow disciples, Su Fan turned around and glanced at the scattered cultivators around the valley. "Come here, the people from the sect are coming." After hearing Su Fan's words, a group of scattered cultivators hurried over, without any rebellious look. These scattered cultivators are old hands who have been out there for countless years. And they all have cunning eyes. They all know clearly that all the people in the valley combined are not enough for him to kill with one sword. So everyone should be honest. This guy is not a good person, and he is a cruel person at first glance. From the murderous aura emanating from him, it can be seen that this guy has killed at least 8,000 people. How could these scattered cultivators know that the cultivators who died at Su Fan's hands were quite a lot? Even he himself didn't know how many people he had killed. Chapter 684. It's easy to be an official if you have someone in the palace. Seeing that all the scattered cultivators around had gathered, Su Fan glanced at them, then turned around and looked at the sky in the distance. It was no small matter that there was an evil cultivator hidden among the scattered cultivators that Baekhyang Xianzong had just recruited. Wasn't the catastrophe that the sect had just experienced caused by a few evil cultivators in the sect? If this evil cultivator was allowed to infiltrate Baekhyang Xianzong, the consequences would be disastrous. So when he saw that the sect's support had arrived, Su Fan did not join in the fun. After all, he was an outsider, so he should let senior brother Li Feng explain this matter to the sect's top leaders. This would also leave some face for Baekhyang Xianzong and room for manipulation of this matter. When this matter spread out, the sect would not be passive. At this time, more than a dozen powerful auras were seen whistling from a distance and then landing in the valley. Su Fan led more than 100 scattered cultivators over and paid homage to the more than a dozen incarnation cultivators who had rushed over from the mountain gate. Disciple Fan Su, hello to all the uncles. Su Fan had seen the old monster in the head, who was Xiaohua Xianzun. The other party looked at him and said with a smile, "You cooperated with the sect to kill the evil cultivator who tried to sneak into our Baekhyang Xianzong. You did a good job." After hearing what Xiaohua Xianzun said, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. Not only him, but also the hundreds of casual cultivators in the valley were all confused, but they were not stupid and understood the trick in an instant. Xiaohua Xianzun's words determined the nature of the matter, and Su Fan must actively cooperate. This time, the disciple was able to kill the evil cultivator, all thanks to the cooperation of brother Li Feng and other fellow disciples, as well as the planning of all the uncles. Hearing what Su Fan said, Xiaohua Xianzun laughed, and then looked at the people in the valley. Today, all the disciples who participated in the siege of the evil cultivators will be rewarded by the sect, he said, looking at Su Fan with satisfaction, and said with a smile, "Do a good job in the law enforcement hall in the future, and the sect will not treat you unfairly." After listening to the words of Xiaohua Immortal Venerable, Su Fan felt relieved. He understood what the other party said, and the sect would definitely reward him for his efforts this time. In order to shut up these casual cultivators, they didn't help at all, but everyone was rewarded. This time, Su Fan gave up the opportunity to become famous and save the face of Baekhyang Immortal Sect, so the sect had to show some appreciation. In fact, Su Fan didn't care about any false reputation, and the reward was so real. Xiaohe Immortal Venerable chatted with Su Fan cordially for a few more words, and then left the valley with the other immortals. Senior brother Lifeng sent off a dozen uncles, and then returned to the valley. He came to Su Fan and said with a smile, "Don't worry, junior brother, the sect will definitely be generous with your rewards." Su Fan smiled and said, "By the way, I still have to go to the sect affairs hall. I haven't even found a cave yet. I don't know what junior brother wants. I'll help you arrange it." Su Fan thought for a while and said, "As long as it's quiet, it doesn't matter if it's a little remote." Senior brother Li Feng turned around and called a deacon from the law enforcement hall over, and then explained it. After sending the deacon from the law enforcement hall away, he returned to Su Fan. "I have arranged 2 caves for junior brother, one inside the mountain gate and one outside the immortal city. They must meet junior brother's requirements, and the spiritual resources are good." Su Fan couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. It's easy to be an official with someone in the palace. If senior brother Li Feng didn't help arrange it, and let the sect affairs hall help to arrange it, let alone 2 caves, it would be good to get one, and it must be a place left over by others. "Then thank you, senior brother." Senior brother Li Feng waved his hand, then took out a storage ring and handed it to Su Fan. "Junior brother, you have just entered the mountain gate, and I don't know what to give you. I will give you 2 sets of defensive fairy formations, which are just right to be arranged outside the 2 caves. How can this be so embarrassing? It's too polite." Su Fan declined politely, and then took the storage ring. "Junior brother, you go to take care of the caves. I will take these recruited casual cultivators to handle the entry procedures." After senior brother Lifeng finished speaking, he turned around and called the casual cultivators in the valley to leave the valley. Looking at their backs, Su Fan weighed the storage ring in his hand. Although he had just declined politely, he felt at ease to accept this gift. After all, he was a senior elite disciple of the Baekhyang Immortal Sect. As soon as Su Fan left the valley, a deacon from the sect affairs hall of Baekhyang Immortal City contacted Su Fan. Su Fan already had a cave outside Baekhyang Immortal City, and asked him to go over and choose one. He performed the Taoist magic the end of the world, and came directly to the outside of the newly built Baekhyang Immortal City, and then entered the city. The newly built Baekhyang Immortal City was also built on the mountain. The whole city already had a rough outline, and the planning was very good. It was a pity that the city was very depressed, and there were not even a few pedestrians on the street. On the contrary, the shops on both sides of the street had no vacant space, and they were all busy decorating and arranging. Although Baekhyang Immortal City had just been destroyed and moved thousands of miles to the Loyan Mountains, it turned out that the merchants in the city were very sophisticated. Even in the entire Cultivation, Baekhyang Immortal Sect was the immortal sect with the deepest attainments in the art of formation. In a few years, Baekhyang Immortal City will still become the distribution center of Cultivation's formations and materials. By that time, it will be absolutely difficult to find a shop here. Su Fan came to the Zhongwu Hall in the city and saw a disciple in the early stage of Yuanying who had been waiting there. The other party saw Su Fan and hurriedly walked up. "I am Zhou Ji, the steward of the Immortal City Sect Affairs Hall, and I greet senior brother Fan Su." Su Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm sorry to bother you this time." Perhaps senior brother Li Feng had specifically instructed him to do so. Zhou Ji's attitude was extremely respectful. He led Su Fan to several caves in succession, all of which were brand new caves that the Sect Affairs Hall had just developed. And the conditions in each one were very good. Su Fan chose a cave in a quiet valley, and then took out a set of immortal formations that senior brother Li Feng had given him and arranged them outside the cave, covering the entire valley. After arranging the cave's defense formation, he stepped into the cave. Su Fan had just passed through the immortal formation, and the rich spiritual energy that hid him in the face made him shiver with comfort. It must be said that the spiritual energy in this cave is really too rich. The rich spiritual energy in the valley is almost in the form of fog, and the entire valley is like the water town in the south of the Yangtze River in the previous life. The rain is lingering, the smoke is lingering, and the blurred scene makes people feel as if they are in a fairyland. All the facilities in the valley have been repaired, but the houses have not been built yet. Each cultivator has different tastes. Some like luxurious palaces, while others like simple thatched huts. This varies from person to person. Therefore, any cave without a house is a place that no one has ever lived in. Su Fan slapped the key to the secret realm on his waist, and with a whoosh sound, the ghost of Sister Zhen emerged from the air. Master, what is this place? This will be our cave from now on. You will have to work hard these few days and build a few simple thatched huts at the end of the valley. Although the environment of the portable secret realm is better, the spiritual energy is far less rich than this cave, so it is better to practice in the valley on weekdays. Sister Zhen summoned a large number of ghost soldiers and generals, as well as many mechanical puppets, according to Su Fan's instructions, and began to build a large-scale construction in the valley. Su Fan found a hidden place in the valley and placed the Juan secret realm there. There is no way. In the environment of the portable secret realm, due to the overlapping of space, other secret realms cannot be opened at all. After some experience in the portable secret realm, Sister Zhen now has a wealth of experience in infrastructure. She led a large number of ghost soldiers and mechanical puppets, and in just one day, she built several simple thatched huts under the waterfall at the end of the valley. Then, a deacon from the Zhongwu Hall also contacted Su Fan and asked him to return to the mountain gate to choose a cave. The next day, Su Fan returned to the mountain gate and, accompanied by a deacon from the Zhongwu Hall, selected a cave he liked. In the next few days, Su Fan had nothing to do after arranging his two caves. Because the spiritual energy in the caves inside the mountain gate is more concentrated, he has been staying here comfortably. When those casual cultivators settle down, I guess I won't be able to rest. Moreover, Su Fan is responsible for the area outside the mountain gate in the law enforcement hall. It is estimated that he will be stationed in Biqiongxiansheng, and he will definitely live in the caves outside the city most of the time in the future. The spiritual energy inside the mountain gate is so rich that he must enjoy it for a few days first. At noon that day, Su Fan was practicing the 6th level of Heavenly Demon Saint Bodyguard in the cave. Now the progress of the practice has exceeded halfway, and it will take at most half a year to complete the practice. He has not been idle for the past 6 months. Whenever he has free time, he has been practicing hard. Su Fan is looking forward to the completion of the 6th level of the practice every day, and wants to see how powerful the two new magical powers are. Even if the magical power is not activated, the damage of Netherworld Yin Fire is very terrifying. If the magical power of Netherworld Yin Fire is used, the power must be very powerful. At that time, his strength will be greatly enhanced again. While he was thinking about it, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan took off the communication array disc and saw that it was a message from senior brother Li Feng. Junior brother, how is the cave going? Do you need my help? If you have something to say, just say it. Why be so polite? I just finished my work. I've been waiting for my brother's decree, haha. Come to the law enforcement hall of Biqiongxianzong tomorrow, and we'll talk then. I knew that there would be no more comfortable days in the future. Early the next morning, Su Fan left the mountain gate and performed the Taoist magic the world is closed, the void escape method to come to Biqiongxiansheng. The law enforcement hall station in the city is very inconspicuous, just a few courtyards behind the sect affairs hall. Su Fan entered the sect affairs hall and walked straight into the courtyard behind along a corridor. At this time, the courtyard was full of people, all of whom were newly recruited casual cultivators of the sect, and they had already changed into the uniform sect-style robes. Greetings, Senior Brother Fan Su. Seeing Su Fan coming, the casual cultivators in the courtyard all bowed to him. Now these casual cultivators who have just joined the sect are no longer rebellious, and they are all as obedient as pet dogs seeing their owners. After what happened in the valley that day, these casual cultivators no longer dared to make trouble and put away all the tricks in their hearts. There was no way. Su Fan left a deep impression on them. These casual cultivators were not those immortal sect disciples who had never seen the world, but old hens who had experienced countless crises before breaking through the nascent soul realm. They knew clearly in their hearts that this guy did not take human life seriously at all, and was definitely a ruthless person who killed people without blinking an eye. Once you offend this person, you will not know how you will die in the future. Seeing the attitude of the casual cultivators in the yard was so respectful, Su Fan nodded with satisfaction, just as a greeting. He did not pay attention to the intentions of these guys and went directly into a room in the second courtyard. Senior Brother Li Feng was sitting in the hall drinking spiritual tea, and there was a nascent soul disciple sitting next to him. Seeing him coming, He waved to him. "Junior brother, you came early enough. Come, have tea." Su Fan sat cross-legged opposite senior brother Li Feng, took the spiritual tea he handed over, and took a sip. He closed his eyes slightly, and then savored it for a long time. "Good tea." After hearing Su Fan's words, senior brother Li Feng took out an ancient box from his ring. "This is the purple golden curculigo I asked for from my master. I'll give you some." Su Fan didn't hesitate, took the wooden box and put it in the ring. "This is junior brother Lu Yan from the sect. He will assist you in managing the law enforcement hall of the outer sect in the future." Senior brother Li Feng pointed to the nascent soul disciple next to him and introduced him. "Lu Yan, meet senior brother Fan Su." This man looked to be in his 30s, wearing a white robe, with an elegant face, bright eyes, and a graceful demeanor of being well-read. This man looked like a nerd, but his attitude was extremely respectful. Su Fan glanced at the other person and nodded slightly, which was considered a greeting. "From now on, the entire second courtyard is yours. If there's anything you need, I will arrange it for you." Su Fan looked around the furnishings in the room and said, "No need, I'll tell you when I need it. By the way, I will ask the sect affairs hall to issue a few tasks tomorrow and arrange a few foundation building disciples for you here and in the cave outside the city to take care of your daily life." Su Fan took a sip from the teacup and nodded. "Okay then, find 2 people here, forget about the cave outside the city, I like quietness." Senior brother Li Feng took out a jade slip from his ring and threw it to Su Fan. "This is the information of those people in the yard outside, as well as the situation of the market and resource points of some sects outside the mountain gate. Let's study the allocation of personnel." After he finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, "There are not many resource points in the sect now, but it's hard to say in the future. You still have too few people under your command. If you meet a suitable person, just recruit people." "Okay. Let's talk about this later, you have to hurry up. Now the people of the 10 super immortal sects are supporting us in the front. When they withdraw one after another, those casual cultivators in Loren Mountain Range will definitely come back to cause trouble." Su Fan sneered secretly after hearing this. "If any blind person dares to come here to make trouble, he will dig a hole to bury them. Besides, the 10 super immortal sects have finally found a nail in Loren Mountain Range, so how can they be in a hurry to withdraw people? At least in the past few years, the area around Bikyong Immortal Sect should not make any waves." Next, the 2 began to study the placement of the outer door law enforcement hall. They were busy until the evening, and then they arranged the affairs of the outer door law enforcement hall. Chapter 685. Who gave them such a big face? After the 3 of them finished studying the personnel arrangements for the outer gate law enforcement hall, they walked out of the abode and came to the courtyard. It was dusk at this time. At the end of the distant sky, a blood-red sun was slowly sinking, and the entire sky was stained with blood. Senior brother Li Feng suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. "Oh, I almost forgot something." He took out a ring from his arms and handed it to Su Fan. "This is a reward from the sect." Su Fan's eyes lit up when he heard it. He stretched out his hand to take the ring and put it in his arms. "Oh, go back and check your identity J talisman. The sect has counted 5,000 good deeds for you. There's such a good thing. Bikyong Xianzong is good." He had been to the light curtain of the sect affairs hall of the mountain gate and saw that the tasks issued by the sect generally had very few good deeds. Not to mention 5,000 good deeds, even hundreds or thousands are not many, basically around 100. It would take at least 10 or 20 years for an ordinary disciple of the sect to accumulate 5,000 merits. So many merits. "Senior brother, thank all the senior uncles of the sect for me." Senior brother Li Feng waved his hand and laughed. "I said that the sect will not treat junior brothers unfairly." Su Fan hurriedly thanked him again after hearing this, patted his chest and promised that he would fight for the sect and die for it in the future. No matter whether others believe it or not, he believed it anyway. "Junior brother Fan Su, there will be a gathering of several elite disciples of the sect in the evening, which happens to be in the city. You can also go and join in the fun." After hearing what senior brother Li Feng said, Su Fan shook his head. "I haven't put my cave house in order yet, so I won't go." Seeing that he was about to leave, senior brother Li Feng hurriedly grabbed his arm. "You kid, now that you are a disciple of the immortal sect, you can't be like a casual cultivator anymore, and you have to communicate more with the senior brothers and junior brothers in the sect." Su Fan knew in his heart that senior brother Li Feng was doing this for his own good. He had stayed in Huayandao Palace before, so he certainly knew the character of these disciples of Xianzong. They liked to get together and communicate no matter what. Su Fan had also participated in several gatherings, and he almost felt suffocated to death. He really didn't fit the style of Xianzong disciples. They could get together even if there was nothing to do. Why not do something else with his time? Brother, I really have something to do. Next time, Su Fan said, and then he broke away from Brother Lifen's hand, turned around and left the yard of the law enforcement hall. This guy, Brother Lifen muttered in frustration, and couldn't help but sigh. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of several elite disciples in the sect to introduce Su Fan to several fellow disciples, so that he could accumulate some connections in the sect who knew that this guy actually refused to go, which made Brother Lifen laugh and cry. After Su Fan left Biqiang Xiansheng, he performed the Taoist technique, the void escape method of the near and far away, and returned to his cave outside the city. He sat cross-legged in the thatched hut of the cave. And Sister Zhen beside him skillfully brewed a pot of spiritual tea, and then poured him a cup. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then smiled bitterly. Although Senior Brother Li Fen had good intentions, he really couldn't pee in the same pot with the disciples of the immortal sect. If there was a choice, Su Fan would rather join the demon sect in particular. The disciples of the immortal sect were particularly willing to form associations and create small circles within the sect. This was nothing, and the demon sect was not much better in this regard. What disgusted Su Fan the most was that the disciples of the immortal sect cared a lot about qualifications and background. No matter how strong you are, if you have a bad background, you will be inferior to others in the sect. A cultivator with a bad background, if he has a great talent, can also make a name for himself in the sect if he is selected by a certain uncle in the sect and accepted as a disciple. But Su Fan had nothing to do with either. Not only was his talent bad, but his background was also not good. Of course, a disciple as powerful as him, as long as he is attached to a certain family and is willing to be a slave, or marry into a family, he also has a chance to make a name for himself. But Su Fan never thought of these two paths. Although the demon sect also has a family background, the demon cultivators pay more attention to strength. As long as the cultivators are extremely powerful, no one cares about your origin and qualifications. Tonight, Senior Brother Li Fen took him to attend the gathering of elite disciples in the sect. In fact, he wanted to pave the way for him and let him attach to a certain family. With Su Fan's strength, there should be many families in the Biqiang Xianzong who would recruit him to marry into a family. He has this bug in the game panel, so how could he depend on others? Even if Su Fan went to attend the gathering organized by several elite disciples in the sect tonight, he would have to be humble to those people. He would never do such a thing as sticking his hot face to someone else's cold butt. Thinking of this, Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then exhaled deeply. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan took off the communication array from his waist and found that it was a message from Shen Fang. Brother, I just heard that you are too powerful. If you have something to say it, otherwise get out. I have something to say. I will soon close my eyes and break through the nascent soul realm. How old are you? And you are only thinking about breaking through the nascent soul realm today. Isn't it shameful? Su Fan felt aggrieved when he thought about this. At that time, his original body was nearly 40 years old, and the bottleneck of the third level of key training had blocked him for more than 10 years. That's why he took the risk and practiced the heavenly demon saint body art in an attempt to fight to the death. But look at this guy again. He was born in a cultivation family and has no shortage of resources, and his own qualifications are not bad, but why is he so out of tune? You take care of yourself, brother, can't you encourage me? I'm encouraging you. This is Chixishan, and it's not a big deal for a cultivator to break through the nascent soul realm. Your family is not short of resources. If you can't break through this, you might as well die. Get lost, go into seclusion. Su Fan was about to cut off the communication array disk, but found that this guy sent another message. Brother, I heard that several families in the sect want to recruit you as a son-in-law. What the hell? They actually want to recruit me as a son-in-law. Who gave them such a big face? Who did you hear that from? I heard it from my father. It is said that even someone in my family wants to recruit you as a son-in-law. Don't say that your Shen family is a small family. Even if there is a super family with an ancestor in the fusion realm, I don't care. Let alone marrying into the family, even if he is asked to marry the legitimate daughters of those families in a formal matchmaker, I don't care. What are they thinking? I will not be a son-in-law. Actually, it would be great if you could marry my sister. If you become my brother-in-law, I will definitely be willing. What a fool, he actually learned to sell his sister for fame. Your sister is like this. If I were to have sex with her for nothing, I would. Nonsense, who wouldn't want to have sex with her for nothing? But if he asked me to marry that woman, I would never think about it. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm only interested in the great Deo. How can I think about those messy things? Brother-in-law, if you marry my sister, my future life will be much better. This guy is hopeless. Get lost. Su Fan directly cut off the communication array disk. He didn't want to waste time with this guy. He put away the communication array disk and frowned. It seems that the news that he killed a demon soul in the valley that day has spread in the sect. It is estimated that there will be many people in the sect who want to take advantage of me now, and it will definitely not stop during this period. No matter what, let it be. If I don't want to, can they force me to marry into the family? At this time, Su Fan remembered a ring that senior brother Li Feng gave him, and he didn't know what treasure the Beqiang Xianzong had rewarded him with. He took out the ring from his arms, and then his eyes focused, and his consciousness swept over the ring, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. After all, it is a super immortal sect that focuses on formations, which is rich. Su Fan took out all the things in the ring and placed them in front of him one by one. First, there were 4 exquisite jade bottles, all of which were top-grade elixirs needed by Yuanying realm cultivators. Including the healing holy product 9x7 treasures Jade Run Xiandan, the Kingson Du Run Shenbao Dam for repairing the soul, the Tai Creation Midao Xiandan for people to enter the state of enlightenment, and the Kinglian Heian Zixin Daodan for helping the Tao heart to be perfect. The elixirs needed by Yuanying realm cultivators are rare, and the top-grade elixirs are even more difficult to find. These top-grade elixirs are the best of the top-grade elixirs in the Yuanying realm, and they are rare even in the entire Chixishan. Su Fan took a deep breath, and then put a few bottles of elixirs into the ring. He picked up a simple wooden box and was stunned when he opened it. Fuck. Then I saw a 7th level immortal talisman in the jade box, named Wangxiang Dushan Shenguang Immortal Talisman. Although the power of the 7th level immortal talisman is only 30% of the power of the full strength attack of the God Transforming Immortal Venerable. But if I encounter an attack from a God Transforming cultivator in the future, I can buy myself some time to escape with the 7th level Wangxiang Dushan Shenguang Immortal Talisman. In addition to the elixir and immortal talisman, there are 2 top-grade immortal formations in the ring, both of which are top-grade 7th level immortal formations made by the formation master of the God Transforming Realm. The 2 7th level immortal formations are Tai Liangai Prisoner Dragon Immortal Formation and Beihuang Xiangang Guanri Sword Formation. Tai Liangai Prisoner Dragon Immortal Formation is extraordinary in power, and it is said that it can temporarily trap the old monster in the God Transforming Realm. Beihuang Xiangang Guanri Sword Formation is even more awesome. It is definitely a powerful ultimate killing formation. Although it cannot kill the old monster in the God Transforming Realm, it can also fight the old monster in the God Transforming Realm for several rounds with this killing formation. In addition to these top-quality rewards, the rest are some spiritual crystals, materials and other auxiliary cultivation resources. Although they are not rare, they are very valuable in the market. It has to be said that the Beqiang Xianzong is really rich. After all, it is an immortal sect that focuses on the way of formation. Although the fighting power of the sect disciples is relatively poor, they are really not short of money. Su Fan did not expect that the rewards of the Beqiang Xianzong would be so generous. These old guys are willing to spend money on him. Not to mention anything else, just the 7th level Wangxiang Dushan Shenguang Xianfu alone is enough for Su Fan to run away now. Of course, Su Fan cannot leave now, he has not yet fleeced enough from the Beqiang Xianzong. In the following days, Su Fan also became busy. After arranging the personnel of the Outer Door Law Enforcement Hall, he went through all the markets and resource points within the sect's sphere of influence. After arranging everything properly, Su Fan became a hands-off boss and handed over all the management of the Outer Door Law Enforcement Hall to Lu Yan. Lu Yan was quite happy. He never dreamed that Su Fan would delegate so much power and let him become the actual manager of the Outer Law Enforcement Hall. The power of the Outer Law Enforcement Hall is very important to others, but for Su Fan, he has no interest in it at all. After Su Fan handed over all the power of the Law Enforcement Hall, he plunged into the cave outside the city. Now he hardly leaves the house. He stays in the cave every day and lives a leisurely life. Lu Yan is quite sensible. He comes to report on the work of the outer law enforcement hall every 3 or 5 days. Although it is just a show, at least he is very humble. In addition to Lu Yan, who occasionally comes to sit with him, there is Luo, who, after this guy recovered from his injury, he was appointed as an inspector by Su Fan. Every day, he conducts open and secret inspections in the market and resource points within the sect's influence. So Luo, who comes more frequently than Lu Yan and reports his inspections in various places to Su Fan. Although the power has been handed over, Su Fan can't be completely in the dark. If something goes wrong, he will still be blamed. Fortunately, the Bekeong Immortal sect has just moved here, and there is not much popularity in the sect's sphere of influence. Moreover, the markets and resource points in various places have just been established, and they have not been fully operational until today. So now the outer door law enforcement hall is very relaxed. There is not even a decent task every day, and most of the time it is idle. Of course, Su Fan also knows in his heart that this good day will not last for a few days. I thought that since there was nothing to do now, he could live comfortably for a few days, but who knew that someone would not let him rest at all. At noon that day, Su Fan was practicing the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint body art in the cave, and the communication array on his waist suddenly vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from senior brother Li Feng. You are really good, now you are a hands-off boss, brother. I want to be busy, but there is nothing to do every day. What should I do? You stay in the cave every day, not even showing your face. This is a bit unreasonable. No, Su Fan felt that senior brother Li Feng must have something to ask him. Okay, starting tomorrow, I will go to the law enforcement hall every day. That should be okay. You kid, that's not what I mean. I want to ask you something. I know, if there is something, just say it. Is it fun to go around in circles? Senior brother, what do you want to ask me? Tell me. How about this? Come to Bekeong Immortal City in the evening, and we can talk while we talk. Okay, then go over and see what you are up to. Okay, I'll contact you when I go into the city in the evening. Su Fan cut off the contact and put away the communication array. He guessed that it must be related to the families in the sect. He was like Tang monk's meat, and everyone wanted to take a bite. Su Fan took a deep breath. No matter what, he had to meet with these people to show his attitude. Chapter 686. Why are you so stubborn? When Su Fan arrived at Bekeong Xiansheng, night had already fallen. At this moment, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A bright moon hung high in the night sky, and the moonlight seemed to cover the entire earth with a layer of bright gauze. Su Fan entered the city, took off the communication array from his waist, and sent a message to senior brother Li Feng. Senior brother, I'm in Bekeong Xiansheng. Junior brother, come to Dongli Pavilion. I'm here. Su Fan put away the communication array and came to Dongli Pavilion in the South City. Dongli Pavilion is a palace-style pavilion with carved railings and jade, and the architectural style is extremely luxurious. Each building is built with extremely precious spiritual materials, and it is carved with extremely exquisite birds and beasts. Su Fan walked straight into the lobby of the restaurant, and a beautiful female cultivator in the Jinden realm came to greet him. The girl's smile was warm, like a spring breeze, and also like a clear spring in midsummer, but without the slightest softness and frivolity. Let's not talk about anything else. Look at the lobby manager. Not only is she beautiful, she is also a female cultivator in the Golden Core realm. Welcome to our store. I'm here to see senior brother Life. The female cultivator laughed and said, please follow me. Su Fan followed the girl along a long corridor and came directly to a courtyard hidden in the lush green forest. Standing outside the courtyard, you can smell the strange fragrance. After entering the courtyard, you can see that the courtyard is full of various flowers, red, yellow, white, green, blue and orange, forming a gorgeous and charming color. The courtyard is decorated in a light and quiet manner. There is a gap at the base of the courtyard wall, and clear water flows into the front yard, circling under the flowers and flowing out. Senior brother Lifeng had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Su Fan coming, he laughed and greeted him. He punched Su Fan on the shoulder and laughed. Why did you come so late? I waited for you for so long. After senior brother Lifeng finished speaking, he hugged Su Fan's shoulders and took him into a room. At this time, more than a dozen Yuanying realm cultivators were already sitting in the room. When they saw Su Fan coming in with senior brother Lifeng, they all cast their eyes on him. Junior brother, let me introduce you to them. Then, senior brother Lifeng introduced the men and women in the room to Su Fan. Almost all of them were elite disciples in the sect. Even if they were not elite disciples, they were children of noble families. Anyway, in front of Su Fan, they all had a look of arrogance and a demeanor of being humble. Looking at the faces of these people, Su Fan was very unhappy, but for the sake of senior brother Lifeng, he didn't say anything and just pretended not to see it. Senior brother Lifeng was very active in helping Su Fan to make arrangements. He really had good intentions, but he really didn't understand what Su Fan was thinking. He was purely a hindrance. So even though senior brother Lifeng repeatedly hinted to Su Fan to take the initiative and try to communicate more with these elite disciples of noble birth, this kid was like a piece of wood and didn't say a word. Speak up, kid. I'm telling you, do you see the junior sister on the left? She is Chen Qing, the eldest daughter of the third branch of the Chen family. I have done a lot of favors to invite her here. Senior brother Lifeng was also anxious and quickly sent a message to Su Fan. Su Fan received his message and looked up at the girl opposite. She was only in her early 20s, with a jade-like face, thin lips, eyebrows as light as distant mountains in the rain, and bright black eyes that were smart and charming. It was obvious that she had the secret to keeping her youth. She was wearing a snow-white robe, her black hair was flowing freely, and she sat cross-legged lazily. With her, everything in the whole room became lively. Su Fan felt that everyone in the room was very respectful to her, even a little restrained, and everyone seemed to be deliberately trying to please her. Don't say it, this girl is really good. Brother, you want me to marry her, right? Su Fan deliberately pretended to be stupid, making senior brother Lifeng not know how to answer. The ancestor of the Chen family is a great man in the fusion realm. Not to mention a disciple like you who is a rootless and casual cultivator. Even I, a direct descendant of the Liangsa family, dare not look at him straight in the eye. Junior brother, don't think about her. Junior sister Chen Qing is famous in Chixishan. It is said that even the elite disciples of the 10 super sects admire her very much. After hearing what senior brother Lifeng said, Su Fan almost couldn't help laughing. Of course, he knew that such a noble lady from a high family was out of his reach. Moreover, he really had no interest in such a girl, and generally kept a distance from her. If he married such a noble lady from a rich family, there would be no peace in the future. Senior brother, then why are you telling me all this, my silly junior brother? We can't think about her, but there are many junior sisters from the side branches of the Chen family. If you can get the appreciation of junior sister Chen Qing and marry into the Chen family, you will be rich in the future. Su Fan couldn't help laughing in his heart after hearing this. Senior brother Lifeng was really worried about him. He didn't want to play dumb anymore. If he didn't make it clear, this elder brother would have to torment him again in the future. Brother, I appreciate your kindness. Let me be frank. I only want to devote myself to Taoism in this life and don't want to marry into any family. Hearing Su Fan's voice transmission, brother Lifeng was stunned. Why didn't this kid open his mind? You are a rootless and casual cultivator. If you don't marry into a family, how can you achieve the great way in the future? Brother, if you don't have the support of the family, how can you break through the spiritual transformation realm in the future with only the resources of the sect? If it were someone else, what brother Lifeng said would be right. But how could he know that Su Fan was a cheater? Brother, I have made up my mind. Don't worry about me. Why are you so stubborn? The two kept transmitting to each other. Although brother Lifeng kept persuading him, Su Fan was unmoved, which made him very angry. While they were constantly pulling, they didn't know that Chen Qing on the opposite side was looking at them with interest with her chin on her hand. She hated to attend such occasions the most and felt it was boring. In fact, it was her family's idea to come here today, and Chen Qing had to come. The family wanted her to see Su Fan. After all, his fighting power was too amazing, so the elders of the family wanted to recruit him into the family. Especially since the Beqiang Xianzong had just suffered a catastrophe and suffered great losses. They moved to the chaotic place of Loyan Mountain Range. Not only did the sect continue to improve its military strength, but each family was also making every effort to recruit capable monks. Although the Beqiang Xianzong had a strong family background, it couldn't withstand such a toss. However, Chen Qing found that this Su Fan seemed to have no interest in marrying into the family. Although neither of them spoke, she guessed that they were communicating with their minds by looking at the embarrassed and annoyed expression on senior brother Lifeng's face. I didn't expect this guy to be so noble. But Chen Qing didn't take it seriously. He just thought that this guy didn't know what was good for him. He didn't take Su Fan too seriously. Letting you marry into a Chen family is a sign of respect for you. Not to mention that you are a rootless and uninitiated cultivator. Even those elite disciples of the Super Sword sect want to marry into the Chen family. Since you are so ungrateful, you will never have another chance. In fact, the other people in the room were also waiting for Chen Qing. These people knew very well that if the Chen family took a fancy to this kid, they would have no chance. Brother Lifeng, my sister has something to do at home, so I'll leave first. At this time, Chen Qing stood up from the ground, and then came to Brother Lifeng and bowed to him to say goodbye. After hearing her words, Brother Lifeng also stood up from the ground. Sister, won't you sit for a while? Chen Qing glanced at Su Fan with a playful look, because when others saw her leaving, they stood up to see her off, and he was the only one in the room who was still sitting. Brother, I have something to do today. Let's do it another day. After she finished speaking, she ignored Brother Lifeng's request to stay and walked out of the house. Su Fan sat there and sipped his tea happily as if nothing had happened. He knew that Chen Qing had a very bad impression of him, but this was exactly what he wanted. You still want me to marry into your family? Who gives you such a big face? At this time, Brother Lifeng walked in with a stern face and sat directly opposite Su Fan. You kids still have the mind to drink tea here? Do you know what you missed? Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then smiled and said, what did I miss? I didn't want to marry into their Chen family. Brother, you should be more careful. What can I say to you? Wait for the remaining children of the families to come back. Before he finished speaking, Su Fan stood up from the ground. Brother, I have something to do over there, so I'll take my leave first. After Su Fan finished speaking, he turned around and ran out of the house without waiting for Brother Lifeng to react. Su Fan, come back. Seeing this kid running away, Senior Brother Lifeng quickly stood up from the ground, but Su Fan had already run away. At this time, those who sent junior sister Chen Qing also returned to the house. Seeing that Senior Brother Lifeng was the only one left in the house, they all showed displeasure on their faces, and said goodbye one after another, leaving him alone in the house. Senior Brother Lifeng sighed. How could this kid not know his painstaking efforts? During the great calamity of Biqiang Xianzong, Su Fan saved him once. Among the scattered cultivators recruited this time, an evil cultivator sneaked in. If Su Fan had not discovered it in time and killed the other party, he would definitely be blamed. Moreover, Su Fan gave himself the right to explain afterwards, leaving enough room for both the sect and himself, which also made him owe this kid another favor. So Senior Brother Lifeng always wanted to repay Su Fan, and specially gathered several family members with deep backgrounds in the sect together, just to find a support for this kid. Who knew that this kid was so unreasonable and took his kindness for granted? Su Fan fled from Dongli Pavilion and started walking on the streets in the city. Of course he knew the good intentions of Senior Brother Li Feng, but he could only let him down. He couldn't stand this kind of thing. After all, he was doing it for his own good, but he could only refuse with a firm attitude, and let Senior Brother Li Feng think what he would think. But at this time, he must not refuse politely, otherwise, with Senior Brother Li Feng's character, he would have to keep pimping for him. I'm almost a hot commodity now, and everyone who sees me wants to take a bite. It's better to go back to the cave and stay there quietly. While there is nothing to do now, I can be comfortable every day. Thinking of this, Su Fan didn't want to go shopping anymore, and turned around and walked out of the city. In the following days, he stayed in the cave outside the city. Every day, in addition to practicing the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint Body art, he studied the classics of formation. Every half a month, Su Fan would go back to the mountain gate, go to the Dharma transmission hall to listen to the master of the formation in the sect, and borrow a few formation books from the Dharma storage hall. Although some of his deeds have been spread in the sect, he has always been secluded and few people have seen him in the sect. Although many people still don't believe the rumors about Su Fan, the disciples of the sect also know that there is such a person in the sect. Biqiang Xianzong experienced a great disaster and recruited many new disciples. There are many unfamiliar faces in the sect, and he is not conspicuous at all when he returns to the sect. So now every time Su Fan returns to the mountain gate, he doesn't attract onlookers. Since that day, Senior Brother Lifeng has never looked for him again, and he hasn't even contacted him again. It is estimated that this time, this brother is really angry. Su Fan has no choice but to find an opportunity to make up for it in the future. After all, he has failed senior brother Lifeng's kindness, which is really unacceptable. Now only Lu Yan and Luo who come to his cave every now and then, but they will leave soon. Wei Tao did contact him several times. Now he is an inner disciple and is doing well in the sect under the care of the Shen family. However, Old Wei has been completely branded by the Shen family. Even if he makes it in the future, even if he becomes an elite disciple, he cannot leave the Shen family. At least in the eyes of other disciples in the sect, he is still a vassal of the Shen family, and even his descendants in the future will be the same. There is nothing to be done about it. The fate of the disciples who come from the sect as casual cultivators is mostly similar. Unless there is a descendant with extraordinary talent, this situation may change, or they can only work like cows and horses for the Shen family from generation to generation. Shen Feng has been in seclusion, preparing to break through the nascent soul realm, otherwise this guy will definitely come to bother him often. The one who contacts Su Fan the most now is the disciple of the Biqiang Xianzong he met on the Demon House trading platform. The two chat a few words every few days. Maybe it's because they don't need to meet, and no one has to think so much. Every time they chat, they get along very well. The days passed one by one, and in a blink of an eye, Su Fan had joined the Biqiang Xianzong for several months. These past few months have been the most comfortable time for Su Fan. The outer sect law enforcement hall is managed by Lu Yan, and there are no troubles around the sect. He doesn't have to worry about anything, and his life is leisurely. In the early morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the hall of the thatched cottage to practice the Hununhuiki's henging. After 9 turns of practice, he let out a long breath of turbid air. He picked up the teacup next to him and was about to put it to his mouth to take a sip, when the communication array on his waist trembled slightly. Su Fan took off the communication array from his waist and found that it was a message from Lu Yan. Brother Fan Su, please come to the city. Several disciples in the sect had a conflict with the people of the Xianai sword sect and were injured by them. Chapter 687. Fighting is not the problem is that we cannot fight. Su Fan frowned immediately after seeing the message sent by Lu Yan. How long have I been at ease? Trouble comes knocking on my door. Can't I just be quiet for a few days? Su Fan stood up from the ground, then left a cave, performed the Taoist magic devoid escape method of the near and far away, and came to the outside of Biqiang Xianzong. At this moment, on a main street in the city, 5 monks with long swords on their backs were standing there with alert faces. The street was already full of disciples of Biqiang Xianzong, and even on the roofs of shops on both sides and even in the air, there were many people floating. These sword madmen injured the disciples in the territory of Biqiang Xianzong, which was already rubbing the face of the sect on the ground. This also made all the disciples of Biqiang Xianzong feel that they shared the same hatred and the same enemy. The people of the sword sect are too arrogant. Why do they beat people up at will? No matter who you are today, if you don't give an explanation, don't even think about leaving Biqiang Xiancheng, you dare to act wildly in our Biqiang Xiancheng's territory, we can't let them go. Let the uncles of the sect take down these sword madmen. Although a large number of Biqiang Xiancheng disciples were shouting loudly and surrounded the entire street, no one dared to go up. After all, they were facing several powerful sword cultivators. If they angered a few sword madmen and forced them to use their swords, these people might not be able to stop them. It's just that these Xianai sword sect were too much. They actually attacked and injured their fellow disciples in Biqiang Xiancheng. This is a slap in the face. How could the disciples of Biqiang Xiancheng swallow this breath? Several disciples of the Xianai sword sect did not dare to take action at this time. After all, Cultivation is the plane of the immortal sect, and even the sword madmen dare not kill in other sects. Neither side would give in, so they were deadlocked here. The disciples of the law enforcement hall of the outer sect of Biqiang Xianzong had already arrived here and tried their best to stop the excited disciples of the sect, fearing that the situation would continue to deteriorate. Lu Yan was the most nervous one. After all, he was the person in charge here. If he angered these sword madmen and caused bloody conflicts, he would definitely be blamed. Now that the sect has just moved to the Loan Mountains, if there is a conflict with the people of the 10 super immortal sects, then for the sake of the overall situation, the sect will have to sacrifice him to calm the anger of the other party, regardless of whether this matter is right or wrong. These people are not ordinary super immortal sect disciples, they are the most powerful sword cultivators in Cultivation. The disciples of the 10 super immortal sects are domineering in Cultivation. Especially the group of sword madmen of Cheyenne sword sect, they are even more unreasonable. Ordinary immortal sect disciples are not willing to provoke them easily. At this time, more and more disciples of Baekhyang Xianzong gathered here, and the news had been passed to the mountain gate, and people kept rushing here. What made Lu Yan feel the most sad was that the two sides had been confronting each other for such a long time, and even though the mountain gate was close at hand, no master of the God transformation realm came over. There was no way. If the people who were causing trouble today were disciples of other immortal sects, the master of the God transformation realm of the sect might have come over long ago. But these people were disciples of the Cheyenne sword sect, and the master of the God transformation realm of the sect dared not show up. The sword sect was the most protective of its shortcomings. If there was a conflict between disciples of the same level in the immortal sects, no matter how it went, it was a matter between disciples of the same level. If the old monster of the God transformation realm of the other side dared to use his power to suppress others, the group of sword cultivators of the God transformation realm of the sword sect would definitely come to the door. If he was targeted by these crazy swordmen, he would not be able to live in the future. Lu Yan knew that he had to solve this matter as soon as possible, so he immediately contacted Su Fan. After all, Su Fan was the real person in charge of the law enforcement hall of the outer sect, and he could not bear such a big thing alone. Lu Yan put away the communication array disk, came to the sword cultivator headed by the other side, and then cupped his hands. I am LV Yan from the law enforcement hall of Baekhyang Xianzong. What's your name, brother? The other party glanced at him coldly and said in a deep voice, Wu Yu from Cheyenne sword sect. Brother Wu Yu, can you come with me to the law enforcement hall? Let's talk things out. I won't embarrass you then. To be honest, LVN had already made it very clear. Bringing you back to the law enforcement hall is mainly to calm the anger of the sect disciples. In fact, it's just a show. Wait until the many sect disciples here disperse, and then secretly let you go. For a sect's law enforcement hall, this is already the biggest compromise. Who would have thought that LV Yan's goodwill did not satisfy the other party? Wu Yu sneered and said, haha. If you want me to go to the law enforcement hall, then just come over. After hearing Wu Yu's words, the Baekhyang Xianzong disciples around him exploded all of a sudden. It was obviously you who didn't follow the rules and injured our disciples on our territory, but you still dared to be so arrogant. The disciples of Baekhyang Xianzong around all started to curse and shout loudly. Although a group of disciples from the law enforcement hall tried their best to stop them, the crowd was almost out of control. Seeing the situation getting worse and worse, LV Yan's eyes went dark. He never thought that this sword madman would be so unreasonable. LV Yan was also angry and said in a deep voice, Brother Wu Yu, you violated the rule that no fighting is allowed in the city, and you also injured our disciples. Do you want to fight to the death? Hearing LV Yan's threat, Wu Yu sneered. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to capture us, just do it. I will kill my way out of Baekhyang Xianchang even if I die. After he finished speaking, his eyes condensed, and the flying sword behind him soared into the sky with a clang. 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 Almost at the same time, the flying swords behind several fellow disciples behind Wu Yu also soared into the sky, suspended in the air and emitting a chilling murderous aura. Wow, the disciples of Baekhyang Xianzong around were all shocked by this overwhelming murderous aura and retreated one after another. But there were too many disciples of Baekhyang Xianzong on both sides of the street, and they fell into chaos when they retreated. The reason why these disciples of Baekhyang Xianzong dared to confront a few sword madmen was mainly because they had more people, and this was the territory of the sect, which made them feel fearless. But if they were asked to rush up and besiege a few sword madmen, I'm afraid few people would dare to do it. These nerds of Baekhyang Xianzong actually had no intention of besieging a few sword cultivators. They just felt that the sect was humiliated, and they were in the right, so they surrounded people here. Many of them also wanted the sect's master uncle to come forward and catch these sword madmen and give them a good beating. Wu Yu and others all showed contempt on their faces. Although there were many disciples of Baekhyang Xianzong around, they were just like chickens and dogs in their eyes. If they were allowed to kill in another place, they would be slaughtered in a short time. At this moment, in a restaurant next to the street, more than a dozen elite disciples of the Baekhyang Xianzong stood by the window, looking down with gloomy faces. In fact, they had come a long time ago, but because of their status, they had not shown up, thinking that other disciples would put some pressure on the sword cultivators. When the sword madmen of the Cheyenne sword sect gave in, They would come forward to mediate, and maybe they could even get in touch with the sword cultivators. It's a pity that they don't understand sword cultivators at all, and these guys have too low emotional intelligence. Feng Yu didn't understand the goodwill released in Lu Yan's words at all. He thought that the law enforcement hall of the Biqiang Xianzong was going to capture a few people. The Biqiang Xianzong used to be a circle of self-entertainment. The sect was more like a commercial organization, and most of the disciples in the sect were nerds. Moreover, in the immortal sect plane like Chixishan, the disciples in the sect had never experienced any bloody storms. Even the previous competitions of the Biqiang Xianzong were not about who was better at fighting, but about who had a higher attainment in formation. This is also the reason why the evil cultivators near Biqiang Xiancheng are so rampant. Biqiang Xianzong even reached an unwritten compromise with the evil cultivators. As long as they do not disrupt the order near Biqiang Xiancheng and do not harm the disciples in the sect will turn a blind eye and not pursue it. The next catastrophe actually buried the hidden danger long ago. In the final analysis, it was the result of Biqiang Xianzong's indulgence of evil cultivators. This group of sword madmen is really too much. Junior brother Lu Yan's words clearly left room for maneuver, but they are so unreasonable. You actually want to reason with this sword madman? Your brain is confused. Shouldn't we also come forward? We can't make trouble anymore. If we really annoy these sword madmen, the consequences will be disastrous. Hearing this, a group of elite disciples of Biqiang Xianzong were all silent. Let them go out to face a few brutal sword madmen. What a joke. At this time, the leading elite disciple turned around and looked at Chen Qing next to him. Junior sister Chen Qing, your second brother has been to the Star Domain battlefield. Ask him if he knows anyone from the Xian'ai sword sect. Chen Qing was stunned for a moment after hearing what the other party said. Senior brother Mingru, I also heard from my second brother that he has always been in the rear of the Star Domain battlefield and has never come into contact with anyone from the sword sect. Senior brother Mingru couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. You all ask if anyone in your family knows anyone from the Xian'ai sword sect and can help mediate. Now we are in a difficult situation with these sword cultivators, and we must not let the situation continue to deteriorate. The perspective of the people of the Biqiang Xianzong in considering the problem is always inseparable from the way of thinking of businessmen. Although the people of the Xian'ai sword sect humiliated the sect, they never thought of fighting from the beginning, but wanted to reason with a few sword madmen. Fighting is not a problem, the problem is that they can't beat them. After listening to senior brother Mingru's words, a group of elite disciples in the sect took off the communication array plates on their waists and began to contact their families. Chen Qing didn't contact her family, but sent a few messages to her best friends from the super immortal sects, but the replies she received disappointed her. Xian'ai sword sect, I don't know those sword cultivators, I don't want to deal with those sword madmen, they are all like psychopaths. What's the matter? You won't offend those sword cultivators, I'm telling you, stay away from those sword madmen. They are all unreasonable. Looking at these reply messages, Chen Qing put away the communication array and sighed. From the messages from several best friends, it can be seen that even the disciples of the top 10 super immortal sects dare not easily provoke those sword madmen. And looking at the guys below, they obviously have the intention to kill them. If they are really forced into a corner and kill them in the city, the face of the Biqiang immortal sect will be completely lost. If it gets out in the future, it is still unclear whether it can gain a foothold in the Loan Mountains. No. Chen Qing always feels that something is wrong. Now the situation has completely deteriorated, and there is a high possibility of bloodshed between the two sides. It is said that the master uncle of the sect should come out at this time. But until this time, the senior leaders of the sect did not come out, and even a master uncle of the sect was not seen. At this time, Chen Qing could not help but shudder, and a horrifying thought suddenly popped up in her mind. These people from the Xian'ai sword sect are not deliberately looking for trouble. If that is the case, there must be a master uncle of the Xian'ai sword sect nearby, waiting for the master uncle of the sect to make a move. Once the master uncle of the sect makes a move, the group of master uncles of the Xian'ai sword sect will definitely make a big fuss in Biqiang Xiancheng. At that time, the face of the sect will inevitably be gone. Anyway, the people who made trouble in Biqiang Xiancheng are a group of unreasonable sword lunatics. Even if they killed people in the city and blood flowed like a river, it would not end in the end. She suddenly remembered the words of an elder in her family. Now the situation of the sect is very difficult and embarrassing. Whether Baekhyun Xianzong can gain a foothold in the Loan Mountain Range, not only has to face the loose cultivator alliance in the surrounding area, but also has to be careful of the difficulties of the 10 super immortal sects. Thinking of this, Chen Qing felt a chill rushing to his head, and the hairs on his body stood up. At this time, the situation on the street below was getting more and more out of control. Brother Mingru and others were already panicking. They didn't know how to solve this matter, and they didn't have the courage to go downstairs to face those sword cultivators. The uncles in the sect had already contacted them, but the replies they received were very general. Even a fool could see that these old guys wanted to stay out of it. In fact, it was not only Chen Qing who felt something was wrong, but other elite disciples also understood a little. This was a naked conspiracy. No matter what the outcome was today, Baekhyun Xianzong would definitely lose face. What happened today would definitely spread throughout Chixishan in a very short time. Moreover, this kind of thing will continue to happen in the future, and even the loose cultivator alliance will join in the fun. By then, Baekhyun Xianzong can only rely on the 10 super immortal sects and completely become their vassal sect. The most miserable person now is Lu Yan, who is facing those sword cultivators on the street. He has sensed a hint of murderous intent from the other party, and feels that these sword madmen are likely to attack. The saddest thing is that even if he dies at the hands of these people, no one will seek justice for him. Bang! Just when Lu Yan was feeling hopeless, he heard a dull thud, and saw a person falling in front of him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688, Baekhyun Xianzong is so poor that only money is left. Seeing a figure suddenly falling from the sky, all the disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong around were stunned. A group of elite disciples of the sect upstairs in the street hotel were also stunned. Senior brother Mingru pointed at the person who suddenly appeared and asked, "Who is this person? Is he also a disciple of our sect?" His name is Fan Su, the casual cultivator who was promoted to an elite disciple as soon as he joined the sect. He is currently a deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall. An elite disciple next to him hurriedly introduced him to senior brother Mingru. He attended the party organized by senior brother Lifeng that day and had met Su Fan once. Senior brother Mingru nodded. No matter what, the person who could stand up at this time was at least courageous. I have heard of him. It is said that this junior brother can easily kill the skeleton supreme by himself. I wonder if his strength can suppress these sword cultivators of the Xianai sword sect. After hearing his words, the group of elite disciples upstairs all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Brother, those rumors in the sect are just for fun, don't take them too seriously. He is just a casual cultivator, how can he inherit any orthodox teachings? It's a stroke of luck that he can break through to the nascent soul stage. We can't count on him in this situation. I also heard that he is very powerful and performed well in Black Pine Ridge, but that depends on who he is compared with. After listening to the words of several brothers, Chen Qing beside him did not speak. Although the sect has been spreading the story of this guy in Black Pine Ridge, and it is getting more and more outrageous, she always thinks it is exaggerated. Moreover, Su Fan did not leave a good impression on her at the gathering organized by Brother Lifeng last time. However, being able to stand up at this time has greatly changed her impression of this guy. The funny thing is that Brother Lifeng of the Law Enforcement Hall and the more than 10 elite disciples upstairs are hiding behind and don't want to show up. Even the uncle of the sect who is in the God transformation realm is afraid to avoid him. And a casual cultivator who has just joined the sect not long ago chose to come out at this time and take on everything. Just the aura of I will go forward even if there are thousands of people against me made her heart surge. Looking at the lone figure on the street, facing several fierce sword cultivators alone, Chen Qing couldn't help but worry about Su Fan. Lu Yan was shocked. He originally thought that he was the only one who would bear the blame and take on all the things, but he never expected that Su Fan would show up at this time. Senior brother. Su Fan waved at him, and then glanced at the sword cultivators opposite with a calm face. His eyes were as calm as water, without a trace of emotional fluctuations, like a calm pond, deep and mysterious. Feng Yu of Xianai sword sect saw Su Fan, and his eyes suddenly condensed. He was a sword cultivator who had participated in the Star Domain battlefield several times. Although the other party did not release a trace of breath, His intuition told him that this person was very dangerous. The several sword cultivators behind Feng Yu also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Sword cultivators are all experienced in battles and are extremely sensitive to crises. For some reason, ever since the man opposite them appeared, their hairs stood up all over their bodies, and they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. The atmosphere at this time was quite strange, and the air seemed to have solidified together. The originally noisy streets were terribly quiet. The disciples of the Biqiang Xianzong around them all subconsciously held their breath and could only hear their own heartbeats. The group of elite disciples of the Biqiang Xianzong upstairs were also affected by this depressing atmosphere, and they didn't even dare to move. Although they were not strong, they still had vision. Apart from anything else, the sword cultivators on the street had lost their arrogance just now, and they all looked like they were facing a great enemy. Chen Qing was even more stunned by surprise. It was the first time she had seen such a scene. This guy on the street did nothing, but he suppressed the sword cultivators who were just so fierce, and made them tremble with fear and tread on thin ice. At this time, Su Fan suddenly turned his head and stretched out his hand to call Lu Yan to his side. "Tell me, what happened?" Hearing Su Fan calling him, Lu Yan shuddered and hurried over to tell him what happened today. It turned out that these disciples of Xian'ai sword sect had taken a fancy to the window seats of the disciples in the street restaurant, and they wanted to occupy them with an arrogant attitude, so the two sides had a conflict. As a result, the sword cultivator of Xian'ai sword sect made a move and cut off the arm of a disciple. Su Fan frowned after listening to Lu Yan's report. These people from Xian'ai sword sect clearly came here to make trouble on purpose. The matter here should not be that simple. And until now, Biqiang Xianzong has not even had a decent person come, and only pushed Lu Yan, the unlucky guy, to the front. Su Fan didn't care at all about what was behind today's incident. The reason why he stood up to stir up this muddy water was very simple. Su Fan is in charge of the law enforcement hall of the outer sect of Biqiang Xianzong, including Biqiang Xiansheng, and the many markets and resource points around the sect, all under his jurisdiction. If he doesn't kill these sword cultivators of Xian'ai sword sect here today, then he won't be able to live a normal life if he calls any cat or dog to come and make trouble in the future. Su Fan originally wanted to find something to establish his authority, and these sword cultivators just happened to run into his gun. "You guys are unlucky." Su Fan nodded, then turned his head and looked at the sword cultivators opposite him calmly. "I am Fan Su from the Law Enforcement Hall of Biqiang Xianzong." After hearing his words, Feng Yu on the opposite side bowed with a solemn face. "Xian'ai sword sect, Feng Yu?" Su Fan smiled and said lightly. "It is the consensus of all the immortal sects in Chixishan that fighting in the immortal city is prohibited. Several of you attacked in the immortal city and cut off the arm of one of our disciples. Shouldn't you give us an explanation for the Biqiang immortal sect?" As he spoke, the aura he inadvertently exuded was like a vast ocean covering the entire sky, as if a mountain was pressing heavily on everyone's heart. Feng Yu, who was opposite, took a deep breath and suppressed his inner anxiety. He claimed to have experienced hundreds of battles and was definitely a man who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. But the aura he inadvertently exuded by the man he faced today gave him a feeling of being so powerful that he could not reach it, and he was a little depressed. Despite this, Feng Yu still straightened his back. Because he was a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators cannot retreat even a step. "We heard the person, what do you want?" After hearing Feng Yu's words, Su Fan was amused. What he hated most about sword cultivators was that no matter what happened, whether they were right or wrong, they would just hold on. "You are obviously at fault, but you act like scoundrels, just like street hooligans. You must admit your mistakes and stand at attention when you are beaten. There are many sword cultivators, and Su Fan doesn't want to indulge them. How about this? The one who attacks will cut off one arm, and the others will follow me back to the sect's law enforcement hall and let the sect decide." After hearing Su Fan's words, Feng Yu and others were immediately enraged. "Don't even think about it. Sword cultivators can be killed but not humiliated. Kill us if you have the guts, brother. Let's fight our way out of Biqiang Immortal City. I have killed many sword cultivators before." Seeing several sword cultivators standing there in impotence and rage, Su Fan's face darkened at the time. "Since you're shameless, don't blame me for being rude." Su Fan put his hands behind his back, turned his head and glanced at Lu Yan behind him, and said lightly, "Lu Yan, clear the field." As he spoke, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. At this moment, a fierce wind suddenly rose up out of nowhere, and the whimpering wind whistled between heaven and earth. An indescribable terrifying pressure, like a tsunami that covered the sky and the earth, seemed like a mountain suppressing the entire world. The disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong around felt that an extremely majestic momentum came and pushed them out. People standing on the roofs of shops on both sides of the street also rolled down from the roofs. The disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong who were suspended in the air were the worst, and fell from the sky with crackling sounds. The law enforcement hall is doing business, everyone leave this place quickly. Hearing Lu Yan's shout, the disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong performed Taoist magic, and one after another, figures soared into the air and fled into the distance. Even the shopkeepers and clerks in the shops in the nearby streets fled completely, fearing that they would be affected. A group of elite disciples standing in the restaurant on the street were also pushed back several steps by the terrifying momentum of a violent storm, and the tables and chairs in the private room were all smashed to pieces. "Let's go, leave here," with senior brother Mingru's shout. A group of elite disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong also used the escape technique to leave the restaurant. They and many other disciples from the sect were all densely suspended in the air more than 10 miles away. After a while, only Su Fan and several disciples of Xian'ai Sword sect were left on the street. Although both sides had not yet made a move, the overwhelming momentum had already hit like a tsunami, sweeping across a radius of 10 miles. Senior brother Mingru looked at Su Fan and several sword cultivators who were confronting each other on the street in the distance, and knew that today would definitely not end peacefully, and a shocking battle would inevitably break out. "Everyone, hurry up and set up the formation." After hearing this, the people around him hurriedly took out the formation flags and formation plates and started to work. Although the disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong were not strong, they were really fast in setting up the formation. With the cooperation of many Baekhyun Xianzong disciples, it took only a few breaths to complete the first defensive formation, and the spiritual energy shield that soared into the air was about to cover the area within a radius of more than 10 miles. Then, one after another, spiritual shields were propped up, completely covering the block where Su Fan and others were. Brother Mingru and others looked at the immortal formation supported by layers of spiritual shields, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How long has this block been built? It is estimated that it can't be protected. This kid is really a tiger. It's the first time they have seen such a domineering and ruthless person. He didn't care about the impact at all and fought in the immortal city. But everyone knows that as long as this guy can suppress a few sword cultivators here today, Baekhyun Xianzong will not hesitate to pay any price. Baekhyun Xianzong is so poor now that it has only money left. Let alone destroying a few blocks, even if Baekhyun Xianchang is torn down and rebuilt, it is still a big deal for the wealthy sect anyway. Baekhyun Xianzong is right. The same level disciples of two sects are fighting, and it's a 1-on-5. As long as the uncle in the spirit transformation realm in the sect doesn't show up, if the Xian'ai Sword sect has any face, they will have to endure this. You can't send a sword cultivator in the spirit transformation realm to teach Su Fan a lesson. If that were to happen, the Xian'ai Sword sect would definitely lose face in Chixishan, and they would have no chance to survive in the future. Moreover, senior brother Mingru and others all had a feeling that the momentum this guy had just burst out was obviously more powerful than several sword cultivators. It seems that the rumors of the sect are not only not exaggerated, but may even be a little conservative. At this time, Chen Qing's face was flushed, and his eyes were blurred as he looked at a figure on the street in the distance. This is a real man. At this moment, a violent storm swept across the sky, and the boundless momentum was rolling, giving people a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. Wherever you look, the sky seems to be upside down and twisted, and the invisible ripples are vibrating towards the surroundings, and the surrounding space is on the verge of breaking like a broken mirror. Feng Yu and several sword cultivators have already flown into the air, and their long hair is curled up in the violent hurricane, their sleeves are flying, and their robes are rustling. Feng Yu stared at the man in the air opposite him, trying his best to stabilize his shaky body and suppress his fear. This guy was too powerful. Although his realm was only the middle stage of the nascent soul, he felt as if he was facing a transformation immortal. Feng Yu gritted his teeth and roared loudly with all his strength. As a sword cultivator, you should forge ahead, cut through thorns, and make progress bravely. The sword cultivators behind him also roared with him again and again, and the blood in their bodies began to boil. Although Feng Yu and others knew that they might fail today, they were sword cultivators who were brave enough to move forward, and they would not retreat even if they died. Seeing several sword cultivators screaming and pulling their necks to give themselves courage, Su Fan sneered. This scene reminded him of a video in his previous life, in which a boy of a few years old cried and shouted loudly before getting an injection that he was not afraid, which almost made him laugh. This is our Baekhyun Xianzong's territory. You guys should make the first move. Don't go back and say I bullied you. Hearing Su Fan's ridicule, Feng Yu and the others were furious. They were the strongest sword cultivators in Cultivation. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Zhang. Zhang. The flying sword seemed to sense the master's grief and anger, and they all made waves of sword sounds. Cut. Feng Yu's eyes condensed, and he pointed his sword finger forward. Zhang. A sword chant that reached the sky and the earth resounded through the void. A sword light tore through the space in an instant, carrying a mighty force of heaven and earth, and slashed towards Su Fan on the opposite side. The sword light swept across the sky and the earth, and the surrounding space was shaking visible to the naked eye. Wherever the flying sword passed, the buildings on the ground collapsed. The shops on both sides of the street were reduced to ashes, and large pieces of bricks, tiles and beams were smashed into powder and all were blown into the air, as if a fluttering snowflake was floating. Chapter 689 I'm not a slave of three surnames. Feng Yu's flying sword, with a fierce murderous aura, whistled and stabbed at Su Fan on the opposite side. What surprised everyone was that at this time, Su Fan had no intention of dodging, nor did he use any protective Taoist tools, but just stood there stupidly. This also made many disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong who were watching the battle around anxious and shouted loudly. Brother, hide quickly, that is the flying sword of a sword cultivator, you must not resist it, brother, use the protective Taoist tools. It will be too late if you don't use them. Not only them, but also a group of elite disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong were all nervous. Sword cultivators are famous for their killing power, especially their flying swords, which are indestructible and can break anything. Even the most powerful physical cultivators dare not resist the flying sword of a sword cultivator. Moreover, Brother Mingru and others have a good vision. They all saw that this sword clearly contained a trace of the power of the law. But at this moment, Su Fan stood there motionless, neither performing Taoist magic nor activating immortal talismans, and he didn't even use a protective Taoist weapon. What on earth is this guy trying to do? Does he really want to resist the flying sword of the sword cultivator? That sword contains the power of the law. This guy is too arrogant. Chen Qing was so nervous that she couldn't breathe smoothly. Her heart was already in a state of tension, and her heartbeat accelerated violently. She clenched her hands tightly together, and her nervous back was soaked with cold sweat. Such a manly senior brother, please don't die. Feng Yu and several fellow sword cultivators were all trembling with excitement when they saw Su Fan standing there motionless. Does this guy want to resist the flying sword with his flesh? Who gave him the courage? These sword cultivators of Xian'ai sword sect have been to the Starfield battlefield several times, fighting hundreds of big and small battles, but they have never seen anyone who dared to resist the flying sword with his flesh. Not to mention the human cultivators, even the most powerful demons from outside the domain, when they encounter the flying swords of the human sword cultivators, have to use all their means to resist the attack of the flying swords. Swish, a sword with a mighty force of heaven and earth has already rushed to Su Fan. The power of law, seeing that the flying sword of the sword cultivator on the opposite side actually contains the power of law, Su Fan's eyes lit up. After all, it is a super plane. If you pick any immortal sect in Cultivation, it is estimated that there are many disciples in the nascent soul realm who have comprehended the power of law. Thinking back to when Su Fan used a big move containing the power of law in the Netherbone star domain, it caused exclamations everywhere. The difference in strength between the two star domains can be seen. Seeing that the opponent's flying sword has pierced in front of him, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his whole body was shining with golden light. A golden Buddha over 100 feet tall, the shadow behind him soared into the air, and the sound of Buddha chanting was faintly heard. The great Ming King's annihilation seal. At this moment, the world was boiling, and the wind and clouds changed color. A huge palm that covered the sky and the sun came down with a bang, and slammed hard on Feng Yu's flying sword. Boom! With a terrifying loud noise, the boundless and terrifying momentum almost suppressed the entire world. Feng Yu's flying sword, which carried a mighty force of heaven and earth, was instantly slapped away by the great Ming King's annihilation seal performed by Su Fan. Fuck! Senior brother is so strong that he actually slapped away the flying sword containing the power of the law. Is the flying sword of a sword cultivator so weak? It was easily broken by senior brother's palm. Are you stupid? The number of Uniting realm cultivators who can do this in the entire Cultivation can be counted on one hand. Who is this senior brother? Why have I never heard of him? A few months ago, there was a rumor in the sect that a senior brother in the sect easily killed the skeleton supreme alone. It should be the senior brother. At this time, senior brother Mingru and others also widened their eyes and looked at Su Fan in a daze. They knew that Su Fan was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that he actually slapped away the flying sword containing the power of the law with one palm. Although the elite disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong are not good at fighting, their vision is not low at all. Senior brother Mingru and Shen Qing and others laughed at themselves. At the beginning, few people in the sect believed the rumors about this guy, and they all felt that it was a bit exaggerated. But if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. If they went out and told others that someone had slapped away a flying sword containing the power of the law, they would probably be considered mentally ill. Not to mention a flying sword containing the law, even a flying sword controlled by an ordinary sword cultivator would not be taken head-on. Puff, Feng Yu's flying sword was slapped away. Because he had used the power of the law beyond his level, the huge backlash made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhang. Seeing Feng Yu's flying sword being slapped away, the four sword cultivators behind him also used their flying swords to slash at Su Fan on the opposite side. Su Fan had originally wanted to try Feng Yu's flying sword containing the power of the law with his physical strength. Later, to be on the safe side, he used the secret technique of the body Tao Dao Ming Wang Annihilation Seal. But the power of the flying swords of other sword cultivators was far less. When several flying swords slashed in front of Su Fan, he didn't even use the secret method of the physical way, but raised his hand to slap a flying sword away. Bang! Bang! Su Fan slapped 4 flying swords in succession with just the strength of his bare hands. Seeing his operation, there was an uproar around him, and all the Baekhyun Xianzong disciples who were watching the battle were confused. This guy was already amazing just now, but who knew that this time it would be even more fantastic. Su Fan slapped several sword cultivators' flying swords with his bare hands with just the strength of his body. Senior brother Mingru and Shen Qing and a group of elite disciples of the Baekhyun Xianzong were also shocked and stunned. They almost didn't believe their eyes. 4 sword cultivators' flying swords were slapped away by this guy. It won't take long for what happened today to spread throughout the entire Cultivation. And it will definitely subvert everyone's cognition. Of course, this guy will definitely have a hard time in the future. He will surely become the public enemy of all sword cultivators in the entire Cultivation. 3 of the 10 super immortal sects are sword sects. If those sword madmen knew about this, they would definitely line up to find this guy to learn from. Moreover, the most powerful sword cultivators in the sword sect basically hang out in the Starfield battlefield all year round. When these powerful sword cultivators heard the news, they would probably run back from the Starfield battlefield to settle accounts with this guy. Sword cultivators are famous for their belligerence. After hearing about what happened today, they will not be afraid, but will be excited like chicken blood. Su Fan doesn't care about these trivial matters. Anyway, he has to hold these sword cultivators down today. If they are allowed to leave Baekhyun Immortal City in one piece, he will definitely not stop in the future, and anyone will dare to come to his territory to make trouble. Feng Yu and other sword cultivators saw that their flying swords were slapped away by others, and they immediately felt a deep sense of frustration in their hearts. They are sword cultivators, and they have swords as their companions for life. Flying swords are their second life. They didn't even use their full strength, but they knocked their flying swords away. What kind of fight is this? Do you want to fight or not? Su Fan said, and glanced at the sword cultivators opposite him. If you don't want to fight, do as I say. The one who made the move will leave an arm behind and come back to the law enforcement hall of Baekhyun Xianzong with me. The sect master will decide. After hearing Su Fan's words, Feng Yu and others' eyes turned red. They are sword cultivators. They can lose miserably today, even if they die without a burial place, but they can't bow their heads even if they die. If they lose, the worst thing is to go back and practice hard, and then come back to take revenge later. Feng Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Stop talking nonsense. If you want us sword cultivators to bow our heads, just come on, haha. Su Fan sneered. These guys really won't cry until they see the coffin. His eyes suddenly focused, and golden light shone all over his body. A golden Buddha rose up behind him. Heaven-shaking seal, Su Fan raised his arm suddenly, and it turned into a giant palm that covered the sky and sun, and slammed down on the ground. Boom! With a loud sound that shook the earth, it seemed as if a vast and boundless force had descended, sweeping across the entire void like a tsunami. The entire Baekhyang immortal city was shaken violently, and several streets within a radius of more than 10 miles on the ground were directly crushed to pieces by this terrifying force, as if they were hit by a wave of world-destroying storms. The spiritual shields supported by several immortal formations were also shattered by the aftermath of this terrifying force. Several sword cultivators suspended in the air were also swept into the torrent like fallen leaves, and were blown away by the terrifying storm and thrown out to the outside world. Until their bodies hit the spiritual shield of the last immortal formation, they fell to the ground, motionless, and their life and death were unknown. Countless Baekhyang Xianzong disciples suspended in the air around them were also shocked by this devastating blow and subconsciously retreated. At this moment, within the spiritual shield of the last defensive immortal formation, the airflow swept across, and smoke and dust rolled. Until the diffused smoke and dust gradually fell, the field of vision was in a mess, and those blocks had disappeared. The block was already full of broken walls, and a huge palm print was left on the cracked ground. At this moment, the countless Baekhyang Xianzong disciples gathered around were all silent, and the crowd was silent. Senior brother Mingru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, 5 defensive immortal formations were arranged, otherwise this palm would have destroyed half of Baekhyang Xiancheng. Senior brother, is this guy really in the middle stage of the nascent soul? Hearing the words of a junior brother next to him, senior brother Mingru smiled bitterly. You ask me, who the hell should I ask? Let alone you? Even he himself is confused. Although the physical bodies of the physical cultivators are strong and their fighting power is unmatched, I have never seen such a strong one. At this time, senior brother Mingru suddenly remembered something. Those disciples of the Xian'ai sword sect should be fine. After hearing his words, a group of elite disciples suddenly became nervous. Don't let anyone die. No matter how big the conflict between the immortal sects is, it doesn't matter if they are injured or disabled. Once someone dies, it will be a blood feud. If the Baekhyang immortal sect is hated by the Xian'ai sword sect, it will be difficult for them to live in Chixishan in the future. Su Fan was suspended in the air, his eyes suddenly condensed, and he completely released his spiritual sense, taking in all the movements within a radius of more than 10 miles. Although the several sword cultivators of the Xian'ai sword sect were seriously injured, they all saved their lives. He deliberately stopped and didn't use his full strength just now. After all, it was just a conflict between the sects, and there was no need to make a life and death blood feud. Su Fan picked them up one by one and threw them on the ground, then turned around and shouted, "LV Yen, come in and arrest him." Hearing Su Fan's shout, LV Yen, who had been standing in the crowd, was excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Law enforcement hall disciples, listen to the order, go in and arrest him. Follow the order of senior brother. The outer sect law enforcement hall disciples who were also standing in the crowd all shouted excitedly. They caught a sword cultivator from the super sword sect. This was enough for these casual cultivators who had just joined the sect to brag about for the rest of their lives. This also made countless Baekhyang Xianzong disciples who were watching the battle around extremely envious. LVN led a group of outer sect law enforcement hall disciples, and they all soared into the air from the crowd and rushed into the fairy formation. At this moment, a dazzling light flashed in the sky in the distance. This dazzling light was actually a flying sword, carrying an endless and fierce murderous aura, rolling up a terrifying storm in the sky, and whistling towards Su Fan. Boom boom boom, with a violent roar that shocked thousands of miles, the spiritual shield that defended the fairy formation collapsed. After the flying sword shattered the defense shield of the immortal formation, it kept circling in the air. The sharp and boundless murderous aura seemed to cut the entire space into pieces. LVN and a group of outer sect law enforcement hall disciples had just rushed into the defense immortal formation when they were pressed down by the boundless terrifying murderous aura and could not move. They fell headfirst from the air. Although they were more than 10 miles away, the Baekhyang immortal sect disciples who were watching the battle still felt the sharp edges scratching their faces. Su Fan raised his head and glanced at the flying swords flying back and forth in the air, then turned around and looked into the distance. a sword cultivator in the spirit transformation realm. I knew that you, old man, must have been watching from the side. I have to say that the sword cultivator's heart is really hard. Seeing that the inner sect disciples were on the verge of death, he didn't show up until now. At this time, a figure suddenly stepped into the air, and the boundless murderous aura was like a raging tsunami, covering the entire sky. Su Fan felt as if he was completely enveloped by an extremely sharp feeling, and felt a tingling sensation all over his body, as if he was about to be pierced by a sharp sword. He forced himself to straighten his back, and then bowed to the other party. Fan Su of the Law Enforcement Hall of Bikiong Xianzong respectfully welcomes the senior to Bikiong Xianchen. You are a physical cultivator, why come to this broken sect? After he said this, he looked at Su Fan carefully again. With your strength, you can go anywhere. I am quite familiar with the people of Henshin Dao Palace. You can go there, why waste your time in this broken place? Su Fan was stunned when he heard it, and he almost fell from the air. Brother, is it really okay for you to talk like this? There are so many disciples of Bikiong Xianzong around, how can you belittle the other sect in someone else's territory? The emotional intelligence of the sword cultivator is really hard to describe. I was born as a casual cultivator, and have been wandering around. I am grateful to the sect for not abandoning me, accepting me as a disciple, and granting me the great way to heaven. I am grateful and willing to risk my life to protect our sect. Su Fan said this with great determination. At this time, no matter what he thought in his heart, he had to make his feelings clear. I am not a slave of 3 surnames, and I must not be a double-crosser. If I change my mind every day, I will not be able to survive in the world of cultivation in the future. Chapter 690. He is almost fed up with these people. The words of the Xianai Sword Sect's Transformation Realm Sword Cultivator just now also angered many of the surrounding Bikiong Xianzong disciples. Bikiong Xianzong has profound attainments in the Dao of formation, and its Dao tradition has a long history. It is also the best in the entire Chixishan. How come it has become a small broken sect? The most hateful thing is that Bikiong Xianzong finally has a capable fighter, and you actually poached him in front of so many people. Henshin Dao Palace is the only physical sect among the top 10 super sects in Chixishan. This temptation is not small. If Su Fan can't resist the temptation and agrees to it, Bikiong Xianzong will lose too much. Anyway, ordinary people can't resist this kind of temptation. It's one of the top 10 super sects. Especially for a physical cultivator like Su Fan, Henshin Dao Palace is the holy land of all physical cultivators in Chixishan. This Xianai Sword Sect's Transformation Realm Sword Cultivator really doesn't take Bikiong Xianzong seriously. At this moment, the atmosphere around is extremely depressing, and there is a sense of injustice. But even though they were extremely angry, they could only bear it because he was a god-transforming immortal. Especially since he was a sword madman, once his killing intent was aroused, blood would flow like a river. The sword cultivators were notorious in Chixishan. Not only were the disciples of Bikiong Immortal Sect afraid of them, but the people of other immortal sects also had to give in when they saw the sword cultivators. Until they heard Su Fan's words again, they were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. However, everyone was sweating for Su Fan. Because few people dared to speak in such a tone in front of a sword cultivator, who was still a sword cultivator in the god-transforming realm. But at this moment, Su Fan was not worried at all. In this situation today, he alone suppressed these sword cultivators. Now that the god-transforming immortal of Xianai Sword Sect showed up first, it was actually a loss. Su Fan took the thunder for the sect, and the old monster of the god-transforming sect hiding behind couldn't just watch himself being bullied. If I hadn't stood up for him today, who would work for the Bikiong Immortal Sect in the future? Moreover, since he broke through the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art and swallowed the blood of the foreign combined demon, his strength has long been different from before. Now facing the Immortal Master of Transformation, he is no longer as unbearable as before. Even if the opponent is a sword cultivator in the transformation realm, he can face it calmly, at least he can stand up straight. The Xianai Sword Sect sword cultivator in the transformation realm frowned when he heard Su Fan's words. This kid is too ungrateful. Although he was very angry, he had to rely on his status, and it was not good to get angry with a junior. The other party took a deep breath and said, "That's it for today. I'll take these useless disciples away first. Senior, it's okay to take these brothers away, but I'm afraid it's not possible now." Hearing Su Fan say this, the other party's face changed immediately, and a terrifying murderous aura spread all over the sky. The temperature around dropped sharply, and the air almost solidified. Invisible sharp air filled the air, and Su Fan felt like a sharp blade was rushing towards him. And the hairs on his body stood up. Then tell me, how can I take them away? Su Fan took a deep breath, and then looked at the sword cultivator opposite him with pride and fearlessness. The brothers from Xian'ai sword sect not only attacked in the immortal city, but also cut off the arms of the disciples in the sect. They must give an explanation to our Bekyong immortal sect. Humph. You mean, these useless disciples of mine must leave an arm before I can take them away? After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan's anger tang jumped up. Otherwise, how messy the sword cultivators are. The sword sect of Chixishan is really too domineering. Maybe they are used to being domineering on weekdays, and they don't even talk about reason, and they use their power to suppress others. Su Fan was about to speak when he saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him. He really knew this person. It was the Rufang Immortal Venerable that he met in the sect affairs hall when he was going through the entry procedures. Disciple, I pay my respects to Uncle Rufang. After hearing this, Rufang Immortal Venerable turned around and nodded at him, with a look of relief in his eyes. Well, leave it to me. After he said that, he looked at the sword cultivator who had reached the state of transformation and cupped his hands. Brother Kang He, how are you? Seeing Rufang Immortal Venerable appear, Kang He Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. I have seen the disciples of your Bekyong Immortal sect today. Rufang Immortal Venerable laughed and said, this kid was born as a casual cultivator and is used to being wild outside. Why are you competing with him? Stop talking nonsense. I want to take him away today. Just tell me if it's okay. After hearing what Kang He Immortal Venerable said, Rufang Immortal Venerable nodded. Brother, what are you talking about? It's just a few young people making a fuss. Just take him away. After hearing what Rufang Immortal Venerable said, Su Fan was not happy at that time. But his uncle had already agreed, so he couldn't bring this up, but he was still angry if he didn't say anything. So, Su Fan whispered, Uncle, several streets in the fairy city have been destroyed. It will cost a lot of spirit stones to rebuild them. After hearing Su Fan's words, Rufang Immortal Venerable turned around and lectured with a stern face. Did you destroy those streets? What does it have to do with others, Uncle? Why are you so unreasonable? They fought in the city and injured the disciples in the sect. Can't we, the law enforcement hall, do anything about it? Although the two of them didn't speak loudly, Kang He Immortal Venerable on the opposite side heard it clearly. It seems that you two are squeezing me here. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the anger in his chest. Today, Xian'ai sword sect is in trouble. It's okay to lose the fight. It's not a bad thing to let these ignorant disciples in the sect suffer a little, but the face of the sect is completely lost. Swoosh, Immortal Kang He took out a ring and threw it over fiercely. These spirit crystals are enough for you to rebuild several streets. I'll take the people away. He waved his hand and sucked several wounded sword cultivators over, then disappeared from the air with them. Immortal Rufang caught a ring and threw it to Su Fan. This belongs to you. Su Fan quickly reached out to catch it, his eyes focused. His consciousness swept over the ring, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Uncle Master. How can I be so embarrassed? Immortal Rufang laughed, and he was in a very good mood at this time. This kid is a talent. Not only is he a good fighter, but he is also mean. After hearing what he just said, Immortal Kang He's face turned green. If he said this himself, Immortal Kang He would definitely turn against him, but Su Fan was a junior, so it didn't matter what he said. Especially the word unreasonable, which squeezed the other party badly. Don't pretend, just take it. You did a good job today, and the sect will give you a big reward later. Thank you, Uncle. Immortal Rufang looked at Su Fan again, and then his figure slowly disappeared into the air. LV Yen, I'll leave this to you. I'm leaving first. Su Fan threw down a sentence and disappeared in an instant. Today, he earned face for the sect and exposed his strength. If he stays here, he will not be able to rest. At this time, Senior Brother Mingru came here with a group of elite disciples in the sect, but found that Su Fan was gone. Junior Brother Lu Yan, whereas Senior Brother Fan Su, Lu Yan was also confused, and he didn't understand why Su Fan left. Senior Brother was alone today, easily suppressed 5 sword cultivators, and faced the sword cultivators in the spiritual transformation realm with neither servility nor arrogance. Isn't this the time when he should be admired by thousands of people? Why did he leave? Senior Brother, He left. After hearing Lu Yan's words, senior brother Mingru and others were also stunned. They couldn't understand Su Fan's intention. Apart from other things, it won't take long for today's incident to spread throughout the entire Cultivation. Having just created such a great reputation, it is time to continue to ferment. As for how to ferment, it depends on the brothers and sisters in the sect to help spread it everywhere. No matter what happens in the future, just today's incident is enough for this guy to eat for a lifetime. Chen Qing also showed a trace of disappointment on her face. She missed the opportunity at the last gathering, and now she really wants to get to know this brother again. How could they know that Su Fan cares least about his reputation? If it weren't for less trouble in the future, he wouldn't have taken action today, just to deter those who want to make trouble. Don't call a cat or a dog, dare to come to Biqiang Xian Chang to make trouble. That is, Xian'e sword sect, Biqiang Xian Zhuang can't afford to offend. So he didn't start a killing spree today, but just beat the 5 sword cultivators so hard that they couldn't live without him. If it was a small family, he would have to be torn to pieces. As for the elite disciples in the sect and many family children, someone else might take this opportunity to make friends with him. But for Su Fan, he was almost fed up with these people. So as soon as the matter was over, he handed this place over to Lu Yan, and then quickly left Biqiang Immortal City and returned to his own cave. Brother Mingru and others were unwilling to see Su Fan. They also found out the location of Su Fan's cave and took the initiative to visit him. As a result, they were all stunned outside the cave. There was a sign hanging outside Su Fan's cave with a few words written on it. Retreat to heal injuries, no visitors. Brother Mingru and others were almost angry to death. We have been watching from the side. Where the hell are you injured? Although they were unhappy to see Su Fan close the door and refuse visitors, they couldn't stay here, so they had to leave. What happened in Biqiang Immortal City spread throughout the central region in just a few days, and then quickly spread to all parts of Cultivation. When everyone heard the news, the first reaction was disbelief. Biqiang Immortal Sect is not unfamiliar to the cultivators of Cultivation. Many people bought immortal formations from this sect. If it were a super immortal sect, it would be understandable, but this sect is full of nerds who tinker with the art of formation. Isn't this nonsense? Even if it is bragging, it is not so ridiculous. But what happened next is a bit confusing. After the news spread, Xian'e sword sect never stood up to deny it. If this is fake news, those sword madmen will tear down Biqiang Immortal Sect. Then, another explosive news came. It is said that dozens of elite disciples of Xian'e sword sect in the Starfield battlefield have all returned to Cultivation. People who are familiar with this sword sect know that in places like Xian'e sword sect, the elite disciples with strong strength almost hang out in the Starfield battlefield all year round. Xian'e sword sect withdrew dozens of elite disciples from the Starfield battlefield this time, which is definitely a big event. So the incident of Biqiang Immortal Sect has spread more and more in Cultivation. In the past few days, the disciples in Biqiang Immortal Sect are like celebrating a festival, and the topic of conversation every day has never left this matter. The protagonist of this incident, Su Fan, did not even show up. In the past few days, Su Fan's communication array disk received hundreds of messages, but he threw the communication array disk into the ring without even bothering to take a look. This guy did not even reply to the message, which made the sect anxious. Later, under the pressure of public opinion in the sect, Rufang Xianzhen had to come to his cave in person. When he saw the sign hanging outside, he almost pissed the old man off. Senior brother Rufang raised his hand and drew dense runes in the air. After a while, he broke the immortal array outside Su Fan's cave. He went straight into the cave and saw Su Fan lying leisurely on a recliner under the waterfall at the end of the valley, drinking tea happily. Rufang Xianzhen took a deep breath and calmed down his anger. "Uncle, why are you here?" In fact, Su Fan had known that the old man was coming. He quickly stood up from the recliner and ran to Rufang Xianzhen. "Why didn't you reply to my message?" After hearing what Rufang Xianzhen said, Su Fan slapped his forehead and took out the communication array disk from his ring. "Oh. Look at my memory. I put the communication array disk in my ring that day and forgot to take it out." Rufang Xianzhen didn't want to waste time with this kid, so he came to the pond and sat down. Su Fan quickly brewed a pot of spiritual tea like a dog, and then poured a cup for the old man. "Tell me, what are you thinking? Why haven't you shown up for so long? Don't talk about healing. Don't I know whether you are injured or not?" Su Fan put down the teapot and laughed. "Uncle, I don't want to hide it from you. I am a socially anxious person, what the hell? Rufang Xianzhen had never heard of this word before, and was stunned for a while. Su Fan also realized his mistake. This was a word from his previous life, and people in this world of cultivation would never understand it. What I mean is that I'm not good at socializing. When there are too many people around, I get nervous. Rufang Xianzhen understood this time, but he didn't believe it at all. Don't try to fool me. What are you thinking? Su Fan also knew that he couldn't fool him today, so he just said it. Uncle, I just want to practice quietly and hard, and don't want to be burdened by false reputation. Rufang Xianzhen nodded, which sounded like a human word. When he first saw this kid in the sect hall, he didn't have a good impression of this new disciple who came from a casual cultivator. Because of this matter, he even went to the sect's high-level officials to make a fuss. Why can a new disciple be promoted to an elite disciple directly after entering the sect? Later, Rufang Xianzhen paid attention to this kid, but since he entered the sect, he has rarely left the cave, and he looks like a hard-working person. He couldn't say anything about such a disciple, so he stopped paying attention to him. Until today, after hearing Su Fan's words, Rufang Xianzhen understood his thoughts to some extent. No matter what, disciples in the sect are not burdened by false reputations, so it is not wrong to have such a state of mind. Moreover, this disciple was not shaken by the old man Kang Hei's instigation, and he also expressed his feelings in front of him. The upright immortal venerable Rufang likes Su Fan from the bottom of his heart. You are right to think so, but in your spare time after hard practice, you should also communicate more with the senior brothers in the sect. You are no longer a casual cultivator now, and you can't always hold the mentality of fighting alone in the immortal sect. To be honest, this old man is not a bad person. Uncle, I also participated in a gathering of elite disciples of the sect since then. I never want to go again. Immortal venerable Rufang smiled bitterly. In fact, he was the same as Su Fan. He was rootless after entering the sect. Fortunately, he had a good talent in formation, so he was selected by the master to be his disciple. But what else does this kid have besides fighting? His aptitude for cultivation is ordinary, and his talent in formation is probably average. It is difficult for him to communicate with those people in the sect. The gang of family members trying to win him over was nothing more than inviting him to marry into the family and become a thug for the family. This guy seemed easygoing, but from the way he did things this time, it could be seen that he was also a violent person who would rather be straight than bend. How could a person like him be attached to family, let alone marry into the family? Chapter 691. If that's the case, I won't be polite. Master Rufang thought for a moment and said, are you willing to become my disciple? Su Fan was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the man in front of him with a confused face and didn't know what to say for a while. Although it was definitely a great honor for him to be accepted as a disciple by the sect's Huishan immortal master. But he thought calmly and felt that this old man must have other reasons for accepting him as a disciple. Su Fan was still very self-aware. His qualifications were very poor, and his talent in formation was also very poor compared to other disciples in the sect. Apart from being able to fight, he had nothing to show for himself. The standard for selecting disciples in the immortal sect is not just the ability to fight, but more about the future potential of the disciples. Especially for a sect like the Baekhyang immortal sect that focuses on formation, the most important thing is the disciples' talent in formation. As for strong fighters, as long as you are willing to spend spirit stones, you can hire them. Thinking of this, Su Fan asked in a deep voice, Uncle, if I can become your disciple, of course I will be more than happy. At this point, he hesitated. I don't understand one thing. Why did you accept me as your disciple? If another disciple had asked this question, immortal Rufang would have slapped him in the face. But when Su Fan said this, he was not angry, but rather pleased. This kid's mentality is really stable. Now the sect values him very much. When he was fighting with several sword cultivators, the top leaders of Baekhyang Xianzhuang almost came out in full force. At that time, not only were the disciples of Baekhyang Xianzhuang stunned, but even the old guys who were watching the battle behind the scenes were also shocked. They are not ordinary disciples in the sect, and their vision is of course much higher. This kid easily defeated the 5 sword cultivators of Xianai sword sect. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he did not use his full strength at all, and he may not even use 1/3 of his strength. Looking at the entire nascent soul cultivators in Chixishan, if we only talk about combat effectiveness, This kid can definitely be ranked in the top 10 now whose strength may be infinitely close to that of a cultivator in the god transformation realm. It is said that the combined ancestors of the sect were all shocked and watched the whole incident. The ancestor of the sect, who had been elusive for many years, only left a sentence. This kid is not bad, he has not shown up for many years, and now he has left a sentence because of a unique cultivator. This also shocked the top leaders of the sect and made them worried. There was no way. At that time, King Heizanzan of Shianai Sword sect clearly wanted to dig the sect's corners, which showed that the 10 super immortal sects also valued him very much. Although Su Fan stated his whereabouts neither humble nor arrogant, the top leaders of Biqiang Xianzong did not think so. That was the recruitment of the 10 super immortal sects, especially the Henshin Dao Palace, which was definitely the holy land of the entire Chiksha celestial body cultivator. As for Su Fan's passionate words at that time, few of the old monsters in the sect believed it at all. If they are disciples who have been cultivated by the sect since childhood, or those who have a close ties with the sect, they may have feelings and ties to the sect. He is a casual cultivator who has just entered the sect. Why should he be loyal to Biqiang Xianzong? These 1,000-year-old monsters have experienced too much and have long lost their human touch. What they believe in is the eternal interests and human nature. Now Biqiang Xianzong is in a very embarrassing situation. If this kid stands up one day, the sect will be discredited in Loyan Mountain Range. Once the sword cultivators of Shianai Sword sect walk out of Biqiang Xianchang in a swagger, the sect will no longer have prestige. Then exaggerate this matter and make it known to everyone. If similar things happen again and again, Biqiang Xianzong will have no choice but to tolerate it. Then the 10 super immortal sects will open a few more loopholes to let the casual cultivator alliance of Loyan Mountain Range harass the south, and the sect can only turn to the 10 super immortal sects for help. Once public opinion is formed, the 10 super immortal sects occupy the moral high ground, and they can rush into the sect's sphere of influence with peace of mind. By then, the people of the entire Chiksha will regard the Biqiang immortal sect as a vassal sect of the 10 super sects. But no one expected that the Biqiang immortal sect would produce such a capable fighter. He easily suppressed several sword cultivators of the Shianai Sword sect and also exposed the conspiracy of the 10 super immortal sects, which immediately changed the embarrassing situation of the sect. After all, Chiksha is the immortal sect plane, and even the 10 super immortal sects have to save face. If it were the demon sect plane, there would be no need for such trouble. Therefore, the Biqiang immortal sect summoned the elders above the level of transformation in the sect overnight to study how to keep this kid in the sect. So the purpose of Rufang Xianzan coming to Su Fan today is actually to recruit Su Fan as a disciple. He knows Su Fan too well, and this kid is very smart. Instead of pretending to be polite, it is better to be straightforward and treat this matter as a transaction. I won't hide it from you. You are very important to the sect now. Su Fan didn't expect that this old guy would be so straightforward and explain his purpose right away. In this case, I won't be polite. I have been studying the Dao of formation, but unfortunately there is no suitable inheritance, and I have never been able to comprehend the true meaning of the Dao of formation. The sect has decided to allow you to accept the inheritance of the secret hall, and all the materials for the Dao of formation will also be provided by the sect. It must be said that the Biqiang immortal sect is very sincere in offering such conditions. However, Su Fan felt that he should give it a little more. I have been exploring the Dao of formation on my own, but I am too stupid to get the hang of it. Join my sect and I will teach you once a month. Su Fan was immediately excited when he heard this. This was a step-by-step teaching by an old monster in the god transformation realm. He felt that it was enough. Even the core disciples of the sect would not be able to do more than this. Thinking of this, Su Fan stood up from the ground, then knelt in front of the immortal venerable Rufang and kowtowed respectfully. Disciple, I pay my respects to Master. Immortal Rufang breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of this kid's conditions. But he was afraid that he would not agree. As long as he could stay in Biqiang Xianzong with peace of mind, he could agree to any conditions. Well, I'll leave first. Tomorrow at noon, you go to the sect affairs hall. The sect will hold a ceremony for you to become a disciple. After hearing what Immortal Rufang said, Su Fan hurriedly said, Master, forget about the ceremony, that's fine. I'll tell the sect master. Immortal Rufang left Su Fan's cave after he finished speaking. The senior leaders of the sect were all waiting for his news. Su Fan sent his master out of the cave. Looking at the old man's back, He couldn't help shaking his head. It seems that Immortal Kang He's public recruitment that day also made the senior leaders of Baekhyang Xianzong a little restless. In fact, they really thought too much. Although this Henshin Dao Palace is the holy place for all physical cultivators in Chixishan, for him, there is no shortage of physical cultivation sects. Looking at the entire Chixishan, what kind of physical cultivation sect is stronger than the heavenly demon saint body art? Although all cultivators yearn for the 10 super immortal sects, Su Fan has no interest at all. Apart from the Taoist traditions of alchemy, instruments, talismans, and formations, the other inheritances of the immortal sects have no appeal to him at all. Su Fan had already thought about it. When he had almost fleeced the Baekhyang immortal sect, he would find a way to go to a demon sect plane and find a way to join a super demon sect. The inheritances of the demon sects such as zombies, bones, insect poison, blood, poison, soul, demon, and curse are the traditions he wants most. There is no way. The Kingkwang star region is a remote star region, and the inheritances of the immortals and demons are not up to standard. Let alone the 4 arts of alchemy, instruments, talismans, and formations. Chixishan alone can beat Kingkwang star region by more than 10 straights. It was not until Su Fan drifted to Chixishan that he really opened his eyes. If he can integrate the inheritance of the formation of the Baekhyang immortal sect, he can open a sect when he returns to the Kingkwang star region. Looking at the trump cards he had, only the heavenly demon saint body art was still acceptable. The rest were not good enough in front of the cultivators of Chixishan. The next day, Su Fan came to Baekhyang Xianzong, where the sect master personally met him and rewarded him. The sect also held a brief apprenticeship ceremony for him. Almost all the high-level members of the sect and the elders above the level of transformation came. Su Fan was a little soft-handed just to accept the gifts from those old monsters. Anyway, in order to keep Su Fan, Baekhyang Xianzong also fought hard. Because of Su Fan's stepping forward, the top 10 super immortal sects not only failed to achieve their goals, but also lost more than they gained, which made Baekhyang Xianzong lose face in Chixishan. But everyone knows that the top 10 super immortal sects will never give up. Next, they will definitely withdraw their disciples and let the loose cultivator alliance in the north move south in large numbers. If the Baekhyang Xianzong can't hold on, it will definitely ask for help from the top 10 super Xianzongs. At that time, the sect's situation will inevitably fall into an embarrassing situation again. The loose cultivator alliance is not as disciplined as the Xianzong. Although the divine transformation cultivators will not easily go down, it is not certain that they will do so behind the scenes. Although the formation cultivators are not good at fighting alone, they are not bad at defense when they cooperate with a team. Moreover, there are many high-level cultivators in the Baekhyang Xianzong, but what is lacking is the Yuanying realm disciples like Su Fan who can fight in the front. After a whole day of tossing and turning, Su Fan was finally freed and left the sect and returned to his cave. When he returned to the portable secret realm, Sister Zhen floated over. "Master, why are you back so late? Dinner has been ready." Su Fan waved his hand and said, "Please heat up the rice for me first, and I will eat it later." He didn't have the heart to eat now. He came to the thatched cottage excitedly and sat cross-legged. Su Fan took out a bunch of stored rings from his arms and placed them all in front of him. He was so happy that he was stupid. In addition to the rewards from the sect, the rest of these rings are the gifts from the immortal master Huishan. Although the 3 Liangsu masters in the sect did not show up, they also entrusted the sect master to give their gifts to Su Fan. He has been in the world of cultivation for so long, but this is the first time he has received so many gifts. Moreover, each gift comes from the immortal master Huishan, and even the old monster Liangsu. For Su Fan, it is simply a wealth of wealth. Needless to say, he came to the Baekhyang immortal sect. If Su Fan accepted the recruitment of the immortal master Kang He and joined this Henshin Dao Palace, one of the top 10 super immortal sects, he would never have received such treatment. When he joined this Henshin Dao Palace, people might not pay attention to him, and might even leave him aside to fend for himself. Baekhyang immortal sect is different. In order to keep him, they will definitely win him over. In addition, the sect has a rich foundation, and the last thing it lacks is money. Su Fan likes to be friends with such local tyrants the most. They don't paint a rosy picture for you, nor do they talk about ideals with you. They just throw money at you until you beg for mercy. Su Fan rubbed his hands excitedly and picked up a ring like a pilgrim. This was a gift from a master of the sect. When had he ever been treated like this? Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness swept over the ring. There was only an ancient wooden box inside. He took the box out, took a deep breath, and gently opened the box. Fuck. When Su Fan saw what was in the box, he couldn't help but swear. In this ancient wooden box, there was actually an 8th level immortal talisman. He was so excited that he almost fainted. This is an 8th level immortal talisman. This immortal talisman is called Taizu Engang Shenhiro Baofu, which is extremely powerful. Anyway, if you meet a spiritual cultivator again, you will definitely hide him with one hit. With this 8th level immortal talisman in his hand, Su Fan can now easily destroy a small sect. This old monster of the Bikyong immortal sect is too willing to give up. You should know that the 8th level immortal talisman is not easy to draw. It is said that the moment the talisman is completed, it will attract the catastrophe of heavenly thunder. Even the old monster Liangsu will spend a lot of energy to make the talisman. Not to mention the 8th level talisman. Even the talismans above the 7th level are rare on the market. This Taizuinging Divine Fire Treasure Talisman, if placed in an ordinary small sect or a cultivation family, can be passed down from generation to generation as a treasure of the sect apart from anything else. Just for this Taizuinging Divine Fire Treasure Talisman, it is enough for him to work hard for the Bikyong immortal sect. Su Fan put the box away, then took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Don't get excited, don't get excited. There are also 2 gifts from the old monster Liangsu. He is really afraid that he will get too excited and fall all of a sudden. At this time, Sister Zhen floated in silently from outside. Master, what's wrong with you? She saw Su Fan's face flushed and his whole body trembling, and she immediately became worried. It's okay, the master is happy today. Sister Zhen was stunned. How could you be happy like that? I never saw you so excited when you were fooling around with those grandmas. Seeing that Sister Zhen was still worried, Su Fan was amused by her. Make me a pot of spiritual tea. Sister Zhen quickly helped Su Fan make a pot of spiritual tea, and then poured him a cup. Su Fan picked up the teacup, put it to his lips and took a sip, then closed his eyes and slowly savored the rich tea fragrance. After a long while, he finally calmed down his extremely excited mood. Master, you are really okay, haha. It's okay, you go and get busy. Sister Zhen looked at the master worriedly, and then poured him another cup of spiritual tea. Master, I'm going to be busy, call me if you have anything. Chapter 692. This thing is really advanced. Su Fan glanced at Sister Zhen's back and shook his head with a wry smile. He had indeed lost his composure just now, and even Sister Zhen looked at him as if he were a psychopath. But facing that 8th level immortal talisman, who the hell could hold it? If he could remain calm, he would have become an immortal long ago. Su Fan drank several cups of spiritual tea in succession, and only then did he calm down his excitement. He took a deep breath and picked up another stored ring. This was also a meeting gift from a senior Liangsu master in the sect, but he didn't know if it could bring him the same surprise as before. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness scanned the storage ring, and found that there was also an exquisite wooden box inside. He immediately became excited. Could it be another 8th level talisman? Su Fan gently opened the wooden box and saw a fairy talisman inside. The meeting gift given to him by this Liangsu master was indeed an 8th level fairy talisman, but this time it was a protective fairy talisman, named 9 Dragons Chixio Armor Fairy Talisman. After the immortal talisman is activated, it can transform into 9 red dragons, guarding the body of the cultivator, and its defensive ability is extremely amazing. It can be said that with this 9 dragons red sky armor immortal talisman, even if he stands there motionless and lets several divine transformation cultivators attack continuously, he can withstand it for a while. Although this 9 dragons red sky armor immortal talisman also made him excited, he was no longer as excited as before. For Su Fan, the 8th level protective immortal talisman may be more effective. He put away the wooden box, and then picked up a storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. The storage ring still contained a wooden box, but judging from the appearance of the box, it should not be an immortal talisman. Su Fan took out the wooden box, and then scanned it with his spiritual sense, and found that it contained a doll about the size of an inch, and there was also a jade slip next to it. He opened the wooden box and held the doll in his hand to examine it carefully. This is a doll about the size of an inch, with a very worn appearance, and even a lot of wear on the edges. The texture is neither gold nor wood, and it is soaked with a few strands of earth yellow. It looks very old. Su Fan held the doll in his hand and rubbed it, and felt a faint bump. He brought the doll in front of his eyes and used his eyesight to see that the raised lines on the surface of the doll were very blurry, probably because of wear and tear, and the depth was different. But the engraved lines were still there, and they were still vaguely discernible if you look closely. Su Fan looked at it for a while and frowned. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. This doll was definitely not something from the Taoist sect, because the lines on the doll gave him a sense of déjà vu. After a while, Su Fan put the doll down and smiled bitterly. He was 100% sure that this doll must be something from the Wu sect, and many of the lines on it could be found on him. Su Fan picked up the jade slip in the box and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put the jade slip down. It turned out that this was a witch weapon that the refining boss and the sect accidentally obtained in other realms, called Incarnation Witch Doll. The monk constantly feeds this witch puppet with his blood and ki. Once this Incarnation Witch puppet is refined, the monk can have an incarnation. This incarnation has 30% of the monk's strength, including the flesh, blood, and the ability to perform various magical powers and Taoist techniques. Not only can it be indistinguishable from the real thing, but it can also help the monk complete some simple tasks. In addition, the Incarnation Witch puppet has an extremely powerful ability, that is, to die for the sake of death. The ability of this Incarnation Witch puppet to die for the sake of death is not comparable to the death array on the top grade robe. There is a death array on the top grade robe on Su Fan, but if it encounters an attack from a high-level monk, the death array cannot stop it at all, and the monk will die anyway. And this puppet is awesome. Even if the old monster Liangsa hits with all his strength, the Incarnation Witch puppet can still help the monk escape. It has to be said that with this Incarnation Witch puppet, it is equivalent to Su Fan having an extra life. Moreover, the ability of this Incarnation Witch doll to incarnate outside the body is also very practical. The function of being able to make a fake look real can help Su Fan a lot. Su Fan stroked this Incarnation Witch doll with his hand, and his heart was so excited. This thing is really advanced. He knew very well that this Incarnation Witch doll was definitely made by a big boss in the witch world. This Incarnation Witch doll should have been seized from a big boss in the witch world by this big boss in the sect. Unfortunately, Su Fan can't contact the witch god AG now. If she were there, maybe she could develop more functions of the Incarnation Witch doll. The gifts given to him by the two big bosses in the sect were all life-saving things. They were really afraid of dying. After all, the immortal sect still has face, at least it won't send high-level cultivators to deal with him. But it's hard to say about the guys in the loose cultivator alliance. They can do anything behind the scenes. The three refining masters in the sect also knew the current situation of the Baekhyang immortal sect, so they supported him with all their strength. The refining masters in the world of cultivation are generally like dragons that are hard to find and will not easily take action. Therefore, the biggest threat Su Fan faced in Cultivation was the old monster of the transformation of gods, so the gifts given to him by the three masters were all used to deal with the transformation of gods. There are many transformation of gods in the loose cultivator alliance. If the two sides really tear each other apart in the future, the transformation of gods on the other side is likely to take action against Su Fan. Su Fan took a deep breath and put away this Incarnation Witch doll. He was worried at first, but with the three trump cards given by the refining masters in the sect, he was not afraid of anything. If the loose cultivator alliance really didn't want to force their face and use the transformation of gods to deal with him, he would definitely not be soft-hearted. Su Fan was born as a loose cultivator and knew these guys too well. Although the loose cultivator alliance has a large number of people, the loose cultivators are of the nature of not wanting to kill their friends, and when it comes to a critical moment, few people will really fight with you. As long as Su Fan kills a few loose cultivators in the god transformation realm, others will have to avoid him in the future. If you want to gain a foothold in the complex Loan Mountains, you have to make a name for yourself. Although Su Fan will hold back on the immortal sect cultivators, if any loose cultivator dares to come to his territory to make trouble, he will dig a pit and bury them all. Of course, this is because the immortal sects in Cultivation are more disciplined, so he dares to be so extravagant. If it was in the demon sect plane, Su Fan would have found a place to hide long ago. The high-level bosses of the demon sect don't care so much. Once you provoke them, even the sect will be destroyed by you. Su Fan picked up another storage ring, which was a reward given to him by the Baekhyang immortal sect. It has to be said that the Baekhyang immortal sect is really rich. There are 5 7th level immortal talismans in the ring, 3 of which are protective immortal talismans and 2 are offensive immortal talismans. There are also two protective magic weapons, one of which is the top-grade Taoist weapon Yin-Yang Separation and Combination Rotating Treasure Mirror. Not only can it resist the opponent's attack, but it also has the ability to absorb Taoist attacks and can even reflect the opponent's attacks back. There are not many top-grade protective Taoist weapons, and those with such amazing functions are even more scarce. In any case, there are definitely none on the market, and even major auction houses cannot see them. Another protective magic weapon is even more awesome. It is a semi-treasure weapon, named Heaven and Earth 10,000 Miles of Mountains and Rivers Map. As the name suggests, a semi-treasure weapon is a damaged treasure weapon that cannot reach its previous power after being repaired. But a semi-treasure weapon is not comparable to a Taoist weapon. If this semi-treasure weapon is used, it can withstand the full force of a late-stage cultivator of the spiritualization realm. What is awesome, this is it. Then there is a top-grade Taoist robe, named 9-Pattern Spirit Hidden Mist Illusion Immortal Robe. This robe not only has strong defensive capabilities and can withstand the attack of a divine transformation cultivator, but its strongest point is that it can hide and even evade the divine consciousness of a divine transformation cultivator in the late stage. If Su Fan puts on the invisible shadow and traceless infinite cloak, it is unknown whether he can escape the divine consciousness of the old monster Liang Su. In addition, there are 5 sets of 7th level defensive immortal formations and more than 10 bottles of top-grade treasure pills. In any case, the Baekhyang Immortal sect really invested a lot of money. Such a generous reward may not be willing to be given by another sect, and even if it is willing, it may not be able to take it out. In addition to the rewards from the sect, Su Fan also received dozens of welcome gifts from divine transformation cultivators. He simply sorted them out, including 26 7th-level immortal talismans, 8 top-grade Taoist instruments, various 7th-level immortal formations, top-grade treasure pills and rare materials. Most of these welcome gifts are protective, and there are 5 or 6 very precious 7th-level, Riding the Wind 10,000 Miles, Escape Light treasure talismans. After being activated in critical moments, he can escape tens of thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. These 5 or 6 Riding the Wind and thousands of miles to escape light treasure talismans are enough for him to escape the pursuit of the divine transformation cultivators. The old guys in the sect must be very afraid of his death. If it were in the past, Su Fan might have fainted from excitement when he received so many treasures at once. But since he experienced the baptism of the 8th level immortal talisman, these things have no waves in his heart. Well, I can't just do nothing after receiving so many treasures. Since the Baekhyang Immortal sect values him so much, he will do his best to help the sect gain a foothold in the Loin Mountains. Master, the food has been heated several times, do you still want to eat? At this time, Sister Zhen floated in from outside without knowing when, looking at him with a face full of resentment. Su Fan laughed, put all the things in front of him into the storage ring, and then stood up from the ground. What delicious food are you going to make today? Seeing that the master was in a good mood, Sister Zhen finally put her heart at ease. Su Fan's appearance just now scared her. The master's eyes were bright, like a wolf seeing blood. I made red ibis stewed with mushrooms and green Maine cattle stewed with radish. Now the ingredients for every meal of Su Fan are all high-level monsters and precious spiritual vegetables. Anyway, a meal is worth a lot of spiritual stones. But he can afford it. There is no way, he is rich. Oh. Today's dishes are good. You can get a jar of spiritual wine. I have to drink some today. For more than a month, the surroundings of the sect were calm. Su Fan stayed in the cave every day without leaving the house. He didn't show up in the sect at all. Now many disciples in the mountain gate are looking forward to seeing his true face, but after so long, they haven't seen him. The elite disciples of the major families in the sect also use various relationships to hope to see him. Su Fan is already a disciple of the immortal master Huishan. Now, let alone letting him marry into the family, he can choose any daughter of a famous family. The master had mentioned this to him, but Su Fan refused it outright. Now Su Fan had no intention of talking about that. Since he became a disciple of Rufang Xianzan, the master had begun to teach him the inheritance of the secret hall of Baekhyang Xianzong. The old man had no intention of letting him slack off, and he showed no mercy when teaching him. Rufang Xianzan really couldn't tolerate his faults, and he didn't know how to control the severity of his attacks. Su Fan had just received 2 separate teachings from the master, and the old man knocked several big lumps on his head, which almost hurt him to death. But he was happy to accept it, because the master taught him the real things, and didn't fool him at all. In the early morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage, holding a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put the jade slip down, closed his eyes and thought hard, and then put the jade slip on his forehead again. There was no way. The master assigned a lot of homework to Su Fan, and he would test him in a few days. His foundation and formations was weak to begin with, and it was very difficult for him to learn so much new knowledge all at once. Su Fan hadn't slept for several days and nights. But there were still many things he didn't understand. If he couldn't figure it out, the old man would have to deal with him. He was thick-skinned and had no problem getting beaten, but he also had to save face. He couldn't afford to be scolded by his master. "Master, it's time to eat." At this time, Sister Zhen floated in from outside. Su Fan put down the jade slip, then stretched, got up from the ground and went to the yard outside. As soon as he sat down, the formation outside the cave was triggered by someone. Su Fan put down the bun he had just taken a bite of, and asked Sister Zhen to return to the portable secret realm. He went over to open the formation and found that it was Luo Hu who came. "Luo Hu, meet senior brother Fan Su." This guy had never been like this before. Since Su Fan easily defeated several sword cultivators, this guy has become more humble and respectful in front of him. "Come in, you haven't eaten yet, let's eat together." Su Fan led him into the cave, and then asked him to eat with him, but this guy said he would not eat anything. Luo Hu reported to him about his recent inspection of the market and resource points near the sect. Before he finished his report, the formation outside the cave was triggered again. Su Fan frowned immediately. Who the hell is this? He can't even eat peacefully. Luo Hu hurried over to take a look, and then led Lu Yan in. "Brother, a disciple of Xian'ai Sword Sect has sent you a letter of challenge." "What the hell? Those sword-crazy people actually want to challenge me. What are they thinking?" "Go tell him that I don't have time." "Who gave them such a big face?" "Tell him to get out of here right away." Lu Yan hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, if we don't accept the challenge, it will be regarded as not daring to fight. If it gets out, I'm afraid, don't worry about it. If he wants to challenge, then challenge. Who stipulates that he must fight?" Lu Yan thought for a while, then saluted to Su Fan, turned around and left the cave. "He is just bored," Su Fan cursed, then grabbed a bun and started eating. He looked at Luo Hu next to him, who was standing there looking at him with a dull face. "Go on," Luo Hu said weakly. "Brother, the sect disciples challenge each other." "It is indeed as Brother Lu Yan said. Are you? Don't worry about it. If anyone challenges me, I won't be able to live." Chapter 693, Shameless. The news that Xian'ai Sword Sect had challenged Su Fan and was rejected soon spread throughout Chiksha Heaven. Chiksha Heaven is a pure immortal sect plane, and the relationship between the various immortal sects is relatively peaceful, at least on the surface. Even if there is a dirty deal between two sects, the sect will not easily intervene, and most of the time it is the disciples who take the lead to resolve the conflict. The most common way to resolve conflicts is to issue a challenge, and then the disciples of both sides will have a competition to decide who is better. Anyway, it will not be a fight to the death. In fact, it is nothing more than a fight for a face. There are few demon sects that kill and destroy the whole family, and finally kill in rivers, and the loser will die, and the winner will swallow the other party's foundation with flesh and blood. So Su Fan's rejection of the other party's challenge also caused many speculations. Anyway, there are many different opinions, and there are all kinds of things. It is generally believed that Su Fan was scared and did not dare to accept the challenge of Xian'ai Sword Sect. After all, the battle that day in which he easily crushed 5 sword cultivators alone was all based on word of mouth. Not many people were present at the scene, and most of them were disciples of Biqiang Xianzong. People would also associate this with something, thinking that Su Fan's victory over 5 sword cultivators might be exaggerated. This also put a lot of pressure on Biqiang Xianzong. For this reason, Rufang Xianzan specially found Su Fan and asked him why he did not accept the challenge of Xian'ai Xianzong. But seeing Su Fan's firm attitude, he couldn't persuade him anymore. He could force other disciples in the sect to issue a decree, but he really didn't dare to do so to this kid. With all kinds of negative public opinions outside, everyone in Biqiang Xianzong felt very aggrieved, but Su Fan was the only one who acted like nothing happened. This morning, Su Fan was eating breakfast in the cave. He just drank a mouthful of porridge, then turned his head suddenly, frowned and looked in the direction of Baekhyun Xiancheng. Su Fan put down the porridge bowl, then stood up with a gloomy face and walked out of the cave. As soon as he left the cave, he used the void escape technique and came to the outside of Baekhyun Immortal City. Just when he was having breakfast, he felt a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy in Baekhyun Immortal City, and guessed that something must have happened there. As expected, as soon as he appeared outside the Immortal City, he saw that many people had gathered here. Lu Yan and the disciples of the outer sect law enforcement hall were guarding outside the city gate with vigilance. In the distance, a cultivator of the nascent soul realm stood there with his hands behind his back and his eyes closed. This man was over 40 years old, wearing a gray bamboo hat, a coarse linen robe, and a long sword on his back. He stood there quietly without saying a word, but it seemed that a sense of greatness like the abyss and the sea came to his face. Not far behind this man, more than 10 sword cultivators gathered to support him. Attacking the defense formation of the Immortal City in Cultivation was an act of challenging the dignity of the sect, which could be regarded as a killing spree. LV Yan and the surrounding Baekhyun Xianzong disciples all looked at the sword cultivator opposite with indignation. They all felt very aggrieved. How could he bully others like this? But despite this, there were more than a dozen sword cultivators on the opposite side, and none of the many angry Baekhyun Xianzong disciples dared to step forward. There was no other way. The sword cultivators were notorious, and few people dared to provoke them easily. I don't know why this fellow Taoist attacked my Baekhyun Xiancheng formation. Hearing LV Yan's question, the other party slowly opened his eyes and cupped his hands. I am Li Guangdao from Xianai Sword Sect. When they heard the other party's name, there was an uproar around them. This man is actually Guangdao Zhenjin, a ruthless man who is in the top 50 of the Star Domain battlefield killing list. It is said that he has been in the Star Domain battlefield for decades. I didn't expect that he would come back. Guangdao Zhenjin just issued a letter of challenge. I heard that senior brother Famsu rejected the challenge, then there will be a good show to watch today. Guangdao Zhenjin has come to the door. I just don't know if Famsu dares to show up. Lu Yan and others were also surprised. This Guangdao Zhenjin is definitely famous in Cultivation, especially in the Star Domain battlefield. We are all disciples of the Immortal Sect. What does senior brother Guangdao mean? Guangdao Zhenjin laughed heartily. I issued a letter of challenge to senior brother Famsu, but he has not responded to the challenge. I can only resort to this last resort. I heard that he is the deacon of the law enforcement hall. This matter should be under his jurisdiction. After hearing what Guangdao Zhenjin said, Lu Yan was almost angry to death. In order to compete with senior brother Famsu, you are really that bad. This is too much bullying. Just as Lu Yan was about to speak, he found a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing Su Fan, he immediately became excited. Big brother, you are finally here. The disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong who were watching nearby also cheered excitedly. There have been too many negative news about Su Fan these days, most of which are fabricated out of thin air. But public opinion has been formed, and the disciples of Baekhyun Xianzong are also unable to defend themselves. Brother, before Lu Yan finished speaking, Su Fan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Don't worry about it, leave it to me. After he said that, he turned around and looked at Guangdao Zhenjin opposite him calmly. You attacked the magic circle of the fairy city without authorization. Are you trying to challenge the divinity of my Baekhyun Xianzong? Guangdao Zhenjin opposite heard it and hurriedly folded his hands. I have heard that junior brother Famsu is powerful. I have always admired him and want to have a sparring with him. I wonder if junior brother can satisfy my wish. Satisfy Nima, who the hell are you? Su Fan didn't waste any words with the other party, not even a polite word. I advise you to surrender and follow me back to the Sex Law Enforcement Hall. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, the face of Guangdao Zhenjin opposite him changed immediately. I'm here. If you want to catch me, it depends on whether you have the ability. The sword cultivators of Cultivation are usually arrogant and domineering. In their opinion, attacking the fairy formation of Baekhyun Xiancheng is not a big deal at all. The reason why Guangdao Zhenjin did this was to lure Su Fan out. As for the dignity of Baekhyun Xianzong, it was not within his consideration at all. Hearing Guangdao Zhenjin's words, Su Fan was immediately enraged. The sword cultivators of Cultivation were purely spoiled, and they usually acted recklessly. How could they care about the feelings of Baekhyun Xianzong's disciples? Su Fan thought, and suddenly a black magic sword appeared in his hand. He slashed it without thinking. Infinite slash. Su Fan's sword was silent and ordinary, without any earth-shattering power. Swish, a faint sword light flashed across the sky and earth, but it was like the stars moving and the long river of time flowing. Everyone around fell into trance, feeling that everything in front of them had disappeared, and there was only an endless cycle, endless and endless. Seeing this sword, the eyes of Guangdao Zhenjin opposite him condensed, and his face suddenly became solemn. The power of the law. He had fought bloody battles in the Starfield battlefield for many years, and of course he knew the power of this seemingly ordinary sword, so he did not dare to neglect it. Brother Guangdao formed a sword finger with both hands, and then pointed forward fiercely. Zhang, there was a sword chant that resounded through the sky. Then, a dazzling sword light rushed into the sky, and then whistled away with an extremely cold murderous aura. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color, and the wind and clouds rose. The dazzling sword light swept across the sky and the earth, and the mighty power of heaven and earth swept across like an overwhelming force, and the surrounding space was shaken to the point of vibrating visible to the naked eye. The flying sword controlled by Master Guangdao also brought a trace of the power of the law, and burst out with a mighty force that could destroy the world. The buzzing sound of the flying sword piercing the air also made countless monks around suddenly wake up from their trance. They looked around dully, and all of them couldn't help but feel a little creepy. Su Fan's sword just now actually made them subconsciously enter the realm of the law. This was a bit too scary. They all raised their heads and looked at the dazzling sword light that was whizzing through the air. Boom! With a violent roar that shocked thousands of miles, it was like Mars hitting the earth. The collision of two vast and terrifying forces and the unparalleled momentum caused the entire world to vibrate violently. Under this thunderous bombardment, the aftermath of the explosion set off a terrifying storm that shook the earth within a radius of dozens of miles. Many monks watching the battle around also felt as if they were lifted up by a huge force and flew backwards in all directions. Zhang, there was only a shrill and mournful sound of sword, and the dazzling sword light was also blown away. Countless monks watching the battle around flew hundreds of feet before they stabilized their bodies, but when they looked at the place just now, they suddenly showed incredible horror. I saw a deep gully of more than 10 feet appeared on the ground, extending to several miles away. And around this gully were dense cracks, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Brother Guangdao's flying sword was cut off by Su Fan, and his body was also cut off. He felt like he was hit hard by a heavy hammer. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground, and waves of excruciating pain surged wildly, and he felt as if every bone in his body was broken. Senior brother Guangdao subconsciously wanted to get up from the ground, but he had no strength left, and his consciousness became more and more hazy, and then he knew nothing. The surrounding Baekhyang Xianzong disciples cheered excitedly when they saw that Master Guangdao was defeated. Although they knew that Su Fan was very strong, no one expected that he would be so strong. He was one of the most powerful sword cultivators among the Yuanying realm disciples of Xian'ai sword sect in this generation, and he was also a ruthless man in the top 50 of the Star Domain battlefield killing list. It was thought that the fight between the two would be a tragic battle that would shake the world. Who would have thought that Su Fan could easily defeat Li Guangdao, the elite disciple of Xian'ai sword sect, with just one sword? What is the origin of this guy? Why have I never heard of him before? Senior brother, a dozen disciples of Xian'ai sword sect saw Master Guangdao lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive, and their eyes suddenly turned red. They all rushed to their senior brother's side, and after a check, they breathed a sigh of relief. Although Guangdao Zhenjin's injuries were extremely serious, he was not in danger of life. He had taken some top-grade healing pills and his injuries had stabilized. Fortunately, a passive protective Taoist device on his body was activated, otherwise his life might really have been explained here. More than a dozen sword-cultivating disciples of Xian'ai sword sect all looked at Su Fan in the distance indignantly. Zhang, flying swords soared into the sky, hovering above their heads, forming a set of strict sword formations. Su Fan glanced at the demon-slaying sword in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Old buddy, you always bring me surprises. The Wuji slash just now, which contained the power of the law, easily suppressed Guangdao Zhenjin's flying sword. This demon-slaying sword, which has almost recovered to its new state, is definitely a great contribution. Now the power of this sword is no longer what it used to be, especially when it uses a big move containing the power of the law. The power is particularly enhanced. This is just a fight with human cultivators. If he fights against demons from outside the domain in the future, his power will be several times stronger. Of course, since Su Fan broke through the 6th level of Heavenly Demon Saint Body Art, he has devoured the blood and ki of the foreign combined demon. His strength is no longer what it used to be. Now he uses the Wuji Slash again, which contains a trace of the power of the law. Compared with the past, the power is at least 10 times stronger. Such power is infinitely close to the attack of a cultivator in the God transformation realm. At least in Chixishan, cultivators of the same level are no longer on the same level as him. Su Fan looked at the more than 10 sword cultivators on the opposite side, who protected the unconscious Guangdao Zhenjin in the middle, and frowned immediately. Hand over his people, you can get out. After hearing Su Fan's words, the leading sword cultivator was angry at the time. You have already won, what else do you want? Su Fan sneered. He didn't know what to say. The brain circuits of these sword madmen are indeed different from normal people. When will I have a fight with Guangdao Zhenjin? Until now, this group of people have not figured out the situation. He is now enforcing the law on behalf of the sect. Guangdao Zhenjin attacked the defense formation of Biqian Xiancheng without authorization, which has violated the bottom line. He must be captured and handed over to the sect's top leaders for decision. Li Guangdao, a disciple of Xian'ai sword sect, attacked the defense formation of Biqian Xiancheng without authorization. According to the sect's laws, my law enforcement hall has the right to arrest him. After Su Fan finished speaking, he looked at the sword cultivators on the opposite side. You leave here now, I won't pursue it. If you are stubborn, then stay together. The dozen sword cultivators on the opposite side were immediately furious. This guy actually dared to threaten sword cultivators. Is there still any law? The leading sword cultivator said in a deep voice, if you want to arrest people, step over our bodies, it's really shameless. Su Fan sneered, then carried the demon slayer sword and walked towards them expressionlessly. He walked very slowly, but every step he took on the ground was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of those sword cultivators. Even the many monks watching the battle felt terrified. There was no wind or rain, but everyone present felt as if they were about to be caught in a fierce storm. Chapter 694 How did you survive? Su Fan had only taken a few steps when the terrifying aura spread like a substance, making everyone's breath choke. The domineering aura swept across the whole world, and the space began to shake violently, as if some great terror was about to cross the boundary and descend, giving people a feeling of the sky falling and the earth collapsing. The strong wind swept across the world, and the figures of the dozen or so sword cultivators on the opposite side could hardly stand under the impact of this might. They looked at the figure on the opposite side with horror, who was walking towards them step by step. This feeling was like a towering mountain slowly pressing down on them, causing a sharp increase in the pressure on them, making them breathless. The leading sword cultivator knew that if this continued, the sword hearts of all of them would be broken. He hardened his heart, his eyes condensed, and he pinched the sword fingers with both hands and pointed forward fiercely. Cut! The flying sword that had been floating in the air, bang burst the air, and whistled towards Su Fan. The other sword cultivators also reacted and controlled the flying swords to attack. Seeing more than a dozen flying swords whizzing towards him, Su Fan was about to use a big move, but he found that the power of the flying swords on the opposite side was far less than that of Guangdao's Zhenjin. He picked up the Demon Slayer sword, turned around fiercely, and swung the big sword in a full circle. Whirlwind slash, boom, the whole sky suddenly became gray. Suddenly, a terrifying hurricane was aroused, and suddenly a terrifying eye of the storm was formed, and countless gravel and dust were swept up wildly. The violent rotation of the storm made the air in the center of a vortex formed by the airflow seem to be drained, and even the surrounding space suddenly rippled like water waves. The whole world seemed to have arrived at the end of the world, and the dust and gravel rolled up by the storm were scattered everywhere. Hurry up and set up the formation. The many disciples of the Biqiang Xianzong who were watching behind Su Fan immediately realized the crisis, and under the leadership of a senior elite disciple, they arranged a defensive formation. As a spiritual shield rose into the air, covering the many Biqiang Xianzong disciples who were watching, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Swish, as a sword light flashed by, the hurricane that was originally raging came to a sudden stop. More than a dozen flying swords that were whistling were instantly swept up by this fierce hurricane, and no one knew where they flew to. A sharp sword light that followed and slashed across swept directly towards more than a dozen sword cultivators. Their faces changed drastically, and they sacrificed their life-saving trump cards without hesitation. Various top-grade protective Taoist instruments and colorful spiritual shields appeared in front of them. Bang! Bang! The life-saving trump cards that these sword cultivators sacrificed were like porcelain dolls, shattered one after another. Although they blocked the sharp edge of the sword force, the powerful aftermath of the sword force also swept them into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Although Su Fan tried his best to control the direction of the sword force, it still affected the many monks watching behind him. They only felt a sword light with an extremely cold and murderous aura sweeping past them. Boom! The defensive immortal formation that had just been set up was broken in an instant, and the spiritual shield collapsed. Especially the people standing in the front few rows were instantly swept into the sky by the fierce hurricane. The sword force finally stopped, and the branches and leaves dancing wildly in the sky, as well as the diffuse dust and gravel, fell down like fluttering snowflakes. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and the surrounding scene was in a mess. In the distance, more than a dozen sword cultivators collapsed on the ground motionlessly, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. LV Yen, go and get the person. Hearing Su Fan's words, LV Yen, who was stunned and dazed, couldn't help but shudder, and then he recovered from the shock. Law Enforcement Hall disciples, listen to my order, follow me to get the person. After LV Yen finished speaking, he rushed over with a group of outer door Law Enforcement Hall disciples. He came to the side of the Guangdao Immortal Lord and checked his injuries. Seeing that the other party was not in danger of life, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yan took out a top-grade healing pill from his ring and stuffed it into the mouth of Master Guangdao, then looked at the other dozen sword cultivators. Are they all okay? Hearing Lu Yan's question, the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall around him hurriedly reported the situation of these people. Seeing that the lives of other sword cultivators were not in danger, he finally felt relieved. In any case, it was good that no one died. Lu Yan and others took Master Guangdao and more than 10 sword cultivators back to the Law Enforcement Hall in the city, and then arranged for people to heal and take care of them. Su Fan returned to the cave and continued to eat his breakfast. What happened next had nothing to do with him, as he had fulfilled his duties as the deacon of the sect's Law Enforcement Hall. As for how Xianai sword sect would react, that was the business of those old monsters in the sect's upper echelons. This time, Master Guangdao and others easily crushed Xianai sword sect, and the people of the 10 super immortal sects should probably be quiet for a while. After 2 consecutive setbacks, even a blind man could see his own strength. At least in the entire Chixishan, all the disciples of the same level in the nascent soul realm are nothing in front of Su Fan. They should not make such a meaningless test again. As for what method they will use next, it is unclear. But in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks there are, they are useless. Su Fan finished his breakfast quietly, and Lu Yan came over. He sat cross-legged in the hall of the thatched cottage, brewed a pot of spiritual tea himself, and then poured him a cup. How is it? Are you all right? Lu Yan took the teacup respectfully with both hands and said, Senior brother Guangdao is seriously injured. I'm afraid he won't recover in a few months. After he finished speaking, he picked up the teacup and took a sip, then looked at Su Fan cautiously. Senior brother, if the people from Xianai sword sect come to make trouble again, what should I do? Su Fan put down the teacup and sneered. Report this to senior brother Li Feng and ask him to take the person away. If someone from Xianai sword sect comes to ask for the person, you can push this onto him. He picked up the teacup and took another sip, then laughed. We can't always let the outer sect handle this trivial matter. Lu Yan understood immediately, and nodded with a smile. Senior brother, I'll go back first, there's a lot of things going on over there. Su Fan waved his hand and said, Go, you've worked hard these days. Lu Yan waved his hand quickly, then retreated carefully, bowed respectfully, and then left the cave. Seeing the other party's respectful and cautious appearance, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since Su Fan took action twice in a row and severely taught the people from Xianai sword sect a lesson, he found that the people around him were becoming more and more respectful to him. Lu Yan was like this in front of him just now, so you can imagine what others would do. This situation was not only in the outer sect Law Enforcement Hall, but every time he returned to the mountain gate, other disciples in the sect also looked respectful when they saw him. Even the elite disciples who used to be so powerful in the sect were so obedient in front of him. Now senior brother Lifen calls him senior brother when they meet. Thinking of this, Su Fan sighed. It's lonely at the top. Anyway, he will not even have anyone to chat with in Baekhyangzong in the future. At this time, the communication array disc on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He took off the communication array disc from his waist and found that it was a message from Shen Fang. Brother, I'm out of retreat. Hearing this familiar voice, Su Fan actually felt a little bit of intimacy. You didn't fail to break through, haha. I succeeded, and now I'm a Yuaning's engine. You still have the nerve to say that. How old are you? You have such a good background and good aptitude, but you dragged it until today to break through the Yuaning realm, and you still have the nerve to lick your face. Okay, you've just broken through. Why are you so happy? By the way, I heard about your glorious achievements right after I came out of retreat. Brother-in-law, you're so awesome. Who the hell is your brother-in-law? This guy is really hopeless. He just wants to be his brother-in-law. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is your brother-in-law? Haha. I'll go back to the family first, and I'll find you when I return to the sect, and we'll have a good drink. Su Fan cut off the communication array and couldn't help laughing. Now in the entire Baekhyangzong, only this guy can still talk to him so heartlessly. He put away the communication array, then thought about it, and took out the communication array from the demon house from the ring. Su Fan just activated the array and received several private messages. Where are you? Why haven't you been active lately? Recently, a demon has appeared in our sect, and no one knows where he came from. A lot of evil cultivators have come to Loin Mountain Range recently. Do you have any information? Su Fan almost laughed out loud when he saw the second message. But when he saw the news about the evil cultivators, he frowned immediately. Could these guys be sent by the Loose Cultivator Alliance? If the Loose Cultivator Alliance opens a loophole for the evil cultivators in Loin Mountain Range, there will be no peace around Baekhyangzong in the future. These Loose Cultivators have no bottom line and can do anything. Thinking of this, he replied a message. I don't have any information here either. What are the evil cultivators you mentioned? After a while, the other party replied to the message. Recently, I have been paying attention to the information of the demon house and found that many evil cultivators are gathering in Loin Mountain Range. Could it be the Loose Cultivator Alliance who is making trouble? It must be related to them. I suspect that these Loose Cultivators may cause trouble in Loin Mountain Range. It seems that the other party's point of view is similar to his, and the sect should also make some response. Then should I be careful recently? I should stay in the city if I can. It's best not to go to Loin Mountain in the near future. It won't be long before the people from the 10 super immortal sects will start to retreat. The two ended the contact, and Su Fan browsed the platform of Demon House again. Several frequently appearing missing person bounties caught his attention. Su Fan read these missing person bounties one by one, and frowned immediately. He saw a key word in these missing person bounties, that is, Wulong Mountain City. His intuition told him that this missing person bounty information must be related to him. If I guessed correctly, it should be the people behind Kunshin's Henjin who are still looking for clues to his murder. Su Fan didn't take it too seriously. Even if he found out that it was related to him, what would it matter? If he might have been worried before, but since his strength has increased significantly, those below the transformation realm are no longer a threat to him. If they dare to find him, they will be killed. A few days later, Su Fan returned to the mountain gate again. Today is the day for his master to test him. He entered the mountain gate and flew towards his master's cave with his magic weapon. Along the way, he could see disciples from the sect from time to time. They would stop from a distance and salute him respectfully. Su Fan was no longer surprised by the situation. At the beginning, he would bow and salute in return, but now he didn't have the heart to do so. A slight nod was good enough. Su Fan came to the outside of his master's cave and bowed. Disciple requests to see the master. Come in. Su Fan took out a jade slip of the formation, drew a line in front of the formation outside the cave, and then entered the master's cave. Rufang Xianzhen was sitting in a wooden pavilion in the cave, leisurely drinking spiritual tea. Seeing Su Fan coming in, he smiled and nodded. Come and sit. Su Fan walked over and sat respectfully opposite his master, picked up the teapot and poured a cup of spiritual tea for the old man. Immortal Rufang took a sip of the teacup, then asked, what kind of Taoism do you practice? Su Fan didn't want to hide it, but in front of Immortal Huishan, It might not be possible to hide it. Master, I mainly practice the physical Taoism of the demon sect. After hearing Su Fan's words, Immortal Ru Fang glanced at Su Fan, as if he wanted to see through him from the inside out. Well, no wonder, your physical body is 3 points stronger than mine. Su Fan took out a jade slip from his ring and presented it with both hands. Master, this is the physical Taoism technique I practice. Su Fan had no defense against the heavenly demon saint body already practiced, and he didn't worry about others knowing it at all. If you are not afraid of death, just take it and practice it. Immortal Ru Fang was stunned for a moment, then took Su Fan's jade slip of the technique and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put the jade slip down and threw it to Su Fan. Nonsense, Immortal Ru Fang scolded, and then looked at Su Fan as if he was looking at a fool. How did you survive? Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, I was a casual cultivator at that time. I was stuck in the second level of key training for more than 10 years. I could only risk my life. After hearing Su Fan's words, Ru Fang Xianzhen's eyes became more gentle. You must have suffered a lot on these years. Su Fan didn't say anything after hearing this, but just nodded heavily. Ru Fang Xianzhen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Who knows what this kid has been through? No wonder this kid's body is so strong, and his soul is so condensed and heavy. The cultivators who have just broken through the spirit transformation realm may not be able to catch up with him. After experiencing the baptism of thunder and lightning, how could his soul be bad? When he thought of being tortured by the brutal thunder in the key training period, Ru Fang Xianzhen subconsciously shuddered. There is no one mentally normal person among the guys in the demon sect. It's hard for this child. After you enter the Bekiang Immortal sect, you should not practice those things of the demon sect. Although your talent in formation is a little poor, I will do my best to teach you the inheritance of formation. After hearing the words of Ru Fang Immortal Venerable, Su Fan quickly stood up, then knelt down respectfully and kowtowed. Disciple thanks the master for his teachings. He kowtowed willingly, and he could feel that the old man's words were sincere. It must be said that he had worshipped so many masters, and except for Hong Zidong, only Ru Fang Immortal Venerable still treated him as a disciple. Not to mention anything else, just for the old man's kindness of teaching, Su Fan will remember it for the rest of his life. Although Su Fan is a cold-hearted person, it depends on who he is. Su Fan actually cares about anyone who is really good to him, but there are not many such people. In addition, he rarely opens his heart to others, so since he came to this world of cultivation, he has few friends. You haven't been lazy lately, have you? Immortal Ru Fang's words immediately pulled Su Fan back from his chaotic thoughts. He suddenly became terrified. He had not figured out many of the homeworks that his master had left for him. No, HMPH, you have to concentrate on studying the art of formations and not be distracted at all. Then Immortal Ru Fang began to test him, and the result was certainly not good. Su Fan had several more big bumps on his head. Su Fan rubbed his head and came out of his master's cave. The old man was very cunning. Although he was thick-skinned and could not be hurt at all, it hurt. Moreover, every time after the test, the master would leave a lot of homework, which made him feel extremely stressed. He seemed to have returned to the days before the end of the university in his previous life, when he was in agony. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695 No One Can Help. Su Fan came out of his master's cave, and before he left the mountain gate, he heard someone calling him from behind. Senior brother Fan Su. He turned around and saw senior brother Li Fen flying over from a distance. Senior brother, it's so hard to see you. Su Fan couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard it. If you want to see me, go to the cave to find me. Last time something happened in the city, senior brother Li Fen hid behind and didn't dare to show up. Maybe he felt bad in his heart, so he was embarrassed to see him. Recently, he just sent him a few messages and didn't even go to the outer gate law enforcement hall outside the city. He was really speechless in front of Lu Yan and others. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. The elders in the sect who were in the state of transformation pretended not to see it. What's the use of him going there? But that being said, as the person in charge of the law enforcement hall inside the sect, he didn't show up at this critical moment, which also made his subordinates quite dissatisfied. Anyway, At least in the outer law enforcement hall of Baekhyang Xianzong, there is only one voice now, that is, Su Fan has the final say, and no one else can do anything. The most important thing is that Su Fan has now become a disciple of Rufang Xianzan, and senior brother Lifeng can no longer look down on Su Fan as he did in the past. Senior brother Lifeng, you call me like this, you are insulting me. Senior brother Lifeng chuckled and said, last time, thanks to my junior brother, Before he finished speaking, Su Fan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Senior brother, why are we talking about this, and what can you do if you come? Senior brother Lifeng listened and breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, in his opinion last time, Su Fan would not show up, and anyone else would think so, and let Lu Yan take it all alone. But no one expected that Su Fan not only showed up, but also easily crushed the 5-sword cultivators of Xianai Jianzhuang. Junior brother, I won't say anything. I owe you this time. Su Fan rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Senior brother, why are you looking for me so urgently? What's the matter? I have been in the northern part of Loan Mountain Range these days. The disciples of the 10 super immortal sects have begun to retreat. You don't need to tell me this. Even a fool can guess it. It is estimated that it will not be long before the Loose Cultivator Alliance will move south. Does the sect's high level have any countermeasures to deal with the Loose Cultivator Alliance moving south? Senior brother Li Feng smiled bitterly and said, what other countermeasures can we have? We should guard against it. There are more than 100 market towns and resource points around Baekhyang Immortal Sect. How can it be so easy to defend them? At that time, it is inevitable that one will be lost while the other will be taken care of. Moreover, it is said that the evil cultivators are gathering in Loan Mountain Range, which must be related to the Loose Cultivator Alliance. If the Loose Cultivator Alliance instigates the evil cultivators to make trouble, it will be really uncomfortable. Fortunately, Baekhyang Immortal Sect has just moved here not long ago. Most of the people in Baekhyang Immortal City and the surrounding market towns are disciples of the sect and the children of the cultivation families who moved here together. At least it is relatively easy to identify the identity of foreign cultivators. Even if someone wants to cause trouble, they have to come secretly. Senior brother Lifeng saw that Su Fan didn't say anything, and he shook his head helplessly. Junior brother, our law enforcement hall will rely on you from now on. Senior brother will fully support you from behind. Just do it. If something goes wrong, it's my fault. Come on, why didn't I see you last time? In fact, Su Fan didn't take senior brother Lifeng's support too seriously. If something really happened, no one in the entire Baekhyang Xianzhuang could be relied on. The two chatted for a while and then separated. Su Fan left the mountain gate, and then performed the void escape method of the near and far to return to the cave. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the hall of the thatched cottage. Sister Zhen brewed a pot of spiritual tea and poured him a cup. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then closed his eyes and quietly savored the tea fragrance. At this time, the communication array plate on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan picked it up and saw that it was a message from Shen Fang. Brother, are you in the cave? I'll go find you. This guy has come out of retreat, so he must come to him if there is nothing wrong, and he will never stop. Come on, I'm in the cave. After a while, Shen Fang came to Su Fan's cave. What surprised him was that Shen Jing also came with him. Why did this woman come here? However, this brother protecting demon no longer has the sense of superiority she had before, and there is even a hint of restraint in her eyes. Su Fan led the two into the thatched cottage, and then poured them a cup of spiritual tea for each other. You just broke through. Is your realm stable? Shen Fang took a sip of the spiritual tea and laughed. I broke through within a few days of retreat, and I have been stabilizing my realm for the past few months. After he finished speaking, he chuckled and said, Brother, you saved my sister and me in Black Pine Valley last time. My family wants to thank you, but we have never had the chance. At this time, Shen Jing next to him finally found a topic to talk about. She held a stored ring and presented it with both hands. We are here this time to thank you, brother, on behalf of the Shen family. After hearing her words, Su Fan's face suddenly turned ugly. What the hell did you do earlier? I risked my life to save you too, but in the end, you didn't say a word. Only Shen Jing sent a storage ring with some spiritual crystals in it, which was almost like sending away a beggar. Because he had no intention of relying on the Shen family began to ignore him. When I defeated the disciples of Xianai Sword Sect and became a disciple of Rufang Immortal Venerable, you guys came running here. The Shen family is so realistic. Su Fan glanced at Shen Fang coldly, and the other party lowered his head quickly. Shen Fang had no choice. After all, he was a member of the Shen family. His father and a group of elders in the clan forced him to come, so he had to bite the bullet and come. Su Fan looked at Shen Jing next to him again. The sister also looked like a bullied young wife. But Su Fan didn't indulge them at all, and didn't even look at the stored ring. Forget about thanking me, I won't accept anything without merit. Hearing Su Fan say this, Shen Jing's cheeks turned pale, her eyes were a little red. And she looked like she was about to cry, which made people feel pity for her. I know that the family has neglected my brother. I have always talked to the elders in the family about this matter, but there are many elders in the family, and there are many constraints, so it has been delayed until today. You are good at talking. If you didn't look like that at the beginning, I would have believed it. Shen Fang saw that his elder sister was like this, and he couldn't keep pretending to be dumb. Brother, don't be surprised. A family like ours has always flattered the powerful and trampled on the weak. Just take the things if they are given to you. The family has no other intentions. I just hope you don't hold a grudge about this. This guy is not confused. He felt a lot better when he said this. Okay, I'll take the things. What else do you want? Seeing that Su Fan ordered him to leave, Shen Fang immediately became anxious. Brother, what are you doing? Family is family, I am me. Su Fan glared and scolded, then why are you here today? I've already given you face by accepting your Shen family's things, hurry up and jerk off. Shen Fang lost his temper after being scolded, and he moved closer to Shen Jing. Sister, you go back first, I'll talk to my brother. Shen Jing stood up from the ground and saluted Su Fan. Brother, I'm leaving first. If you have anything in the future, just tell me. After she finished speaking, she raised her head and glanced at Su Fan. Her curved eyelashes drooped, a barely perceptible blush appeared on her face, and then she turned and left gracefully. With just this glance, Xiao Su under Su Fan actually raised his head slightly. What the hell? Since swallowing the blood of the foreign combined demon, Su Fan has also inherited a little bit of the demon's characteristics. Now he has become a teddy bear that eats the sky, the earth, and the air, and he really can't stand this at all. And compared to the side effects of swallowing the demon blood before, it is definitely worse than before. Su Fan took a deep breath, suppressed his inner restlessness, and then glanced at the grinning Shen Fang opposite him. Get out too, I'm annoyed when I see you, Shen Fang hurriedly said. Don't, I haven't seen you for a long time, why are you chasing me away? This guy was playing dirty with him, he really had no choice but to glare at Shen Fang fiercely. Brother, what do you think of my sister? You are still talking about this, I just suppressed my anger. This guy who sells his sister for fame. Get out of here quickly. Seeing Su Fan getting anxious, Shen Fang hurriedly grabbed his arm. Brother, I was wrong. After he finished speaking, he took out a few food boxes from the ring, and then took out a few bottles of exquisite jade bottles. These are the spiritual vegetables I specially ordered from Liu Xianzhou in the city, and a few bottles of spiritual wine I stole from my father. I came here today just to have a drink with my brother. Looking at this guy putting the wine and food in front of him, Su Fan took a deep breath. Alright, it's no use getting angry with this guy. Shen Fang picked up the wine bottle and poured him a glass of spirit wine. Brother-in-law, try this wine. The two of them drank wine in the thatched cottage, and Shen Fang was also drunk. Brother, I am also a sword cultivator in the nascent soul realm now. I will follow you in the future. Su Fan was about to refuse, but then he thought it was okay. Let this guy follow Luo Hu and patrol the various markets and resource points around the sect every day. In this way, he doesn't have to come to him every day, so he doesn't have to be bothered by him. Think about it, if you enter the outer door law enforcement hall, you can't be timid when you encounter things in the future. After hearing what Su Fan said, Shen Fang immediately became anxious. Brother, who are you looking down on? No matter what, I am also a sword cultivator. If there are more sword cultivators, I have suppressed a lot of them recently. However, although Shen Fang is not in tune, he is more reliable than those disciples who came from casual cultivation. Thinking of this, Su Fan took off the communication array from his waist and sent a message to Luo Hu. Brother, what are your instructions? Where are you? Just return to Biqiang Immortal City. I will report to you tomorrow morning. In the future, you will take someone with you to patrol. Follow the order of brother. Su Fan put down the communication array and looked at Shen Fang. In the future, You will follow Luohu. Remember, all actions must be under his command. If you dare not listen to his instructions, I will break your legs." Shen Fang was immediately excited after hearing this. "Brother-in-law, don't worry, I will definitely listen to his instructions. This guy is not going to stop." The next morning, Shen Fang followed Luohu and the cave was finally quiet. At least in the next few days, this guy will not come to harass him again. It was not until the two left the cave that Su Fan took out the storage ring that his fortune gave him. His eyes condensed and his consciousness swept over the stored ring. There were quite a lot of things in the ring. In addition to a large number of spiritual crystals, talismans, elixirs, and other cultivation materials, there were also several jade slips. He didn't even look at the spiritual crystals, talismans and elixirs and put them away, leaving only a few jade slips. Su Fan picked up a jade slip and put it on his forehead, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He put down the jade slip, picked up another one and put it on his forehead. After he read the jade slips one by one, he put them away with satisfaction. The Shen family was really willing to give them away. These jade slips should be the secrets of the Shen family's formation. Those people in the Shen family should have listened to Shen Fang's opinions. Although he is now an elite disciple of the Biqiang Xianzong and has studied the sect's secret Huo tradition under the tutelage of Rufang Xianzhen. But the Shen family is also a family with a long-standing formation tradition. The secret formation tradition must have certain merits. In the following days, Su Fan returned to the state before the final exam in his previous life, studying and pondering the homework left to him by his master day and night. His foundation and formation was weak, and the old man didn't care about that at all. He always gave him a lot of homework. And every month when he went to accept the master's test, the old man would not let him off at all. Anyway, he was always full of questions. After so many years in this world of cultivation, this was the first time he had received a real Taoist inheritance. It must be said that the Taoist tradition of the Chixishan immortal sect is indeed a long-standing tradition. In comparison, the Taoist tradition of the Qingquan star domain is not worth looking at. This kind of life is painful and happy. Although the process of learning the formation is very difficult and the master is very strict when teaching, Su Fan is willing to take it. At noon that day, Su Fan was sitting cross-legged in the thatched cottage, thinking hard about the homework left by the master. There was no way. In order to complete the homework assigned by the old man, he had not slept for several days and nights, but still felt that he could not keep up with the progress. Su Fan put down the jade slip on his forehead and let out a long breath. He sighed bitterly. This is too damn difficult. Su Fan picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, and then took a sip. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan frowned and took off the communication array disc. He picked it up and found that it was a message from Luohu. "Brother, I'm in Xianfang City. You'd better come." Seeing this message from Luohu, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. What was supposed to come finally came. "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." After Su Fan replied to the message, he put away the communication array disc. He glanced at the jade slips in front of him and smiled bitterly. The master's homework could not be completed. Su Fan stood up from the ground, then walked out of the thatched cottage and said a few words to Sister Zhen, and then left the cave. Chapter 696, It's too easy to deal with this gang of evil cultivators. After Su Fan left the cave, he used the void escape technique to rush to the Chiayin market. Fortunately, the Biqiang immortal sect had just moved here, and its sphere of influence was nearly 10,000 miles around the mountain gate. Su Fan, who was in the nascent soul realm, could quickly reach any market or resource point around the sect. Su Fan came to the outside of the Chiayin market. When several sect disciples who were guarding outside the market saw him coming, they hurriedly paid homage to him. Su Fan nodded at them, then walked into the market expressionlessly. Xianfang was a newly built market, with a small area and only one main street. Although the shops on both sides of the street in the market were full, all the shops on the street were closed at this moment. Moreover, the street was very deserted, and there was not even a wandering cultivator. It seemed that something must have happened in the Chiayin market. Su Fan sniffed a few times, then sneered. It was this group of evil cultivators who were making trouble again. They really didn't know how to live or die. It has to be said that the cultivators of the immortal sect plane are often helpless in the face of evil cultivators. There is no way. The evil cultivators have too many sinister and treacherous methods. Moreover, most of the evil cultivators obtain power from the foreign demons through blood sacrifice to help themselves practice or break through. Therefore, the methods of the evil cultivators are indeed very hidden, and can even be concealed from the immortal sect cultivators in the transformation realm. But for Su Fan, it is too easy to deal with this group of evil cultivators. In fact, strictly speaking, he is also an evil cultivator, at least he has used evil methods many times. In addition, the scent recognition method of the 9 nether stealing technique has allowed him to use the game panel to brush up to the true art realm, and he is not far from the evolution realm. As long as there are evil cultivators around him, he can smell them accurately. Moreover, Su Fan is a demon cultivator, and he has too many methods to deal with evil cultivators. He walked along the main street to the end of the market, and saw a group of disciples of the Betrayals immortal sect gathered there. Su Fan frowned immediately and walked over. Luo Hu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Su Fan coming, and hurried over in a few steps. "Brother, you are finally here. It seems that something must have happened in the market," and Luo Hu even forgot to greet him. "Greetings to Brother Fan Su." When the other disciples of Beqiang Xianzong saw him coming, they all bowed to him respectfully. Shen Fang was also standing in the crowd, but he had lost his usual playful and smiling appearance, and his face was full of solemn expressions. Su Fan found that the disciples gathered here were not all disciples of the outer sect law enforcement hall, and some were disciples from the sect. The leader was a female cultivator. He had seen this girl before, and she was the sister named Chen Qing when Brother Li Feng organized a party. Su Fan didn't care about those things now. He waved his hand to everyone, and then glanced at Luo Hu expressionlessly. "Tell me, what happened, brother? Please follow me." Su Fan followed Luo Hu into a shop, and a cold breath hit him. There were several shrunken corpses scattered in the shop, with the skin and flesh tightly attached to the bones, and only black holes were left where the eyes should be. Su Fan looked at the corpses one by one, and the flesh and blood of the shop owner and several clerks had been devoured cleanly. It was obvious that they were evil. He looked at Luo Hu and asked, "When did this happen?" Luo Hu hurried over and said with lingering fear, "One appeared last night, and this one was discovered this morning. The one last night was the same as this one." After listening to Su Fan's words, Luo Hu nodded. "That store is exactly the same as this one, so we closed the market." Su Fan frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly turned around and walked out. Luo Hu and others were stunned for a moment, and hurriedly followed him. Su Fan left the shop and walked along the main street of the market, his eyes constantly scanning the shops on both sides of the street. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to look at a shop next to him. "Luo Hu, go in and take a look." Luo Hu hurried over to knock on the door, but no one opened it after knocking for a long time. "Knock the door open." After hearing Su Fan's words, Luo Hu's huge body suddenly knocked open the door of the shop. At this time, a gloomy atmosphere instantly spread from the shop. "You stay outside and be on guard," Su Fan said, and walked into the shop expressionlessly. He glanced around and saw several shrunken corpses on the ground. Su Fan's eyes condensed and his nose twitched a few times. Suddenly, a foggy black shadow whooshed from the corner of the house to the outside of the house and disappeared in an instant. Su Fan's body flashed with lightning, and he appeared on the street outside. At this time, a disciple of the law enforcement hall of the Beqiang immortal sect suddenly screamed. His eyes were red as blood, and his eyes were full of violent madness. "Disperse!" Su Fan shouted, and Luo Hu and others hurriedly retreated to both sides of the street. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple had already sacrificed a Taoist weapon and smashed it at Su Fan, who had just appeared on the street. Bang! Su Fan waved his hand and slapped away the Taoist flying knife that was shot in front of him. He suddenly appeared in front of the disciple, waved his right palm wrapped in dazzling electric light, and slapped his chest. With a shrill scream, a black smoke jumped out of the disciple's body. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the eyes of the villain in his body suddenly opened. He punched down fiercely, and the manic thunder of heaven and earth and the scorching positive pole of the earth surged out of his body, wrapped around his arm, and smashed hard on the black smoke. Boom! Before the misty black shadow took shape, it was smashed into ashes by Su Fan's punch. At this time, Luo Hu and others came to the side of the law enforcement hall disciple and found that he had turned into a shriveled corpse. "Brother, let's..." Before Luo Hu finished speaking, Su Fan interrupted him with a wave of his hand, and then continued to walk forward with an expressionless face. He stopped in front of a shop again, and then turned around. Luo Hu also walked over, looking at the shop with a wary face. He waved his hand from the law enforcement hall disciples behind him, signaling the crowd to disperse as much as possible. "Brother, I'll go in and take a look." Su Fan shook his head and said, "No hurry. Let's talk about it later." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the law enforcement hall disciples behind him. "Activate the exorcism talisman to prevent evil spirits from possessing you." Luo Hu and the people in the law enforcement hall heard this, and they took out the exorcism talismans and slapped them on themselves. Hey, hey, suddenly, a sharp and sinister laugh suddenly sounded, and it kept echoing in the market. The sharp and shrill laughter made people uneasy, and there was an inexplicable feeling of annoyance and anxiety from the bottom of their hearts. "You guys leave here quickly." Hearing Su Fan's words, Luo Hu told everyone to run to both sides of the street without thinking. "Brother, be careful, that's the evil dangling demon shadow." At this time, a voice suddenly came from the side. Su Fan turned around and found that Chen Qing had not left. He frowned and scolded, "You stay over there, whatever the hell you are, it's nothing in front of me. I activated the golden light exterminating evil exorcist, so I'm not afraid of ghosts possessing me. Get out." Seeing that Su Fan was really angry, Chen Qing stuck out her tongue and left reluctantly. She came to Luo Hu and others and muttered in a low voice, "What's so fierce about it?" At this time, a thick black smoke swarmed out of the store, and in an instant it turned into a pitch-black ghost shadow several feet high. Hey! Hey! The huge black shadow twisted violently, constantly making bursts of piercing and sharp laughter. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and a pitch-black sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Damn it! Dazzling lightning and anode and earthly evil swarmed out from his arms and wrapped around the demon slayer sword, and then he slashed it down fiercely. Against the wind, a flash of sword light passed by, and time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and the air was twisted, as if it would break at any time. The sharp sword edge carried a mighty momentum that could split the entire world in half. Boom! The cold and terrifying sword light whistled down, and instantly slashed a huge demon shadow opposite and destroyed it. The Demon Slayer sword has been restored to its original state, and its power has increased by several times, especially against these demons and monsters. The effect is even more effective. In addition, the heaven and earth thunder and anode and earthly evil wrapped on the magic sword are specifically designed to defeat all evil spirits. This powerful strange demon shadow was unlucky to meet Su Fan, a super hack, and was slashed to pieces by him at the first sight. Swoosh, swoosh, although this huge demon shadow was chopped off by Su Fan's sword, it instantly turned into a group of black shadows and fled around. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and a dazzling light rushed out of his body. The thunder sword wrapped in purple thunder, with a terrifying thunder sound, frantically danced up and down in the air. Dozens of black demon smokes that were fleeing were nothing in front of the thunder sword, whose speed had exceeded the speed of sound. In a short while, dozens of black demon smokes were chased by the dazzling sword light and annihilated. The market finally quieted down, and the air was filled with wisps of residual gray fog, exuding a decayed smell. Swoosh! The thunder sword flew back to Su Fan's side, happily circled around him for a few circles, and then drilled into his body. In fact, he didn't want to expose the trump card of the thunder sword. Unfortunately, Su Fan's trump cards came more from the demon sect, and he couldn't use them easily in a place like Cultivation. The disciples of the law enforcement hall of Biqiang Xianzong, on both sides of the street, were all dumbfounded. Fuck. Senior brother is a sword cultivator, no wonder those sword cultivators can't even last a round in front of him. Sword cultivator. It turns out that senior brother is a powerful sword cultivator. Luo Hu and many other disciples of the law enforcement hall all unconsciously let out a series of exclamations. Shen Fang was in a state of worship. When will I be able to kill people like my brother-in-law? It's really awesome. Chen Qing's starry eyes sparkled, and his crystal-clear heart trembled violently, unable to calm down his chaotic mood. He was actually a sword cultivator. Su Fan turned his head to look at both ends of the street and found that everyone was looking at him with shock on their faces. He was also a little confused. What happened to these people? Su Fan had no idea about the status of sword cultivators in the minds of all the cultivators in Cultivation. At this time, he didn't care about these people. Although the Dianoga demon shadow was destroyed, the person who hid behind the scenes and manipulated the ghost shadow had not been caught yet. This evil cultivator is hiding in the market now, and he must be found. Luo Hu, completely seal off the market, and no one is allowed to leave. It was not until Su Fan shouted that Luo Hu and others woke up from their dazed state. Luo Hu hurriedly took the disciples of the law enforcement hall of the Bikyong Immortal sect to completely seal off the Chiayan market, and then opened the defense formation of the market. Su Fan walked into the shop, he looked at the several withered and shrunken corpses on the ground, and then his eyes condensed. Bloodlight instantly filled his body, and dense blood-colored runes appeared all over his body. Buzz, with a dull humming sound, a blood-colored witch formation appeared within a few feet of him. Blood-colored figures continued to emerge in the witch formation. After a while, Su Fan lifted the blood-colored witch formation, and then turned and left the shop. He walked slowly on the streets of the market, his spiritual sense had been completely released, and everything in the market was in his sight. At the same time, he also used the scent identification method of 9 Nether stealth technique. Using the remaining scent in the shop, he searched for the scent of the evil cultivator in the shops in the market. Suddenly, Su Fan stopped and sneered. "Found you." Su Fan turned around, looked at a shop in front, and then walked over. Luo Hu, Shen Feng and others were about to run over, but he stopped them with a wave of his hand. He shook his head at the two of them. Su Fan came to the door of the shop and knocked on the door gently. After a while, the door of the shop opened. An old man with a hunched body and a haggard face looked at Su Fan nervously. He forced a smile on his face and bowed his hand. "I don't know what you can do for me, Before he finished speaking, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his head was hit hard by a heavy hammer, and he lost his mind in an instant. Pop! The necklace on the other party's chest was instantly broken, which made him recover from his confused state. But it was too late. He found that his neck had been tightly grasped by someone. Then a violent purple thunder surged into his body, and then he knew nothing. Su Fan carried the other person into the store and found that the store owner and several clerks had turned into shrunken corpses. After a while, he walked out of the store carrying the evil cultivator. Bang! Su Fan raised his hand and threw the evil cultivator, who had fainted again, in front of Luo Hu. "Find a few people to interrogate him." After he said that, he glanced at Luo Hu and said, "Can you do it? Haha. Brother, don't worry. I'll give this job to Lao Bian. That old guy is the best at this. I guarantee that he will confess all the bad things he did when he was a child." After listening to Luo Hu's words, Su Fan nodded. "Go, I'll wait for you here." Su Fan had just interrogated him once in the store using the soul secret method, but he was afraid that there would be omissions, so he asked Luo Hu to find someone to do it again. After all, he is not the most professional in this kind of thing. Seeing Luo Hu excitedly carrying the evil cultivator away, Shen Fang was eager to follow him. "What are you going to do? Stay here?" After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Fang could only stay unwillingly. "Brother, I'll go over to see the excitement." "What the hell are you going to see? Just stay quietly." Su Fan finished speaking, then frowned and pointed at Chen Qing in the distance. "What's wrong with her? Why did she run here?" Shen Fang glanced at Chen Qing, and laughed. "Senior sister Chen? She has now joined the Sex Law Enforcement Hall, and like you, she is also one of the deacons of the Law Enforcement Hall." "Nonsense, she is a noble lady from a high family. Why did she run to the Law Enforcement Hall? Isn't this nonsense?" "No, when he returns to the mountain gate, he will find senior brother Lifeng and kick this girl out of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall is not a safe place now. If there's a bump, who can bear it?" Shen Fang glanced at Chen Qing in the distance, and then leaned close to Su Fan's ear. "Brother-in-law, I am the legitimate daughter of the Heidi ancestor. If you are looking for a Taoist partner, my sister is the right one for you." "What the hell? You are not done yet, are you?" Shen Fang chuckled and said, "I am serious. My sister is good-looking and talented. The most important thing is that after she enters your house, she can serve you like a slave." "Can she? Get lost?" Su Fan cursed angrily, then glared at him fiercely, while Shen Fang laughed shamelessly. "This guy is really hopeless." Chapter 697 Brother-in-law, you can't let my sister down. Su Fan was waiting for the result of Luo Hu's interrogation, while Shen Fang was chatting with him. In fact, if there was nothing to do, he would be willing to chat with this guy. Shen Fang's heartless personality made chatting with him particularly suitable for killing time, and the atmosphere was also good. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall in the market were all on duty diligently, glancing at him from time to time. No one expected that Su Fan would find out the evil cultivator hiding in the market so quickly. The most unwelcome thing for the immortal sect of Cultivation is the evil cultivator. These guys have all kinds of sinister and treacherous methods, and they hide very deeply. If they fight with real swords and guns, it would be fine, but they are afraid that all kinds of sinister and terrifying things will happen like today. If this evil cultivator cannot be found in time, it will directly affect the future development of Chiayan market. All the disciples of the law enforcement hall of the outer sect looked at Su Fan with great respect in their eyes. At this time, Chen Qing walked over from a distance, and Su Fan and Shen Fang subconsciously shut their mouths. "Brother, has the interrogation yielded any results?" Su Fan laughed and said, "Aren't we waiting for that, brother? I heard that many evil cultivators have come to Loan Mountain Range recently, eh? How did she know about this? Did that person tell her?" Su Fan thought it was possible, so he asked calmly. "Junior sister, who told you this news?" Chen Qing didn't hear anything wrong, and smiled and said, "I heard from a senior brother in the sect, and he told me that it's best not to leave the mountain gate recently." After hearing her words, Su Fan was sure that it must be that guy. "This news is very important. Is he also from our law enforcement hall?" Seeing that Su Fan was willing to talk to her about this, Chen Qing was also very excited. Although she had been trying to get to know Su Fan, she couldn't see him all day long. Chen Qing had been in the law enforcement hall for a while, but she hadn't even met him. "I heard from senior brother Zhang Zhuan that he is the direct disciple of my third uncle." Su Fan smiled. It turned out that this guy was called Zhang Zhuan. "This news is very important. There are evil cultivators in Qianfang City. I think it may be related to the Loose Cultivator Alliance. You should go back and report to senior brother Lifeng immediately." After hearing what Su Fan said, Chen Qing was stunned. "Okay, I will go back and report to senior brother Lifeng." After she finished speaking, she arched her hand to Su Fan, then turned and left Qianfang City. Seeing the other parties back leaving, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he sent this young lady away. "Brother-in-law, I think she seems to be interested in you." Su Fan rolled his eyes and said, "Are you free, brother-in-law? You can't let my sister down." Before he could finish, he was slapped on the head by Su Fan with a snap, which made him twitch in pain. "Not to mention your sister." He didn't even pay attention to Chen Qing. Su Fan already has 3 people in his family. Does he really want to get together a mahjong table? Besides, he really didn't have any feelings for the girls from the immortal sect. He still liked girls from the demon sect, like senior sister and Gu Qinghuan. At this time, Luo Hu ran over excitedly. "Senior brother," the interrogation revealed. "Well, tell me, this guy was hired by an evil cultivator to create panic in our Biqiang immortal sect. Does he know who hired him?" Luo Hu shook his head and said, "I don't know. He accepted the bounty mission at the Devil's Mansion yesterday. According to him, many evil cultivators accepted this mission. This guy wouldn't be hiding it." "Senior brother, don't worry, Lao Bian is almost destroying him." After Luo Hu finished speaking, he asked, "Senior brother, where did you lock up this evil cultivator? What the hell? Why keep him? This evil cultivator killed so many people in Qianfang, and one of them was a disciple of the sect's law enforcement hall. Why keep him? If it wasn't in Cultivation, he would have to pull out his soul alive, and then refine his body into a zombie, so that he would never be reborn." At this time, the communication array disc on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He took off the communication array disc from his waist and took a look, and found that it was a message from senior brother Li Feng. "Just received the information. Yesterday, the demon house issued a bounty. The task is to create trouble around our Biqiang Xianzong." Su Fan couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. It seems that there will be no peace for a while. He didn't need to guess that senior brother Li Feng must have obtained these information from Zhang Zhuan. These days, Su Fan has been concentrating on the array, and has no time to pay attention to the information of the Demon House trading platform. Something happened in Qian Market last night. The flesh and blood of several shop owners and clerks were devoured by the dangling demon shadow. The law enforcement hall also lost a disciple. The evil cultivator who committed the crime has been arrested by me. I guess there will be no peace in the next few days. I will bring people to help you right away. What's the point of you coming here? You talk as if you can catch the evil cultivator. In the end, you still have to rely on me. Okay, come if you want. It's not a bad thing to have more people, just think of it as helping him cheer. Well, then come over, Su Fan said, and suddenly remembered something, that is, Chen Qing joined the law enforcement hall. By the way, what's the matter with Chen Qing? Why did you get her into the law enforcement hall, junior brother? I can't help it. The sect master personally sent her here. Can I still refuse her? What the hell? What the hell is going on? It's okay for her to come, then let her be responsible for the affairs of the Mountain Gate, and don't let this young lady leave the sect. Need I tell you? I think so too. Su Fan ended the contact with senior brother Li Feng, and just when he was about to put away the communication array disk, the array disk vibrated slightly again. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Lu Yan. Senior brother, something happened in Lanhofeng City. Fuck. I knew that I would not be able to rest today. Luohu, Shen Fang, let's go to Land Market. In the next few days, various markets and resource points within the sphere of influence of Biqiang Xianzong kept having troubles. It was all the evil cultivators who were causing troubles, and they almost tortured him to death. Su Fan didn't have a habit of killing evil cultivators once he caught them. He killed more than a dozen evil cultivators, and only then did he deter other evil cultivators who wanted to come to Biqiang Xianzong to cause trouble. Originally, he thought it was just to create some panic and trouble, and then run away after the trouble. Such a bounty mission couldn't be easier for evil cultivators. After all, evil cultivators are good at hiding, and it is not easy for Xianzong disciples to catch them. Who would have thought that Biqiang Xianzong had a ruthless man? I don't know where this guy got his ability from. No matter how hidden those evil cultivators are, he can catch them one by one. In the evening, like the blue sky and the sunset, the bright red light reflected the mountains and forests like a dream. Su Fan sat cross-legged by a pond, holding a jade slip on his forehead. After a while, he put down the jade slip and couldn't help but sigh. He has been busy these days, either in this market or on the way to another resource point. Today he was at a spiritual field resource point and just killed a group of evil cultivators. Because it was getting late, he and Shen Feng and others stayed here. I don't know where the trouble will happen tomorrow. In fact, it doesn't matter where you stay. Anyway, you can't be idle. There are still more than half of the homework assigned by the master that he hasn't mastered. Su Fan couldn't help but lament that he would definitely be scolded by the old man again this time, and his head would be hit hard. Brother, the skewers are ready. At this time, Shen Fang's shouting disrupted Su Fan's chaotic thoughts. This guy set up a barbecue grill by the pond and was sitting on a stool grilling skewers. Chen Qing next to him was also squatting there to join in the fun. I don't know what's wrong with this girl's mind. She stayed at the mountain gate and didn't do anything. She had to follow them here. Su Fan couldn't drive her away, like a follower. She is also a deacon of the law enforcement hall. Senior brother Lifen can't control her, so what can he do? You guys eat first, Su Fan replied, and then took the jade slip and put it on his forehead, carefully studying the homework that master left for him. Senior brother, what are you doing? At this time, Chen Qing came to his side with a plate of meat skewers. Su Fan put down the jade slip and glanced at her. I haven't figured out the homework that master left for me yet. Chen Qing put the plate next to Su Fan and said, Senior brother, you eat something, it won't take a while. Why not? Master will test me soon. If I don't figure out the homework he left, the old man will beat me. Seeing Su Fan's face full of despair, it was completely different from his usual fierce and domineering style. The huge contrast also made her couldn't help but be amazed. She didn't expect that this big devil would have such a side. What did immortal Rufang teach you? Let me see. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, but still handed the jade slip in his hand to Chen Qing, then picked up a skewer and started eating. Chen Qing put the jade slip on her forehead and was stunned. Just like that. She put down the jade slip and looked at Su Fan in disbelief. Brother, you don't understand this. I learned it when I was 7 or 8 years old. Su Fan covered his face and felt ashamed and angry. I only practiced Qi at the second level at the age of 40, let alone the formation. I can't even draw the elementary talismans. Look at her. The formation knowledge that he thinks is like a heavenly book, but my sister has played with it when she was 7 or 8 years old. How the hell can we compare? Okay, since I don't have talent, I can make up for my shortcomings with hard work. Seeing Su Fan's frustrated look, Chen Qing covered her mouth and laughed. Brother, if you don't understand anything, just ask me. Su Fan immediately became energetic. There were too many things he didn't understand, and he was worried about it these days. His hair turned white. So he told Chen Qing about the puzzles. The girl raised her hand and drew a few strokes in front of her face, and a set of runes appeared in front of Su Fan. Fuck. It turned out to be a void drawing rune. Chen Qing's realm is only the early stage of the nascent soul, but she can actually do this. It can only mean one thing, that is, the girl's talent in formation is extremely high. Looking at Su Fan with a dazed face, Chen Qing's face was stern. Brother, did you listen? Su Fan came back to his senses from the shock and nodded hurriedly. I'm listening. After he finished speaking, he took out a jade box from the ring, which was engraved with an ice rune formation, which could keep the temperature inside the jade box below zero. Su Fan took out a few crystal bottles from the jade box, and the bottles were filled with freshly squeezed ice juice. Junior sister, try this. These are all things he has collected for a long time, and they are all left over from the past. There are not many left, and even he himself is reluctant to drink them. But in order to win over this junior sister who was a genius in formation, he also risked his life. He had to hug Chen Qing's big thick leg. Generally, who would help Su Fan, a poor student, answer questions and solve problems for a rare genius in formation like Chen Qing? Su Fan always believed that only when you give will you get rewards. Otherwise, why should you ask others to help you? Looking at the crystal bottles, especially the colorful juice inside, immediately aroused Chen Qing's interest. Brother, what is this? Su Fan pulled out the cork of a bottle of fairy peach juice, and then handed the juice to Chen Qing. Junior sister, try it. Chen Qing took the crystal bottle, and then took a small sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's really delicious, a bit like fairy peach, cool and refreshing, really delicious. Seeing that the junior sister felt good, he took out various snacks such as preserved fruits and candied fruits from the ring, put them in several exquisite jade plates, and then placed them in front of her. Junior sister, try these again. In order to win over this talented junior sister, Su Fan also tried his best. In addition, Chen Qing already admired Su Fan very much. Not to mention helping him answer questions and solve doubts, even just staying by his side every day would make her very satisfied. Chen Qing was born in a family of cultivators that has lasted for 10,000 years. Not to mention genetic factors, just the daily influence of her daily life, her starting point is not comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. Those formation knowledge that Su Fan thought was like a heavenly book were child's play in the eyes of the girl. There is no way, no matter what you do, you have to admit that talent is too important. Often, Su Fan can't understand something that he can't understand for a whole night. But Chen Qing can make him suddenly enlighten with just a few words. The two of them taught attentively and studied seriously, completely leaving Shen Fang, who was grilling skewers next to them, aside. Shen Fang sat on the stool, looked back, and sighed inexplicably. Brother-in-law, how can you do this? If this continues, his sister may not have any chance at all. In the next few days, with the help of junior sister Chen Qing, Su Fan finally mastered all the homework assigned by the master. With the help of a genius in formation, the learning effect is very good. This also made Su Fan breathe a sigh of relief. This time he could finally escape the old man's scolding and knocking on the head. Of course, he would not be alone with Chen Qing. He usually pulled Shen Fang to the side as a light bulb. So even if others saw it, they would not have some other ideas. This made Shen Fang suffer. The two of them were studying formations there and had no time to pay attention to him as a light bulb. Chapter 698 and kill him completely. Swish, a dazzling light came from a distance in an instant. Bang, the flying sword passed through the throat of a foreign demon, and the demon body several feet high fell to the ground. Shen Fang ran over excitedly from a distance. He looked at the huge demon body lying on the ground, and was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Brother, how was my sword just now? Su Fan looked at Shen Fang's face full of expectation and really didn't want to hit him. This guy has a pretty good foundation in sword cultivation, but he is still far from becoming a real sword cultivator. This is not something that can be done in a day or two. Without experiencing countless life and death bloody battles and crawling out of the pile of dead bodies several times, it is impossible to practice it. In fact, it is better for this guy to go to the Star Domain battlefield to hone his skills for a few years, but he can't say this. It's okay, the timing of the attack is good, but it's still far from it. After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Fang suddenly became disappointed. Although he looks heartless on weekdays, he is very clear in his heart and knows what Su Fan means. It was not his credit to kill the foreign demon just now. It was because Su Fan had almost consumed the evil demon, so he had the opportunity to kill it with one sword. Now Shen Fang has fallen into a bottleneck in the sword. If he only relies on this level of fighting, he will never break the shackles. Shen Fang wants to go to the Starfield battlefield, but how can the family send him to that dangerous place? These days, Su Fan is no longer like before, killing the evil cultivators directly, but trying to create fighting opportunities for Shen Fang, Luo Hu and others. Even Chen Qing participated in several battles, which made the girl very excited. Anyway, with him in the battle, everyone has a bottom line in their hearts, not only without worrying about their lives, but also can exercise their ability to fight. Especially the disciples of the Inner Door Law Enforcement Hall of the Biqiang Xianzong have accumulated a lot of experience in fighting these days. Su Fan came to the corpse of the foreign demon, and at this time, thick magic smoke began to permeate its body. After a while, he transformed into the figure and appearance of the evil cultivator. Brother, he must be dead. Su Fan turned around and found that Chen Qing had come running over. Yes, he's dead, brother. The harassment from the evil cultivators has become less and less these days. After hearing what Sister Chen Qing said, Su Fan smiled. They would kill each other if they came. The evil cultivators were not stupid. How could they rush over to die? Chen Qing turned around and looked at Su Fan with a slightly red face. Yesterday, the elders in the family said that it was fortunate that Brother Fam Su was summoned into the sect, and the situation was stabilized so quickly. Otherwise, such a large-scale evil cultivator would cause chaos, and it would take who knows how long. Because Chen Qing had been following Su Fan to eliminate the evil cultivators everywhere these days, she was also proud to hear the praise from the elders of the family. Su Fan took off the communication array from his waist and contacted Brother Li Feng and Lu Yan respectively. There were no evil cultivators causing chaos in the direction they were in today. He put away the communication array and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It is estimated that the evil cultivators' chaos these days should have come to an end. For more than a month, Su Fan was almost idle, running around every day. There were at least 80 evil cultivators who died in his hands. Now, no one dared to accept the bounty task for the chaos in Biqiang Xianzong issued by the Demon House trading platform. Even though the reward for the task has been rising again and again, it is still deserted. These evil cultivators have been scared. It has only been a short time, and so many people have died. No matter how much money you have to live to spend it. Su Fan alone ruined this bounty task of the Demon House trading platform. This abnormal situation also made the Loose Cultivator Alliance look confused. The person who issued this task, like Su Fan and Zhang Zhuan, is a small account of the Demon House trading platform. It was also a certain casual cultivator who accidentally killed the evil cultivator and seized the identity jade card and communication array of the other party's Demon House, and then used this trumpet to issue the bounty task. Who would have thought that after spending so much magic money, there was no wave at all? The evil cultivators only tossed around in the sphere of influence of Biqiang Xianzong for more than a month, and then there was no more. Now this bounty task is dead in name only, and no evil cultivator dares to take it. Although the Casual Cultivator Alliance sent people to Biqiang Xianzong to conduct some reconnaissance and inquiries, Su Fan had already issued a gag order in the Law Enforcement Hall, and no one was allowed to spread the news. Moreover, Su Fan and Zhang Zhuan both sold various false information on the Demon House trading platform to confuse the public. In addition, Biqiang Xianzong had just moved to Loan Mountains, and there were not many foreign cultivators in Biqiang Xiancheng and many markets within the sphere of influence of the sect. Therefore, the reconnaissance and inquiries of the Casual Cultivator Alliance did not get the exact information they wanted. Not only that, although the news that Su Fan defeated the sword cultivators of Xianai Sword sect twice in a row has spread all over Chixishan. But most of the people who spread this news are disciples of Biqiang Xianzong. The 10 super immortal sects will definitely not spread it everywhere, and it is even more shameful for Xianai Sword sect. Although they have never denied it, they will not admit it either. After all, it is a shameful thing. So in the eyes of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, the fact that Su Fan defeated a group of loose cultivators must have been deliberately exaggerated by Biqiang Xianzong. To put it bluntly, Biqiang Xianzong exaggerated this matter in order to gain a foothold in Loan Mountain Range. Of course, this group of loose cultivators also admitted that Su Fan's strength is very strong, but it is definitely not as perverted as the legend. In fact, if you don't see it with your own eyes, no one will believe it. There is no way There are not many perverted cheaters like Su Fan, even in the entire world of cultivation. Since the disciples of the 10 super immortal sects retreated, the loose cultivator alliance has opened a gap and has the opportunity to go south. How can others sleep peacefully beside the couch? The loose cultivator alliance had been living freely in Loyan Mountain Range, but now they were stabbed by the 10 super immortal sects. How could they let it go? That's why they used the trading platform of Demon House to issue the bounty task, hoping that those bold and daring loose cultivators would cause some trouble for Baekyeong Immortal Sect. Even if it was an immortal sect that had been passed down for many years, once it was harassed by a large number of loose cultivators, it would take several years to calm down. But now that Baekyeong Immortal Sect had Su Fan, a pervert who defied the heavens, the evil cultivators who came to cause trouble returned in defeat. This also made the loose cultivator alliance very depressed, and they had to do it themselves. As there were no more evil cultivators causing trouble in the sphere of influence of Baekyeong Immortal Sect, Su Fan also returned to his cave and began to study the art of formation with all his heart again. In the afternoon, Su Fan, Shen Fang and Chen Qing were in the yard, and the three of them sat around the dining table and cooked hot pot. Now, this trio of them would gather almost every few days to have a meal in Su Fan's cave. Chen Qing and Shen Fang always bring all kinds of ingredients and spirit wine. Especially Chen Qing can often get valuable rare ingredients. In addition, there are all kinds of spirit vegetables, spirit fungus, spirit mushrooms and spirit wine, and even the ingredients in the seasoning are spirit materials. Just like today, there are more than 10 kinds of 5th and 6th level monsters on the table alone. This hot pot will consume a lot of spirit stones. In fact, at the beginning, Shen Fang didn't want to do this at all, always felt that he was a little redundant. But how dare he disobey Su Fan? He could only bite the bullet and be a light bulb. But as time went on, the three of them became more and more familiar, and this feeling disappeared. Except for Chen Qing helping Su Fan answer questions and solve doubts, they sat together to eat and drink at other times. This is also an atmosphere specially created by Su Fan. After all, he needs the help of Sister Chen Qing, and he doesn't want to be alone with the two of them, so he can only let Shen Fang, a funny guy, participate. Shen Fang took a chopstick of head meat and dipped it in the seasoning. He didn't mind the heat and stuffed it into his mouth at once. So delicious, he sucked his lips because of the heat, but he still enjoyed it and shouted that it was addictive. Brother, how did you figure out this way of eating? Now I'm craving it if I don't eat it for a few days. Chen Qing sneered and teased, just you, I've never seen you not craving it. After she finished speaking, she picked up a piece of eel slices that had been shabu-shabu for half a day and put it in Su Fan's bowl. Brother, try this eel slice. This is the tiger-striped demon eel I specially asked someone to get from the West Sea. The coast of the western region of Chixishan is rich in various sea monsters. The tiger-striped demon eel is one of the very rare materials for cultivation, which is definitely worth a lot of money. But using the tiger-striped demon eel as an ingredient for hot pot, perhaps this is the first time. It's really a bit of a waste. Before Su Fan could move his chopsticks, Shen Fang's chopsticks reached out. Pa. Chen Qing stretched out his hand and pushed Shen Fang's chopsticks aside. Stay away, this is something I got for my senior brother, there is no share for you. Shen Fang glared at Chen Qing angrily, then looked at Su Fan and muttered in a low voice. You bitch. After muttering, he picked up a piece of one-horned queen tripe, stuffed it into his mouth and started eating. Although Shen Fang's voice was not loud, Su Fan and Chen Qing heard it. Su Fan glared at him fiercely, which frightened him so much that he shrank his head and lowered his head quickly and dared not speak. Chen Qing's face also turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she didn't care about the ambiguity in the words. Instead, she felt happy in her heart. She picked up a piece of tiger-striped demon eel fish fillet and put it in Shen Fang's bowl. Eat it, shut your mouth, you keep talking nonsense every day. Shen Fang quickly picked up the fish fillet and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it in a few bites. This taste is really amazing, he raised his glass and laughed. Brother, let's have a drink. This guy also knew that he had just said something wrong, so he quickly tried to change the subject to ease the awkward atmosphere. Su Fan glanced at him, and then looked at Chen Qing, whose face was slightly red. You should toast your senior sister Chen Qing. If it weren't for her, where would you go to eat such good food? Shen Fang quickly said to Chen Qing, Senior sister, this cup is for you. After Shen Fang's jokes, the awkward atmosphere at the table was finally eased a lot. In fact, Su Fan and Shen Fang misunderstood Chen Qing. The girl was a little shy, but she was very happy in her heart. In her opinion, this period of time was the happiest time of her life. Chen Qing was born in a noble family. She grew up with a golden key in her mouth since she was born. Whether in the family or the sect, she was a star-studded existence. No matter where she went, there were people complimenting her. Facing hypocritical faces, she had long been tired of this kind of life. Until she met Su Fan, this guy had never flattered her since the first time he saw her. At first, Chen Qing thought he was just pretending, and this situation had happened before. But later she found out that this guy really didn't take her seriously, which made her a little annoyed. Later, Chen Qing witnessed Su Fan easily crushing the sword cultivators of Xian'ai sword sect. She was instantly conquered by his domineering and self-centered demeanor. If it were someone else, they would have made such a big name and would have shown off everywhere in the sect, fearing that others would not know them. But this guy disappeared at this time. Chen Qing tried every means to get close to him, but she couldn't even see his shadow. In the end, she had to persuade the elders and her family to join a law enforcement hall in the sect, hoping to get in touch with this guy. But Chen Qing was disappointed again. She didn't even see the shadow of this guy. And the less she saw him, the more she wanted to see him, and she was like a demon, looking forward to the appearance of that guy every day. If the evil cultivators were to cause trouble within the sect's sphere of influence, she would not know when to meet Su Fan. Chen Qing is very satisfied now. Even though Shen Fang is always there as a light bulb, as long as she can be with Su Fan, she will feel very happy. Especially when she was answering questions for this guy and scolding this big devil, she felt so happy. They ate until the evening, and only then were they full. Su Fan was about to ask Chen Qing to go to the thatched cottage to help him answer questions, but the communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Lu Yan. Brother, the Loose Cultivator Alliance may have gone south. Seeing this message, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. It's been a few days since they were quiet. Did they send people into the sect's sphere of influence? Today, a large number of loose cultivators have been found in several markets. Su Fan sneered. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry about them. If anyone dares to cause trouble, they should be arrested or killed, but there are too many of them. The disciples of Biqiang Xianzong are still too honest. He knows this group of casual cultivators too well. They are the kind of people who would rather die than their fellow Taoists. Although this group of casual cultivators are numerous and powerful, as long as they are severely intimidated, no one will be willing to be the first to stand out. It's okay, listen to me. If you arouse public anger, I will deal with it for you. If there are really those who are not afraid of death, then kill them all, and then cut off their heads to build a jinquan. I don't believe that I can't deal with you. Chapter 699. Come on, I can't wait any longer. Su Fan put away the communication array, and Chen Qing beside him glanced at him. What happened? The Loose Cultivator Alliance may be heading south. After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Fang said anxiously, what are the 10 super immortal sects doing? They promised to help our regional Loose Cultivator Alliance. Chen Qing couldn't help but roll his eyes and sneered. Are you stupid? They are obviously doing it on purpose. Su Fan sneered and said, it's okay, kill a few of them to establish your authority and scare these guys. After hearing his words, Chen Qing and Shen Fang were both stunned. In their opinion, there are so many people in the Loose Cultivator Alliance, if they really get angry, things will get out of control. This is also the reason why the 10 super immortal sects are afraid of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, so they have been allowing the Loose Cultivators in Lorne Mountain Range to grow bigger. Not only do they think so, but all the cultivators in Chixishan have this concept. Even if there is a conflict between the immortal sects and the Loose Cultivator Alliance, no matter how they make trouble behind the scenes, they cannot fight openly. Of course, when facing evil cultivators, that's a different story. But even so, no cultivator has ever been so ruthless, killing more than 100 evil cultivators in one breath, and suppressing the arrogance of the evil cultivators. Even the fierce and brutal evil cultivators were afraid of him. Su Fan's murderous nature is so great that it is extremely rare in Chixishan, if not unique. This is also the reason why the disciples of Chixishan Sword Sect hang out in the Starfield battlefield all year round, because there is no chance of life and death battle in Chixishan. Once they return to Chixishan from the bloody battlefield, those sword cultivators must die of frustration. There is no way. Chixishan has always been such an atmosphere for countless years. Senior brother, There are many people in the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Brother, can you kill so many people? Looking at the worried eyes of the two, Su Fan laughed. It's okay, I will kill them all. Su Fan said it lightly, as if he was joking, but Chen Qing and Shen Fang's scalps were numb and they felt cold all over. For him, even if there are more people in the Loose Cultivator Alliance, are there more people than the Ghost Tribe and the Sulin Tribe? The number of cultivators of the two tribes that Su Fan sacrificed blood alone is too large to count. Although there are many old monsters in the spirit transformation and refining realm in the Loose Cultivator Alliance, they dare not take action easily, at least not on the surface. Once they bully the weak, the high-level bosses of the Biqiang Xianzong will definitely stand up for Su Fan. Anyway, no matter how many cultivators of the same level in the Yuanying realm come, they are not enough for Su Fan to kill. The following day seemed to be calm, but even the most stupid people can feel that something is wrong. In more than a month, a large number of loose cultivators have poured into the Biqiang Xiancheng and the market within the sect's influence. Although these loose cultivators are still abiding by the rules, various disputes emerge every day, and the work of the Biqiang Xianzong Law Enforcement Hall has increased dozens of times. Fortunately, in recent months, the Outer Sect Law Enforcement Hall has recruited a large number of loose cultivators, which has barely maintained stability. Lu Yan, Luo Hu and others were busy all day, running back and forth everywhere, never having a moment to rest. But Su Fan was like nothing had happened, doing what he had to do. He knew very well that the people of the Loose Cultivator Alliance were waiting for an opportunity, and once they took action, it would be earth-shattering. Now the Law Enforcement Hall was short of personnel, and even Shen Fang was sent to the front line by him. Chen Qing still stayed behind. After all, the situation was unclear now, and Su Fan was afraid that the loose cultivators would make trouble and drag this young lady into the vortex again. Originally, Su Fan wanted Chen Qing to return to the mountain gate to stay, but she refused to go back, so he could only place his sister in the outer gate law enforcement hall of Biqiang Xiancheng. In the afternoon, the dark clouds were like lead, pressing heavily on the top of the city. A drizzle fell from the sky, dripping on the tiles, and the cool breeze blew, slightly chilly. Su Fan walked in the streets of Biqiang Xiancheng, and drops of rain fell from the sky, all blocked by an invisible shield. At this moment, he has changed his appearance and aura, and looks just like a casual cultivator. Today, Biqiang Xiancheng is no longer as deserted as before because of the influx of a large number of casual cultivators. The streets are crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder, and the shops on both sides of the street are also full of people coming in and out, a prosperous scene. At this time, several disciples of the law enforcement while wearing Biqiang Xianzong's standard robes hurriedly ran past him. Su Fan turned around and took a look, and immediately frowned. According to Luo Hu's report, there are many disputes in the city and the market outside every day, and the disciples of the sect's law enforcement hall are busy. He came to the outside of a restaurant, looked up at the plaque above, and then walked in. It was lunchtime, and the lobby of the hotel was bustling with people, and there was no seat to be found. Su Fan was about to leave, but a table of guests happened to check out, so he found a place to sit down. He ordered a table of spiritual food and a bottle of spiritual wine, and then while eating, he listened to the chats of the casual cultivators around him. The prices in Biqiang Xiancheng are too high, I can't stay here any longer. When I first came here, I boasted loudly, but after so many days, no one has come forward to make trouble. It is said that a ruthless person appeared in Biqiang Xianzong, and killed all the evil cultivators so that they dared not show up. Don't listen to the bragging of the people in the Xianzong, who said that he easily crushed more than a dozen sword cultivators by himself. Do you believe this? I heard that the people in Sky Rift Valley are going to make a big fuss in the next few days. As long as there is chaos at that time, brothers must seize the opportunity. The Casual Cultivator Alliance occupies most of the Loan Mountains, and each force is also clearly divided. The Casual Cultivator forces in Loan Mountains have a variety of names, all of which are peaks and caves. Anyway, they are very low. During this period of time, he also studied the many forces of the Casual Cultivator Alliance. Sky Rift Valley is the Casual Cultivator force closest to the Biqiang Xianzong sphere of influence. The Sky Rift Valley is guarded by 3 immortal masters, and there are also hundreds of Yuanying realm cultivators. Its power is considered to be below average in the Loose Cultivator Alliance. It seems that this Sky Rift Valley should be the vanguard of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. They must have been the first to provoke trouble. The rest of the loose cultivators are just waiting to join in the fun. Su Fan ate and drank his fill, then got up, paid a bill and left the hotel. He came to the street, raised his head and looked at the misty sky, and dense rain curtains were floating down. Come on, I can't wait any longer. Su Fan restored his figure and appearance and came to the outer gate law enforcement hall station in the city. As soon as he sat cross-legged in his own abode, Chen Qing pushed the door and walked in, sat cross-legged and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him. Brother, why are you here today? I'm the deacon of the law enforcement hall, responsible for all matters of the outer gate. Why can't I come? Chen Qing poured him a cup, then smiled and said, I heard that you haven't been here for a long time. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, saying, I've been busy killing evil cultivators every day recently, so how can I have time to come here? Seeing that he was talking nonsense, Chen Qing covered her mouth and laughed. Shen Fang came to me yesterday to complain, saying that he hasn't been idle for more than a month. This guy can't be left too idle, so as to avoid talking nonsense every day. Is everything okay in the city recently? What's good about it? I don't know how many disputes I have to deal with every day. After she finished speaking, she picked up the teacup and took a sip, saying, this bunch of casual cultivators have no rules at all, and they cause a lot of trouble. At this time, the communication array plate on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Lu Yan. Brother, there are people making trouble in Baifang City. A large number of independent cultivators in the law enforcement hall are in confrontation. Seeing Lu Yan's message, he immediately sneered. It seems that these guys from the Independent Cultivator Alliance can't help but start. Brother, what happened? Su Fan put away the fax disc and said, I have to go. The people from the Independent Cultivator Alliance have started to make trouble. Chen Qing hurriedly said, Brother, I will go with you. Su Fan waved his hand and said, you can't leave. Someone must be in charge of the law enforcement hall in the city. Chen Qing nodded disappointedly, and then said worriedly, Brother, you should be careful too. Su Fan laughed and said, don't worry, you know my strength. After he finished speaking, he stood up from the ground and turned to leave the abode. Brother, wait a minute. At this time, Chen Qing called Su Fan, then stood up and walked over, handing him a stored ring. Su Fan was stunned for a moment and said, what is this? These are some of my life-saving items. Brother, take them for self-defense. Shu Fang shook his head and said with a smile, I don't need these. You can keep them. Chen Qing took 2 steps forward and forced a ring into his hand. I know you are strong, but those casual cultivators are the most unruly. They can do anything. He understood what the sister said. The high-level cultivators of the Casual Cultivator Alliance would not be as self-reliant as the Immortal Sect. Although they would not show up easily in front of others, they might not be so in private. Su Fan thought for a while and said, thank you, sister. I will return it to you when I don't need it. After he finished speaking, he put the ring into his arms and turned to leave the abode. Chen Qing sent Su Fan to the outside of the law enforcement hall, watched him walk into the vast rain curtain, and stood there quietly for a long time. For some reason, she had a very bad premonition in her heart, always feeling that something was going to happen. Su Fan walked on the street, took out the stored ring in his arms and looked at it, and couldn't help but sigh. Of course he knew what Chen Qing was thinking, but it was a pity that the girl was destined to be disappointed. At this time, the communication array on his waist vibrated slightly again. Su Fan took off the storage ring and saw that the message this time was from Luohu. Brother, the independent cultivators in Luoxianfang City have started to make trouble. I know. You try your best to control the situation and wait for my news. I am not in good condition today, so I will only update 3,000 words, and try to update more tomorrow. Chapter 700. Who would argue with a mental patient? The White Jade Market is located in a mountainous area in the north of Biqiang Xianshen. This market was established less than 2 years ago. There were not many people here before. It was not until the scattered cultivators came south that it became lively. Su Fan walked into the market and looked at the scattered cultivators on the street. Most of them were in the foundation building and gold and elixir realms, gathering in groups of 3 or 5. He walked along the street to the depths of the market and saw that many people had gathered here, surrounding them in 3 layers. At this moment, LVN and others were confronting more than 10 scattered cultivators in the nascent soul realm. The other party was very arrogant and looked fearless. The scattered cultivators watching the excitement around them also had a gloating expression, and from time to time they would make a few noises, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. Fellow Daoists, I warn you again, if you disperse now, just pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, our Baekhyang Law Enforcement Hall will forcibly expel you. In fact, although LVN said righteous words, he was obviously not confident enough. Facing this group of tough guys among the scattered cultivators, LVN, who was born as a disciple of the Xianzong, didn't know how to deal with it. HMPH. If you don't give us an explanation today, this matter will not end. Lu Yan was so angry that his face turned red. These people were simply unreasonable and were obviously looking for trouble. He was about to speak when he found a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and he immediately became excited. Brother, before Lu Yan finished speaking, Su Fan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. At this time, Su Fan didn't want to hear the cause and effect of the matter. It was obvious that they were here to make trouble. He looked at the several casual cultivators opposite with a calm face. The leader was a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. The other party had a strong back and a sturdy body, like an iron tower, with a gray beard like a halberd and a fierce look. The eyes flashed with fierce light. Su Fan smiled and said, I will give you one chance, surrender immediately. After hearing Su Fan's words, the group of casual cultivators opposite were stunned. But then came anger, and they began to point at him and curse loudly. Boy, you are looking for death? I want to see what you can do to us. Who the hell are you? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Su Fan listened to their curses with a smile, and then looked at the late Yuanying cultivator who was leading the group. In fact, since Su Fan appeared, the leading cultivator had already felt the danger. He waved his hand to stop the curses of the group of cultivators behind him, and then bowed to Su Fan. Dao, you Baekhyang Xianzong should also be reasonable. Su Fan almost couldn't help laughing at the other party's words. You came here to cause trouble and find fault, and you actually talk to me about reason. I have given you a chance. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, the more than 10 cultivators on the opposite side felt a buzz in their minds and instantly fell into confusion. Not good. They realized that it was not good, and they felt that the sky was dark, as if they had come to a bottomless black abyss in an instant. One by one. The Taoist instruments that protected the soul were broken, which allowed them to recover from their confused state. But it was too late. Su Fan had already made his move. Bang! The leader, a late Yuanying cultivator, had been grabbed by the neck by Su Fan, swung up fiercely, and then thrown heavily to the ground. When he made his move, he had already penetrated the sinister and treacherous power of the 9-strength bone transforming hand into the opponent's body. So with just this one move, most of the opponent's bones were broken, and he collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. The group of casual cultivators behind him never dreamed that Su Fan would make a move. They had seen many disciples of the immortal sect, but there was no one like him who would make a move at the slightest disagreement. While they were stunned, Su Fan had already approached these people and knocked a group of casual cultivators to the ground in a flash. At this moment, the whole street was silent, and the many casual cultivators watching were awe-stunned. Before they could figure out what was going on, they saw Su Fan taking care of more than 10 Yuanying casual cultivators while strolling in the garden. In fact, when Su Fan was speaking, he had already performed the soul-souling Taoist technique Take Su Zan Yin Zhuan Yin. Then he performed the life-demanding curse-killing technique and 9-strength bone-dissolving hand, giving no chance to the more than 10 Yuanying realm casual cultivators. These casual cultivators never expected that Su Fan would kill them without even saying hello. Is he still a disciple of the immortal sect? Not only the casual cultivators who were watching the excitement around, but also Lu Yan and other disciples of the sect's law enforcement hall were also confused. Brother, you? Su Fan turned around and glanced at Lu Yan, and said in a deep voice, in the future, when you encounter such people who are looking for trouble, you don't need to reason with them, just take them down. After he finished speaking, he looked at the casual cultivators around him with a cold look, and then shouted, Get out! The casual cultivators watching on both sides of the street only heard a thunderous explosion in their ears. Then, an unprecedented terrifying aura suddenly erupted, and in an instant, it seemed to turn into an endless tsunami storm, bursting out with a powerful aura like a tsunami, crushing them layer by layer. The dense crowds on both sides of the street were like being in a violent hurricane, watching the earth-shaking tsunami sweeping towards them. The powerful aura burst out, and the space seemed to roll up a visible tide. The powerful aura like a substance roared around, and the densely packed casual cultivators around seemed to be hit by a force like a tsunami, and were swept up one by one. The casual cultivators who were swept into the air fell to the ground with a crackling sound, and many cultivators with low realms fainted directly. "Run!" I don't know who shouted loudly, and those casual cultivators with dull faces suddenly shuddered, and then hurriedly fled to the outside of the market. After a while, the entire Bay Area market was empty except for some casual cultivators who fell unconscious. Su Fan looked at the scattered cultivators who were running for their lives and sneered. A bunch of cowards without balls. He turned around and looked at Lu Yan and others behind him, and saw that they were also trembling. Su Fan frowned. These guys were not very good, and no one dared to fight. He stretched out his hand and sent out a stream of energy, which blew up the dantian of the scattered cultivators who were making trouble, and destroyed their cultivation. "Take these people to Baekhyang Immortal City." Su Fan turned around and was about to leave the market, and saw that there were still many unconscious scattered cultivators lying on the street. "Throw them all out of the market." He left a word and disappeared on the street of the market. Su Fan didn't have time to waste here. There were also scattered cultivators making trouble in Luotian market. If he didn't use Thunderbolt means to severely strike the arrogance of these scattered cultivators, they would never stop running around for these trivial things every day. How could he live? In the evening, a group of disciples from the law enforcement hall outside Baekhyang Xiancheng were manipulating puppets to place giant trees more than 10 feet high on the square. Many free cultivators who had nothing to do came from the city to the square to watch. "Old Liu, what is Baekhyang Xianzong going to do? How the hell do I know? I want to ask someone, what are these Xianzong disciples thinking of again?" At this time, a group of disciples from the law enforcement hall of Baekhyang Xianzong came out of the city, carrying the limp free cultivators to the square. Next, the behavior of these law enforcement hall disciples stunned all the free cultivators. They saw the limp free cultivators being hung on giant trees one by the disciples of the law enforcement hall of Baekhyang Xianzong. Seeing the miserable state of these free cultivators, the crowd around them suddenly exploded. The disciples of Baekhyang Xianzong are too much? How can they insult people like this? The person at the edge must be Baekhyang's Henjin from Sky Rift Valley. Who else but him? This guy is a great cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. I didn't expect that he would end up like this today. This is too cruel. Killing people is not enough. Didn't you see that those who were hung up there are all people from Sky Rift Valley? This is obviously killing the chicken to scare the monkey. I heard that these people have their cultivation abolished. They are simply heartless. Dozens of Sky Rift Valley casual cultivators were not only abolished, but also hung on giant trees in public, which made the casual cultivators watching very angry. Everyone was a casual cultivator, and at this time they couldn't help but feel sad for the other person, so they all shouted loudly in excitement. Su Fan stood under the giant trees, looking at the casual cultivators around him with a smile. Seeing the state of these casual cultivators, Lu Yan next to him showed a worried look on his face. "Brother, this is not good." Su Fan frowned and said, "What's wrong with this? This may cause public outrage. If the situation cannot be controlled, it may lead to unpredictable results." After hearing what Lu Yan said, Su Fan sneered. "Isn't that good? It's better for them to come out at this time, so that I don't have to find them one by one." Lu Yan, Luohu and others didn't dare to speak after hearing this. Their brother has always acted arbitrarily and never listened to other people's opinions. Now the outer door law enforcement hall has become a one-man show. However, no one said anything. After all, Su Fan's record was there. If it weren't for his series of thundering methods, Baekhyang Xianzong would have long been reduced to vassal of the 10 super immortal sects. Next, more and more people watched in the square outside Baekhyang Xiancheng. Not only did the scattered cultivators in the city flock out, but even the mountain gate received the news, and the sect disciples also ran out to watch the excitement. After a while, the square outside Baekhyang Xiancheng was already crowded with people. "LVN, you guys go and maintain order around here." Hearing his words, LVN, Luohu and others quickly commanded the disciples of the law enforcement hall to disperse the crowd around the square, leaving only Su Fan alone in the square. At this time, Shen Fang ran to Su Fan's side. "Brother, can this go on?" At this moment, even Shen Fang, who has always been heartless, was unsure. Su Fan turned his head and sneered. "Coward, if you are afraid, then go back to the mountain gate." Shen Fang got anxious when he heard it, and said, "How could I be afraid? I am worried about you. Get out, stay away." Su Fan scolded Shan Fang and ran away, then stood alone under a giant tree with his hands behind his back. The purpose of doing this today was to lure out the people from Sky Rift Valley. Su Fan didn't have time to deal with these scumbags, so he simply did it to the end. Since Sky Rift Valley dared to show up, don't blame him for being ruthless. Seeing his people being hung up one by one, he didn't believe that the leaders of Sky Rift Valley could still sit still. As for the attitude of the surrounding cultivators, Su Fan didn't take it seriously at all. When will the cultivators be able to unite together? These guys are not afraid of making trouble and making noise, and no one dares to stand out. Anyway, the people hanging above are all cultivators from Sky Rift Valley. What does it have to do with them? At this time, the fax disc on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He took off the communication array disc from his waist and found that it was a message sent by his master, Rufang Xianzhen, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What are you doing? It seems that the leaders of the sect are a little anxious. After all, Beqiang Xianzhuang is an immortal sect. Where have they seen such a formation? Not only did they abolish the cultivation of dozens of cultivators, but they also hung people one by one on the giant tree. The demon sect is not so cruel. Such behavior not only made many cultivators who were watching share the same hatred, but even the disciples of Beqiang Xianzhuang also complained about him. Master, don't worry, leave this to me. You will offend the public and become the target of public criticism in the future. The old man was also anxious, fearing that he would ruin himself because of this. I know, but if the sect wants to gain a foothold in Loyan Mountain Range, extraordinary measures must be taken in extraordinary times. After a while, Rufang Immortal Venerable sent a message. Take care of yourself. If things are impossible, return to the sect immediately. Su Fan put away the communication array and smiled. It must be said that today he did this. It is estimated that not only Beqiang Immortal Sect, but also the Loose Cultivator Alliance and even the 10 Super Immortal Sects are paying attention to him. In fact, this is what he hopes to see the most. He has long seen that if he does not make a great and fierce appearance, no one will take Beqiang Immortal Sect seriously in the future. As the deacon of the sect's law enforcement hall, Su Fan is responsible for all matters outside the mountain gate. If he is not more ruthless, there will be no peace in the future. He just wants to tell everyone that I am mentally ill. Whoever dares to provoke me will be the one to die. His judgment was correct, even though this incident was a bit brutal and caused a lot of disgust. But from today on, if anyone wants to cause trouble within the sphere of influence of Beqiang Xianzhuang, they will think twice. Because no one wants to provoke a brutal psychopath. After all, Chixishan is the plane of the Xianzhuang. Whether it is a disciple of the Xianzhuang or a child of a cultivation family, they all do things with discretion and leave room for maneuver. Even those unruly casual cultivators must at least abide by the rules on the surface. Such a brutal and ruthless person suddenly appeared, and everyone felt a little afraid of him while being disgusted with him. Anyway, for such a person, any normal person would not easily provoke him. Who would be on the same level as a mental patient? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.